Chapter 1. Looking at the lobby with many people standing in front of him, Chu Yang felt a bit pained. When he woke up, he found that he had traveled to this world. This place is obviously a fantasy world. Here, the strong can move mountains and fill seas, fly into the sky and escape from the ground, and their status is extremely high. The weak are like ants. Time travel was originally a good thing that Chu Yang had been imagining in his previous life. However, now he realizes that he doesn't seem to be the protagonist. This Chu Yang, who has the same name as him, is the young master of Chishuan Valley, one of the three major sects in the Northland and a leader of the younger generation. However, although this person is extremely powerful, he is arrogant and domineering, and he must take revenge. Isn't this a standard villain? Such a result made Chu Yang feel a little bit pained and aggrieved. Why is it that everyone else is the protagonist when they time travel, but I am the villain? Most importantly, now he is in the classic scene of fantasy novels. That's right. Chu Yang came here to help his junior sister Bai Nishang get divorced. Bai Nishang despises her fiancé as a waste material with no cultivation base, but she is already a true disciple of the Divine Emperor sect, so she wants to annul the engagement. However, the original owner of the body wanted to show off in front of his junior sister, so he volunteered to come here to annul the engagement for her. Why is it that you are still the young master and still be a licking dog? And the biggest problem is that I haven't even held hands after licking for so long, which makes me lose my status as a villain. Chu Yang complained about his original self. Shouldn't it be the protagonist's fiancé who betrayed him? While he was still thinking, a question came from the lobby. 7 Profound Valley, one of the 3 major sects in the Northland, is bullying others like this? Go back and tell Bai Nishang that I, Lin Yi, resigned the engagement today. Today's humiliation will be returned 100 times in the future. A young man with a handsome face and a long sword, with red eyes and clenched fists, roared loudly at Chu Yang. After finishing speaking, he took out the marriage contract with Bai Nishang from his bosom and tore it into pieces in 2 or 3 strokes. This person's name is Lin Yi, and he is the young master of the Lin family. It's just that he is a good-for-nothing who can't cultivate, so Bai Nishang called off the engagement. There was a moment of silence in the hall, and Lin Yi's words shocked everyone in the Lin family. Shut up, you be ************* D. Forced the head of the family, Lin Yi's father, had no choice but to scold Lin Yi angrily at this time, wishing he could slap him to death. Why did my cowardly son become tough at this moment? But thinking that Lin Yi was his son after all, he resisted the urge to make a move. One can only hope that Qi Xuangu will not care about this matter. Is Lin Yi crazy, saying such things to Chishuan Valley? If Qi Xuangu gets angry, our Lin family will definitely be destroyed. He was a waste in the first place, but now he has provoked Qi Xuangu. What a disaster. Immediately, there were whispers from everyone in the Lin family. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Lin Yi, as if they were looking at a fool. What kind of sect is the 7 Profound Valley? This is one of the 3 strongest sects in the Northland. Compared with them, the Lin family is nothing but ants. Lin Yi actually insulted Chishuan Valley in front of the young master of Chishuan Valley, and this young master was rumored to be full of evil deeds. It is conceivable what kind of disaster the Lin family will suffer. Thinking of this, many people are praying in their hearts, hoping that Chu Yang will never forget the mistakes of villains, because his decision will determine the fate of the entire Lin family. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't know what these people were thinking, but received the information from his mind in shock. The villain's system is being bound, receiving host information. The binding is complete. System? Sure enough, he was a time traveler anyway, and he still had cheats, although the name of the villain system didn't sound very good. System. Chu Yang thought silently, and a system panel that only he could see immediately appeared in front of him. Host. Chu Yang Cultivation. The peak of Tianyuan Realm Kung Fu. 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu. Yuan Yang Jinju. Duan Kong Jianju Luck. 20 points. 0 points Mall. Not open. Open after killing 2 protagonists. Seeing the unobstructed information on the panel and the large amount of instructions instilled into his mind as the system was bound, Chu Yang immediately understood his situation and the usage of the system. It turned out that since he did not belong to this plane, he was rejected by the whole plane after crossing. The protagonist, in fact, is equivalent to the will of the plane, and the purpose is to obliterate him, the villain of the plane. The protagonist is not only there is only one, and Linny in front of him is just one of them. And at a glance, it is clear that this is just the protagonist in the early stage, and there are more and stronger protagonists waiting for him. While the villain system is powerful, it has some flaws. The first one is that the protagonist will naturally hate him, and even attack him directly when he sees him. The second is that if the protagonist's luck is higher than his, then he can't kill the opponent, otherwise he will be killed by the system backlash. Thinking of this, Chu Yang used the system to check Lin Yi's information. Protagonist: Lin Yi cultivation level, early stage of bone forging luck, 30 Goldfinger. The ancient sword spirit. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the protagonist of the Wastewood style, but he only has the bone forging state. You must know that martial arts in this world are divided into 9 realms: bone forging, chi training, rushing to the void, nuanced, Lihuan, Tianyuan, great sage, Huashan, and Taoshan. Bone forging is just the beginning. 30 points of luck should be considered very low. After all, it is just a protagonist who just got a golden finger. The marriage has been divorced. You can leave the Lin family. Seeing that Chu Yang remained silent for a long time, Linny thought that Chu Yang was frightened by what he said and immediately wanted to see off the guests. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the lobby turned their gazes to Chu Yang, who had a calm expression on his face. The white clothes are better than snow, and the temperament is dusty, just like a man in the sky. If they don't know his deeds, everyone in the Lin family must think that this is a handsome young man. It's definitely time to leave. Being watched by everyone, Chu Yang finally spoke, with a flat tone that didn't seem to take Lin Yi's words to heart. Seeing him like this, everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. They had long heard how vengeful the young master of the 7 Profound Valley was, and they all thought that the Lin family would suffer disaster this time. So it seems that he has a lot of energy. Lin Yi couldn't help getting excited. Sure enough, what Sister Jinling said was right, and he had to be tougher. However, the next 2 words that Chu Yang said made his complexion suddenly change. However, you have to pay a price for insulting me like this, 7 Profound Valley. Exactly, I want the sword on your back. After finishing speaking, Chu Yang jumped forward and came to him in an instant. Chapter 2. Before Lin Yi could react, Chu Yang had already come to him. Surrounded by his terrifying aura, Lin Yi didn't dare to breathe out. His whole body was already drenched. Is this the gap between myself and Chu Yang? Seeing Chu Yang slowly stretching out his sword hand behind his back, Lin Yi was extremely frightened. However, at this time, he found that he couldn't even speak and could only look at Chu Yang with resentful eyes. Do not. My sister sword spirit. Lin Yi was deeply saddened. A few days ago, he accidentally found this long sword in the back mountain, but found that there was a sword spirit in the long sword. In the past few days, the sword spirit taught him exercises and taught him how to practice. In his heart, he already existed like a master. But now, the long sword is about to be taken away by Chu Yang, and there is nothing he can do. Lin Yi's heart gradually sank. Taking the plain black long sword on Lin Yi's back in his hand, Chu Yang observed it with his eyes. If you just observe it this way, you really won't find anything strange about this sword. However, when he saw Lin Yi's ashen expression, he understood that he had guessed right. Take away your golden finger directly, and see how you, the protagonist, get along. Successfully eliminate a protagonist, luck plus 30, points plus 50. Complete the novice task and get a novice gift pack. Receiving the information from the system in his mind, Chu Yang checked Lin Yi again with the system, but found that the system panel was blank. This means that the current Lin Yi has lost his protagonist status. Sure enough, Lin Yi was just a protagonist who was just starting out. Once he lost his golden finger, he turned back to the previous good-for-nothing. Glancing at Lin Yi, who was still in a daze, unable to accept the reality, Chu Yang shook his head. Now he has become that good-for-nothing again. There is no need to kill him. Living is the greatest torment for him. This matter has been settled. Don't worry, Qishuan Valley will not take revenge on your Lin family. Noticing the terrified expressions on the faces of everyone in the Lin family at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. Hearing Chu Yang's words, everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, young Master Chu. The patriarch of the Lin family stepped forward and was very grateful to Chu Yang. Lin Yi insulted Qi Shuanggu so much that Chu Yang just took away his sword, which is very rare in this world where the jungle preys on the jungle. Therefore, everyone in the Lin family admired Chu Yang's magnanimity. As for Lin Yi's feelings, who cares? After leaving the Lin family, Chu Yang was flying slowly in the sky. Now he has nothing to do outside and is on his way back to Seven Profound Valley. But he was not in a hurry. He just flew leisurely, taking a look at the scenery of this world by the way. Flying like this, Chu Yang suddenly remembered that he still had a novice gift pack that he hadn't opened, so he called out the system and used the novice gift pack. As soon as he used it, a golden light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, almost blinding him. Do you want to make it so fancy? Chu Yang complained in his heart. Acquire Poksu pill, stand in straw figure, and reverse mirror. Immediately, a light yellow elixir, a straw man the size of half a palm, and a small mirror appeared in his hand. Knowing the information of these 3 items in the system, Chu Yang was overjoyed. Breaking the void pill, after taking it, it will increase to a great level. A stand-in straw man, resisting a fatal injury. Reversing the mirror, swapping identities with a protagonist, the other party becomes a villain, and oneself becomes a protagonist, and the time limit is 3 days. Chu Yang did not expect that the novice gift pack rewards would be so rich. Afterwards, he put the stand-in straw man and the reverse situation into the ring on his right finger. Even so, he could still feel the existence of the stand-in straw man, with a feeling of being connected by blood. This should indicate that it has taken effect. Putting aside all the thoughts in his mind, Chu Yang slowly landed in a forest below. After observing the surroundings and confirming that there was no one there, he sat on the ground in meditation and swallowed the Poksu pill. Although it would definitely be better to use this elixir when his realm is higher, because the higher the realm, the harder it is to improve. But now he can't control that much anymore. According to the system, he can be said to be an enemy everywhere in this world. It is definitely better to improve his combat power first. As soon as the elixir was taken in, Chu Yang felt the power contained in it, which forced him to close his eyes. Fortunately, it is only absorbing the power of the elixir in the body now, and it will not have any impact on the surroundings. Otherwise, it would be bad to make a little noise to attract people. After a long time, Chu Yang opened his eyes, feeling a completely different power from before, and smiled with satisfaction. The current him is already at the peak of the Great Saint realm, and he has completely thrown off his previous great realm. Well, the novice spree has been settled, and now it's its turn. Chu Yang will be placed in Neji. He took out the black long sword in his hand, and his eyes were fixed. Although I already have the golden finger of the system, wouldn't it be better to have more golden fingers? Just now when he left Lin's house, he also tried to call out the sword spirit, but it didn't respond, so Chu Yang had to put it in the ring. But now he thinks, since he is not in a hurry to return to the sect, he should settle this matter first. Logically speaking, Jin Ling and Lin Yi didn't get along for a long time, so they shouldn't have any feelings for each other. But for some reason, even though he was much stronger than Lin Yi, the sword spirit didn't respond to him. Looking carefully at the long sword in his hand, Chu Yang couldn't think of how to make the sword spirit pay attention to him. Threaten? Incentives? All of these were denied by him. He really couldn't think of any way to threaten the sword spirit. The sword spirit is estimated to have existed for thousands of years, and it has never encountered any strong wind and waves. Even if this sword is thrown into the latrine, the sword spirit might not even blink an eye. With his current strength, he couldn't destroy the long sword. After figuring this out, Chu Yang suddenly thought of the reason why the sword spirit ignored him. The protagonists of trash like Lin Yi are generally decent people. What do decent protagonists rely on to attract the sword spirit in front of them? Thinking of the novels I read in my previous life, I am afraid that the quality of hard work and integrity is the key to making this kind of carry-on grandfather agree. And what about the former owner of the body? Being arrogant and domineering, bullying others, no wonder sword spirit ignored him. Presumably when he arrived at the Lin family, Jin Ling had already heard about his deeds from everyone in the Lin family or Lin Yi. After thinking through these, Chu Yang was not in a hurry. After all, he and the original owner of the body are two completely different people. As the sword spirit gets along with him, I believe that he will gradually understand the difference between the two. At that time, he will naturally be recognized by the sword spirit. So Chu Yang didn't put the black long sword into Neji, but put it on his back and carried it with him. He is not honest now, and he will definitely be more cold-blooded after he gradually adapts to his identity. But he was able to deliberately guide it, so that the previous rumors about him were self-defeating. In this way, the source of the sword spirit's disapproval of him is gone. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in the distance, accompanied by scolding. Chu Yang's eyes lit up involuntarily, and he quickly flew in the direction of the sound. He, who was familiar with various online novels in his previous life, of course understands what this means. Isn't this the classic plot of a hero saving the beauty? Chapter 3. The place where the sound came out was not too far away, and Chu Yang would be there in a while. Hearing the sound getting closer and closer, he was not in a hurry to save people, but hid behind a big tree to observe the battle ahead. He didn't want to rush forward without understanding anything. Taking a closer look, I saw 4 people divided into 2 sides fighting in an open space in front of him. On the one hand is a 17 or 18-year-old girl with a delicate face and a weak temperament. On the other side are 3 tall, fierce middle-aged men. Chu Yang immediately used the system to investigate the 4 of them. Although these few people don't look like the protagonists, they still have to maintain this good habit. Otherwise, he won't know if the protagonist is missed. As expected, none of the 4 is the main character. Miss Qianqian, it's an honor for you to be seen by our young master. So please don't toast or eat fine wine. Your father has promised to marry you to our young master. Don't struggle. Now you are at the end of your battle. Obediently follow us back. The 3 big men gradually gained the upper hand and began to persuade the girl to surrender with words. At this time, the girl became more and more anxious. Her heart gradually became desperate, and she even had the will to die. Hearing this, Chu Yang also understood the situation in front of him. It turned out that the villain forced the marriage. To be honest, he originally wanted to see the development of this matter. But thinking of the sword spirit, he still rushed out. This is a good opportunity to gain the trust of sword spirit. Of course, he's only doing it because it's a small thing for him. It's easy to do. If this can get the golden finger of sword spirit, that would be great. If not, then the only option is to seal the sword spirit. As the young master of Qishuan Valley, he has plenty of means. For sword spirit, doing this is already the limit. At this time, the girl was completely in despair. Am I destined to marry that person? Thinking of her father selling her to the Qin family regardless of her wishes, the girl's heart gradually sank. In this world, who else cares what I think? Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of her eyes, and she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. And the 3 people who fought with her just now have all fallen to the ground. The girl's eyes widened, staring blankly at the handsome face of Chu Yang, who was close at hand. At this moment, Chu Yang is like a ray of light in her dark life, which ignites a little hope in her life. Presumptuous, do you know who we are? It's really reckless to dare to provoke our Qin family. One of the people who fell on the ground seemed not to put Chu Yang in his eyes, and his tone was arrogant. The Qin family? Chu Yang searched in his memory and found that there was nothing wrong with this family. No impression. Isn't that just rotten fish and rotten shrimp? He smiled contemptuously and beheaded the 3 of them directly. Until they died. The 3 of them couldn't believe that Chu Yang would attack them, and they still had calm expressions on their faces. That young master can put me down. Then a timid voice came from Chu Yang's arms. Hearing this, he put the girl in his arms down, and only then did he take a closer look at the girl's appearance. She has a baby face like white jade, with eager eyes under her brows, and a smooth ponytail. She looks very cute. This made him take a few more glances. Thank you, son, for saving me. The girl thanked Chu Yang, and noticed Chu Yang's gaze. Her cheeks blushed. Immediately, she seemed to think of something. Her face changed, and she said anxiously to Chu Yang, "Young master, hurry up. People from the Qin family will come soon." In her opinion, even if Chu Yang easily eliminated the 3 of them, he couldn't be the Qin family's opponent. She would be ashamed if she was to implicate him like this. Hearing the name of the Qin family, he must also understand that he is not something he can resist. It's just that we just met, and we are about to say goodbye forever. The girl thought sadly that she had decided to commit suicide after Chu Yang left. The surrounding area is the Qin family's sphere of influence, and it is impossible for her to escape. She is quite satisfied. At least she encountered a little light at the end of her dark life. But there was still a little resentment uncontrollably in my heart. After thinking it over, she smiled at the handsome young man beside her and said, "My name is Si Qian. Don't forget." At least, what is left in his heart is himself with a smile on his face. "My name is Chu Yang. Let's go." However, what responded to her was a warm embrace, which made her stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she realized that she was already high in the sky at this time, and asked in a panic, "Where are you going?" "The Qin family." Hearing Chu Yang's answer, she was shocked and struggled in his arms. "Believe me." Chu Yang's words calmed her down. Noticing the reaction of the girl in his arms, and thinking of the notorious self, Chu Yang couldn't help smiling. Fortunately, she had never heard of Chu Yang's name. Otherwise, she might not trust him at all. As for why he went to the Qin family, of course it was to pretend to be a good person to the end. Anyway, for him, it was just a matter of convenience. Following Si Qian's instructions, Chu Yang arrived at Qin's house in a leisurely 10-minute flight. On the way, Si Qian also explained to him what happened. This place is called Nanyang City, and the Qin family is the largest family in this city. The Qin family usually bully men and women and run rampant, making everyone in Nanyang City miserable. Si Qian, when Qian's father saw his daughter's beauty, he thought of giving her to Qin Hai, the young master of the Qin family. In this way, with the Qin family as the backer, he can also stand above others in Nanyang City. But Si Qian was naturally unwilling. That's why the Qin family ordered someone to capture her back. After listening to Si Qian's narration, Chu Yang frowned slightly. Generally speaking, as he expected, it was a simple and rude forced marriage. But he didn't expect that the culprit turned out to be Si Qian's father. Selling her daughter just for power made Chu Yang very angry. The black long sword on his back also trembled slightly. After falling to the ground and putting Si Qian down, Chu Yang took a closer look at the Qin family's mansion. This Qin family is much more imposing than the Lin family. Looking at the majestic mansion in front of him, Chu Yang stretched out his spiritual sense and explored the situation inside the Qin family. 1 Tianyuan realm, 3 Lihuan realm, and more than a dozen subtle realm. Chu Yang understood. No wonder the Qin family can become the overlord of the surrounding area. This kind of combat power is considered very strong among the aristocratic family. You must know that one of the characteristics of the Xianling world is that the sect's power is thriving. Almost all the geniuses and powerhouses are concentrated in the sect, leading to the gradual decline of the power of the aristocratic families, and now most of the aristocratic families have become vassals of the sect. But the sect is different from the aristocratic family. They are not interested in worldly things, so it is often the aristocratic family forces that run rampant around them. Before, the Lin family's highest combat strength was Lihuan Mirror, and it could become a well-known family in the surrounding area. It's not surprising that the Qin family has become the overlord. After learning about the situation, Chu Yang and Si Qian walked towards the gate of the Qin family together. Noticing Si Qian's terrified expression, Chu Yang showed her a reassuring smile, and then took her hand. Sure enough, as soon as he held hands, all the fear in Si Qian's heart disappeared and was replaced by deep shyness. At this time, her eyes were blurred and her cheeks were flushed, adding a touch of girlish charm. Seeing the two people walking towards the Qin family's mansion hand in hand, the two guards guarding the gate looked puzzled. "Who are you? And what are you doing here at the Qin family?" One of the guards asked. Obviously, they didn't know Si Qian. "Let Qin Hai get out." Chu Yang was also unceremonious and went directly to the topic. "How dare you insult our young master?" The two guards couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. They obviously didn't expect Chu Yang to say such words, and then rushed towards him angrily. But Chu Yang just waved his hand casually and sent the two of them flying. Hearing the commotion outside the mansion, Qin Hai, the young master of the Qin family, quickly came to the door. Seeing Si Qian, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. However, he looked down and saw two hands holding each other, and his eyes froze. Chapter 4. Seeing Qin Hai appearing in front of him, Chu Yang wanted to laugh a little, because he discovered that this person turned out to be a protagonist. Protagonist, Qin Hai cultivation, The initial stage of leaving the soul luck, 50 golden finger, no seeing the system panel. Chu Yang was very surprised. Can this be the main character? His cultivation base is not high, his background is mediocre, and he doesn't even have a golden finger. This level of awareness is really shameless. In order to deal with him, even this kind of thing can be forced to become the protagonist. What's more, this guy's luck is so high that he can't kill him now. Noticing that Qin Hai's eyes were focused on the hands he and Si Qianqian were holding together, Chu Yang suddenly had a plan and reached out to pull Si Qianqian into his arms. Si Qianqian obviously didn't expect Chu Yang to do this and struggled in his arms. Seeing this, Chu Yang said softly to her, "Don't you want to take revenge on him?" The girl in her arms was obviously stunned and then stopped struggling. She even took the initiative to open her hands and hugged his waist. Qin Hai, who was facing the two of them, couldn't help laughing out of anger when he saw such a scene. "Do you know who I am? How dare you touch my woman?" Qin Hai sneered and said, "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. Is it worthy of you as a piece of trash?" Chu Yang laughed contemptuously and then said flatly, "But what you said is a good idea. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I will spare your life." Hearing Chu Yang's words, Qin Hai's eyes turned red, and the veins on his forehead were faintly visible, obviously extremely angry. "Good, very good." Qin Hai gritted his teeth and said, his voice was slow, low, and ruthless, and the words he spit out were like thrown stones. "He wants to make this guy's life worse than death." However, just as he was about to rush towards Chu Yang, he heard Chu Yang spit out two words, "Kneel down." Then he found that his body was suddenly out of control, his legs went limp, and he knelt heavily on the ground, unable to move. This is impossible. How could he be so strong? Qin Hai opened his eyes wide, raised his head with difficulty, and looked at Chu Yang, who had already walked in front of him in disbelief. The white-clothed, snow-covered man in front of him looked at him as if he was looking at an ant. In his heart, a huge humiliation could not be suppressed. Successful humiliation. Qin Hai. Qin Hai's luck is -20, and his own luck is +20. After receiving the system prompt from his mind, Chu Yang smiled slightly and looked at Qin Hai's ashen expression. This protagonist is still not very good. Can't bear this humiliation? Take a look at how the protagonists of The Good-for-Nothing and Son-in-Law do. People can bear it for a few years, but you can be hit by this little humiliation? Although Qin Hai's luck was already lower than his, Chu Yang didn't want to kill him so soon. Glancing at Si Qianqian's suppressed smile beside him, he decided to continue playing. "Say loudly to the mansion, Qin Zheng, old turtle, get out of here quickly." Ignoring Qin Hai, who seemed to have given up his heart, Chu Yang said to Si Qianqian with a smile. In fact, he wanted to scold more harshly, but he still had to pay attention to his image in front of Si Qianqian. Qin Zheng, old turtle, get out." Si Qianqian hesitated for a moment. After all, she had never said such vulgar words, but she still obeyed Chu Yang's words. But after saying the last sentence, there was a little excitement on her face. Since she was born, she has never felt so happy, and all the grievances these days have been vented out with these words. Turning her head to Chu Yang beside her, his figure has been deeply imprinted in her heart at this moment. Soon, a 6-foot-tall middle-aged man with a cold face walked out of the Qin family's mansion. It was Qin Zheng, the patriarch of the Qin family. The first thing he saw was Qin Hai, who was kneeling, his gaze fixed, and then he turned to Chu Yang and the two of them. "Court death." His voice was cold and piercing, as if Chu Yang and Chu Yang had become two corpses. As soon as the words fell, a coercion rushed towards Chu Yang and the two of them. However, what he never expected was that his coercion was as silent as a stone sinking into the sea. Seeing the mocking smile on Chu Yang's face in front of him, he couldn't help being terrified. This person's cultivation is far above him. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chu Yang's cold words. "You kneel down for me too." Qin Zheng tried his best to resist with strength, but found that it was completely useless. His knees came down slowly, and finally he knelt on the ground like his son. At this time, Qin Hai had just recovered from the blow. "How could I just give up like this? As long as my father notices the situation here, I can trample that person under my feet. At that time, I will return the humiliation 100 times now." Qin Hai thought viciously in his heart. Then he heard a sound coming from beside him, and when he looked out of the corner of his eye, what he saw made his eyes go dark. Even my father. No, this is all fake. I must be dreaming. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Qin Hai's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground unconscious. Qin Hai's mental state is damaged. Qin Hai's luck is -20, and his own luck is +20. A systematic voice came from his mind, and Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction, looking at Qin Zheng and his son. It's almost there. Let's kill these two now. But he still felt a little strange. There was such a big commotion. Did the other people in the Qin family's mansion not respond yet? But it doesn't matter to him. He will go in and have a look after killing these two people. Sensing his killing intent, Qin Zheng laughed out loud. My Qin family is behind the Xintian mansion. If we are killed, you will die too. If we are released now, I can pretend that this matter did not happen. Hearing Qin Zheng's confident tone, Chu Yang laughed disdainfully. Xintian mansion? I haven't heard of it. It's probably a rotten fish and shrimp. You must know that he is the young master of Qishuan Valley, one of the 3 major sects in the Northland. Except for sects of about the same level, he simply doesn't pay attention to them. Ignoring Qin Zheng's words at all, Chu Yang directly ended the father and son. Successfully eliminate a protagonist, luck +10, points +50. Successfully eliminated the 2 protagonists, and the points mall opened. Looking at the luck that has reached 100 on the system panel, Chu Yang was also a little excited. In the future, he can kill low-end protagonists like Qin Hai directly. After this incident, Chu Yang also understood. Biko Library, the so-called protagonists, are not all decent characters. There must be many villainous protagonists like Qin Hai. When encountering this kind of protagonist, there is no burden to kill. Of course, the most important thing is to win the trust of Sword Spirit by killing him. As for the point mall that just opened, let's study this matter later. Then he turned his head and said to Si Qianqian, let's go. Let's take a look inside the mansion. Chapter 5. Chu Yang and the two entered the Qin family's mansion, and what appeared in front of them was a magnificent hall. The door of the main hall was open, and there were more than a dozen people sitting inside, apparently holding a banquet. Because Chu Yang hid his and Si Qianqian's aura at this time, the people in the hall did not notice them standing outside the door. These dozen or so people were still talking, and their voices were heard clearly and distinctly. Why hasn't Brother Qin come back yet? It's just a little girl. You don't understand this. Since she is a little girl, she must be slower. Hey, you still know Brother Qin. After finishing speaking, everyone in the hall laughed wretchedly, keeping everything in silence. Obviously, the reason they didn't go out with Qin Zheng was because they didn't want to spoil his good deed. Si Qianqian naturally didn't know what they were talking about, and asked Chu Feng in a low voice, why do I slow down when I'm a little girl? That's because they know you are strong. Of course Chu Yang knew what these people meant, but naturally he would not explain it to Si Qianqian. Hearing his compliment, Si Qianqian patted her head, with a blushing of embarrassment on her face. Not paying attention to Si Qianqian's reaction, Chu Yang just stared at the group of people in the hall. Now he is surprisingly angry. Judging by the way these people look familiar and don't care, they must have done a lot of bullying. Of course, this anger was feigned by him. As if hearing his inner voice, the black long sword on Chu Yang's back trembled slightly. At this moment, Chu Yang received the response from the sword spirit again. All right, then let you be stained with the blood of these scumbags. He is not a person with a strong sense of justice, but doing so can make the sword spirit have a good impression of him. These people are just tools for him to gain the trust of sword spirit. Then Chu Yang pulled out the black long sword behind his back and threw it directly into the hall. Biko Library, everyone in the hall was still chatting and laughing happily, and 2 of them were pierced by the long sword on the spot. At this moment, all the people in the hall finally came to their senses and stood up one after another. Who? One of them asked in horror. Seeing the tragic death of the 2 companions, even though they had committed all sorts of crimes on weekdays, they also felt great fear. Chu Yang didn't answer his question, but just raised his hand and called the long sword back into his hand. Then he flicked his right hand, throwing out all the blood stained on the sword. Kill us, and you won't end well. Yes, if you leave now, we will forget the past. Do you know who is behind us? If you offend Xuantianfu, you will die. seeing Chu Yang's god-killing appearance and the terrifying aura emanating from him. These people all trembled and could only hope that the harsh words would work. Do you think I would kill Qinzheng if I was afraid of Shantian Mansion? What kind of rubbish is Shantian Mansion, and is it worthy of threatening me? While talking and killing, while chatting and laughing, Chu Yang killed 2 more people. Just now the hall, which was still beaming, has now become a purgatory on earth. Everyone in the hall opened their eyes wide, terrified. Chu Yang's coercion made them unable to move, like a dozen lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their hearts were full of despair, and at the same time, they developed great resentment towards Qinzheng. Because it was obvious that Chu Yang was here for the Qin family, and they just got hurt by Qiyu. They resented the Qin family for offending Chu Yang, and resented Qinzheng for inviting them to a banquet today. That's right, all of this is the Qin family's fault. Just when they were about to be engulfed in despair, a voice that surprised them came from outside the hall. I want to see who even looks down on my Shantian Mansion. At this time, Chu Yang had killed only 5 people in the hall. The 5 people seemed to be born again when they heard this familiar voice, and all the despair in their hearts disappeared. Finally, someone came to rescue them, and he was the palace master of Shantian Mansion. Mansion Master, save us. The 5 shouted towards the door with difficulty. Chu Yang's coercion made it extremely difficult for them to even speak. However, to their surprise, the master of Shantian Mansion didn't seem to hear their cries for help, and just looked at the man outside the door in shock. Then the 2 exchanged a few words in a low voice, and they couldn't understand what they said. After a while, the conversation between the 2 seemed to be over, and the palace master walked towards them slowly. At this moment, they found themselves physically able to move. This situation made the 5 of them seem to have met Nectar for a long time, and all of them showed joyful expressions on their faces. As expected of the palace master, a few words scare that person away. One of them was about to go forward to thank the palace master, but what happened next made his eyes widen. His chest has been pierced by the sword in the hand of the palace master. He slowly fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. Seeing this scene, the other 4 people also froze in place for a moment. But the sword in the palace master's hand would not stop, and he killed 3 of them before they could react. Why? The face of the last remaining person was ashen, and he kept repeating these 3 words in his mouth. The palace master turned a blind eye to his reaction and beheaded him without hesitation. The 5 people who were killed by the master of Shantian Mansion did not understand until their death why their backers killed them. But Chu Yang, who watched all this happen, felt a little admiration for the mansion master he didn't know. Such a cruel heart, such a decisive action. In fact, as soon as he saw Chu Yang's face, the master of Shantian Mansion already recognized Chu Yang. Obviously, he knew Chu Yang's identity, and Chu Yang learned during a brief conversation with him that this person's name is Chun Wenxuan, and he is the master of Shantian Mansion. To Chu Yang's surprise, Shantian Mansion turned out to be the subordinate sect of Qishuan Valley. This made him complain about the original owner of the body in his heart. The dignified young master doesn't even know the master of the subordinate sect. This young master has been treated as a dog. No need for Chu Yang to say much. Chun Wenxuan took the initiative to invite and killed the 5 people in the hall. Looking at the middle-aged man who had killed all the people and had a large amount of blood on his face, Chu Yang couldn't help feeling that this man was really ruthless. Judging from the reactions of everyone in the hall, they and Chun Wenxuan were old acquaintances. In order to please him, the young master of the 7 Profound Valley, he actually directly killed these old acquaintances without asking about what happened. This made him have to admit that this is a normal villain. Bika Library, my lord, it's over. Coming to Chu Yang, Chun Wenxuan said to him respectfully, Palace Master Chun, you should pay more attention, and you must never show up such bullies again. Squinting his eyes, Chu Yang warned Chun Wenxuan, follow the orders of the young master. Chun Wenxuan replied a little strangely, and Chu Yang noticed a flash of surprise in his eyes. It seems to be saying, are you the kind of person who bullies men and women? In this regard, Chu Yang can only say bitterly, that was the me before, and the me now is completely different. Presumably in his heart, I killed these people just to get Si Qianqian. One thing to say, there is nothing wrong with that. Thinking of this, Chu Yang turned to Si Qianqian beside him and asked, do you want to go back to your own home, or go back to the sect with me? Hearing his question, Si Qianqian thought of his father at home, and his face darkened. I don't want to see my father anymore. I want to be with you. After bowing her head in silence for a long time, she mustered up the courage to speak. It is good, Chu Yang said softly to her, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This means that his plan has succeeded. Successfully intercept the protagonist who, the opponent's luck will be -10, and your own luck will be +10. Then the system prompt in his mind shocked Chu Yang. It turned out that Si Qianqian was also involved in a protagonist, and he didn't know whether to accept her as an apprentice or win her heart. However, this is too contradictory, right? Both parties competing for Si Qianqian are protagonists, so who will succeed? Could it be that both of them succeeded? This is a cuckold novel? I just don't know who got green. Chu Yang shook his head and put all these thoughts behind him. Anyway, in order to deal with him, this phase consciousness made protagonists everywhere. No wonder it was so chaotic. Si Qianqian's answer also let Chu Yang know that his series of operations moved her. However, there is one more thing to deal with. Calling Chun Wenxuan to his side, Chu Yang assigned him a task in a low voice. In order not to let Si Qianqian hear, this way of conveying the message made him very uncomfortable. The sound transmission of spiritual thoughts can only be used in the state of transforming gods, so that if you want to whisper something, you can only whisper it in your ear. This is a low-level skill in other fantasy novels. As for what he wanted Chun Wenxuan to do, it was naturally to kill Si Qianqian's father. Of course, Si Qianqian couldn't let him know. Looking at Si Qianqian's innocent face beside him, Chu Yang made up his mind. Since you have chosen me as the villain, you will not be wronged in the future. Chapter 6. Looking down at the various trees and buildings passing by under him, feeling the soft touch from his body, Chu Yang couldn't help smiling. That's right. Right now he is flying high in the sky with Si Qianqian in his arms. In fact, Si Qianqian was unwilling at first, because this posture was too intimate. It's just that Chu Yang really wanted to return to the Seven Profound Valley as soon as possible. After all, he didn't want to meet any other protagonists outside. Therefore, he didn't take Si Qianqian's thoughts into consideration at all, and flew into the air with her arms firmly in his arms. Apologized to her later. However, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Si Qianqian's blushing but joyful face. At this time, she had closed her eyes and was in a dream. The encounters of the past few days have exhausted her physically and mentally, and she can still fall asleep under such circumstances. But it turned out she wasn't that unwilling. Chu Yang thought in his heart. From this point of view, Si Qianqian has a high opinion of him. Thinking of this, he called up the system panel and looked at the results of this trip. Host, Chu Yang Cultivation, the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm Kung Fu. 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu, Yuan Yang Jinju, Duan Kong Jianju Luck, 110 points. 100 points mall. Open immediately. A system prompt sounded in his mind. The point mall has been opened. Do you want to enter? Enter. Chu Yang said silently in his heart. He wants to see what's in the points mall. Enter the system mall for the first time and get a gift bag from the mall. Regardless of the shopping mall gift bag he got, Chu Yang opened the points shopping mall first. Glancing at the things in the mall, he was pleasantly surprised at first. Then he sighed in disappointment. These things are good, but most of them are not affordable for me now. Boundary breaking shuttle. Use this object to travel between the 2 worlds at will and requires 200 points. Qingyun shield. No matter what attack can resist 3 times, requires 200 points. Yinyang banner, which can turn nearby souls into the banner into ghosts, requires 100 points. There are so many things in the points mall that Chu Yang can't take everything in his eyes. He roughly counted at least 300 kinds of things. There are also many types, including magic weapons, pills, and exercises. Biko library, but the cheapest thing inside also costs 100 points. That is to say, in order to redeem items in the mall, at least 2 protagonists must be eliminated. He is now 100 points on the website can also be exchanged for the same item. Biko library, but what surprised him was that the mall didn't have the 3 items in the novice gift pack. Originally, at the beginning, he wanted to exchange all the points for Poxu pills in the future. Isn't this directly invincible? Apparently the system wasn't working as he wanted. While these things are strong, most of them are icing on the cake. Unlike Poxu pill, it can change his most fundamental power, cultivation base. Anyway, there are still few points now. Let's take a look at the ready-made things first. Putting all these complaints behind him, Chu Yang set his sights on the shopping mall gift bag he just got. Hope you don't let me down. Opening the shopping mall gift bag, it was still the familiar golden light. Then a small white paper figure appeared in Chu Yang's hand. He was very disappointed. I thought it was some kind of precious gift bag. However, looking at the paper man's information on the system panel, he became happy again. Puppet paper man. Think of someone's appearance, write his name on the paper man, and you can turn that person into your own puppet. Note, the realm of the person you write must not exceed your own. Otherwise, the paper figurine will be destroyed immediately. This is a baby. It has so many uses. Chu Yang was overjoyed. After Si Qianqian's incident, he had already taken a big step forward. And there's another catch. Holding the black long sword on his back in his hand, Chu Yang stared at it intently. Now you have a little identification with me, right? Recalling the scene where he killed those people in the Qin family hall, he thought to himself, let's have a good chat. Try to communicate with the sword spirit, Chu Yang said in a low voice. After waiting for a long time, there was no response from the sword spirit. This made him feel a little disappointed. Do you and Lin Yi have such a deep relationship? That being the case, let you never see the light of day. However, just as he was about to put the long sword back into the ring, a cold voice suddenly appeared in his heart. What do you want to say? Hearing this moving voice, Chu Yang made up his mind. Finally, there is a response. Then he whispered to Sword Spirit, what wish do you have? I want to help you. He was familiar with online novels in his previous life, so he naturally knew how to deal with it. Generally, this kind of grandfather with me, kind of gold finger will have something to ask for. The system shows that she is an ancient sword spirit, so her identity is nothing more than just those few. Or it was that the soul of a certain powerful body in ancient times was attached to this sword after death. Or this sword is an ancient artifact, and the owner died in a certain battle. Sensing Chu Yang's sincere feelings, Sword Spirit's voice softened. Why should I trust you? Feeling that Jian Ling's tone was no longer cold, Chu Yang understood that there was great hope in this matter. Because you heard rumors about me at the Lin family, so you ignored me these days? He asked straight to the point. Yes. Do you want to say that those are all fake? After a moment of silence, the Sword Spirit replied. She was also a little puzzled. After several days of observation, she found that Chu Yang was not like the rumored person. Sure enough, I guessed right. After getting the answer from the Sword Spirit, Chu Yang's previous guess was finally confirmed. The reputation of the original owner of the body was so bad that it was impossible for the Sword Spirit to trust him. I never did those things. Think about it. If Chu Yang is the rumored one, would you just let Lin Yi go like this? After a long silence, Chu Yang still spoke the truth. He really didn't lie. What did the original owner of the body have to do with him? You won't lie to me, will you? Sword Spirit's tone was a little surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Chu Yang to really say that. You should be able to feel that everything I do in the Qin family comes from the heart. Noticing that the Sword Spirit seemed a little silly, Chu Yang added a little more evidence. Of course, he really wanted to gain the trust of the Sword Spirit from the bottom of his heart. Sword Spirit was silent for a moment. She could feel that nothing Chu Yang said was a lie. Thinking of what Chu Yang has done these days, she feels a little complicated, especially when he thought that he had ignored him for the past few days, but he was not dissatisfied at all. It made her feel a little guilty. I would actually be affected by those unfounded rumors. Drop your blood on the sword, and the contract between us will be fulfilled. I will help you fight and teach you exercises, and you will help me reshape my physical body. After pondering for a long time, Sword Spirit made a bold decision. This contract is actually equivalent to acknowledging the master. She and Lin Yi had not made a contract before. But Chu Yang's character is not bad, and she is so sincere to her, which moved her a little. Immediately, she whispered in Chu Yang's heart, my name is Kyoko. Chapter 7. After making a contract with Kyoko, Chu Yang only needs to communicate with her in his heart. This also relieved him, otherwise it would be too weird to mutter to a sword. So in the process of flying back to Seven Profound Valley, the two kept communicating in their hearts. With the deepening of communication, they gradually became familiar with each other. And in the conversation with Kiyomi, Chu Yang also learned her identity. As he expected, Kiyomi was a great power over 5,000 years ago. She fell in a great battle 5,000 years ago, attached to this sword with a secret method, and became a sword spirit. Now that she wants to reshape her physical body, she needs 3 materials: Shinmu, Blood Lotus, and Soul Eater Grass. However, Chu Yang has never heard of these 3 materials. I don't know if he is ignorant or they are too rare. Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly remembered the Points Mall. Last time, I just had a quick glance, and I don't know if there is something of this effect in the mall. Immediately, he called out the system, opened the Points Mall, and searched carefully. After searching for a long time, I finally found a similar one. Human body manufacturing instrument. Imagine the appearance of the physical body, and create a physical body with the same cultivation level as yourself, which can be attached to the soul. It can only be used once, and the required points are 300. This is it. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and she fully met Kiyomi's requirements, although the price was a bit expensive. But even if there is this thing that can be exchanged, you still need to find those 3 materials. After all, 300 points is quite a lot. Then he assured Kyoko, I will definitely be able to help you reshape your physical body. I believe you. Qing Mio said softly, but she didn't have much hope. Unlike Chu Yang, she is well aware of the preciousness of these materials. Mysterious spirit world, one of many planes. Here, thousands of sects stand, and 100 ways contend. In the Xianling world, the continent is divided into 5 parts. Zhongzhou, Dongtu, Beidi, and Shio are the 4 places where human beings live, and the rest southern wilderness is the place where the monster race lives. Headed by Zhongzhou Shinwangzong, there are 9 top sects in Xianling realm. Zhongzhou, Divine Emperor Sect. Northland, 7 Profound Valleys, Sun Moon Tower, and Wind and Thunder Palace. Shio, Tianmazong, Yuhuan Mountain. Dongtu, Xuanyu Palace, Xingyuzong, Qinglong Temple. Since there are too many 9, most people will call them the 3 major sects of the northern land and the 2 major sects of the western Netherland and the like. The Divine Emperor Sect is often called the number 1 sect in the Xianling realm because it is faintly higher than the other 8 sections. Looking at the majestic gate in front of him, Chu Yang had a real feeling for the so-called 3 major sects of the northern land. His original impression of Qishuan Valley was only from the original owner of the body. I only know that Qishuan Valley is very powerful, but I don't have a specific feeling. Even if he was just looking directly at the gate now, he seemed to be under an invisible pressure. Only then did he truly understand the power of this sect. There is an enchantment here. If there is no certain thing, the cultivation base will be suppressed below the soul-living realm. Sensing something strange about Chu Yang, Kiyomi said to him in her heart, it turns out that this kind of thing should be the token of the 7 Profound Valley. Taking out the token placed in the ring, I really felt a lot easier. But this enchantment also shocked him a little. If there is no token, wouldn't it be impossible to conquer the 7 Profound Valley? Above the God transformation realm should not be affected by this enchantment. Sensing his shock, Kyoko explained, well, we still have to rely on strength to speak. Then Chu Yang patted Si Qianqian on the face to wake her up. Arrive. Just as Si Qianqian opened his eyes, he was a little confused for a moment. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, and hurriedly left Chu Yang's embrace. Let's go. You will live here from now on, Chu Yang said softly. Then he and Si Qianqian entered the gate of Qishuan Valley. When people on the road saw Chu Yang, they avoided him. It's really not welcome. Kyoko laughed lightly and complained, I don't want to either. Chu Yang smiled wryly. Although he is the young master of Qishuan Valley, it seems that the disciples of Qishuan Valley don't want to see him. 7 Profound Valley is a very large sect. There are dozens of peaks in the sect, and the young master Chu Yang also owns one. It's just that the name is very vulgar. It's called Qingyun Mountain. When he came to Qingyun Mountain, Chu Yang couldn't help feeling that the young master was different. Such a big mountain belonged to him alone. And there are some maids and subordinates in the mountain. At this moment, the 2 guards standing in front of the mountain gate showed respectful expressions when they saw him approaching. Thinking of all the memories of the original owner of the body, Chu Yang nodded slightly to the 2 guards. The original owner of this body only had the advantage of being kind to his subordinates. When they came to the mountain, Chu Yang called a few maids and asked them to arrange Si Qianqian's residence. Seeing Si Qianqian, the maids were a little surprised. In order to pursue by Nishang, The young master had never even been close to them, and now he brought a young girl back. But they also understood their duty as servants, so they took Si Qian and left without asking any questions. Then Chu Yang called the steward of Qingyun Mountain over. Look for these 3 things. He told the steward the names and characteristics of the 3 materials that Kiyomi needed and asked him to order someone to look for them. After the steward left, Chu Yang finally relaxed. Since I'm back in the sect, I'll teach you a few exercises first. Kyoko said softly. Forgive me, let me rest first. Chu Yang rejected her proposal. After traveling to this world, it can be said that he never rested for a moment. So he decided to take a shower now and get some sleep. Okay, then tomorrow. Knowing how tired he was right now, Kyoko was not in a hurry. Anyway, the days to come are still long. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the foot of the mountain, dispelling his idea of resting. Chu Yang, do you dare to fight me? Duh. Chapter 8. Chu Yang, do you dare to fight me? In front of the mountain gate, a young man with a handsome face and a determined face was roaring loudly towards the mountain. His name is Yi Chun, an inner disciple of Qishuan Valley. Presumptuous, you can call the young master's name directly? The 2 guards in front of the mountain gate looked ugly and wanted to stop the boy. Wouldn't it be their dereliction of duty if they just let him disturb the young master? However, Yi Chun ignored them completely and continued to yell towards the mountain. Court death. One of the guards finally couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fists tightly, and bursts of thunder flashed in his fists. Then he punched Yi Chun. To become Qingyun Mountain's guards, their strength is considered outstanding in Qishuan Valley. Even if it is not as good as the young master, it is more than enough to deal with a small inner disciple. Well done. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating, Yi Chun advanced and greeted him with palms. Sensing Yi Chun's actions, the guard couldn't help but smile. Just because you want to challenge the young master? Just let you see how big the gap is between us. The fists and palms intersected, thunder flashed in the air, and there were bursts of crackling sounds. The guard trembled, and a huge impact came from Yi Chun's palm. His entire arm was numb at this moment, and he almost couldn't stand still. Immediately, he couldn't hold on any longer and was knocked down by Yi Chun's palm. The guard's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Bika Library, how could he lose to a small inner disciple? Quickly tell Chu Yang to get out. Seeing this, Yi Chun shook his head and said disdainfully. At this time, everything that happened in front of the mountain gate was seen by Chu Yang on the mountain. Sure enough, this is another protagonist. Protagonist, Yi Chun cultivation, the peak of Tianyuan realm luck, 210 Goldfinger. Carry on grandpa, he noticed that Yi Chun's luck increased by 10 points, apparently because he successfully hit the guard in the face. And this one can be said to be the protagonist in the midterm. After all, the peak of Tianyuan realm can be said to be the top cultivation level of the younger generation. If Chu Yang is still the same Chu Yang without Paksu Pill, he is also at the peak of Tianyuan realm. Challenged by the protagonist Yi Chun at this time, he will definitely lose. However, now he is a big realm higher than Yi Chun. Thinking of this, Chu Yang walked down the mountain. Just hit your confidence first. Gradually approaching Yi Chun also spotted him and cast him a provocative look. Walking across from Yi Chun, Chu Yang's face was calm. He noticed that a large group of people had gathered behind Yi Chun at this time, and they must have heard about the incident and came to watch the excitement. Junior brother Yi, why did you choose fight me? Chu Yang said. His tone was high, as if he was talking to a servant. Yi Chun couldn't help but startled, obviously surprised that he asked this. What? Yi Chun wants to challenge Chu Yang. Being overestimated, Chu Yang is the top figure of the younger generation in the Xianling world. I don't know who gave him confidence. There were whispers from the crowd behind Yi Chun. Who is Chu Yang? He is the young master of the 7 Profound Valley. In terms of cultivation, he is also the #1 among many disciples. And Yi Chun is just a small inner disciple. Don't say he can't beat Chu Yang. Even if he can win, so what? With Chu Yang's background, what will greet him will only be violent revenge. Yi Chun? It's just a trash who didn't have the slightest cultivation 3 years ago. People in the crowd who knew Yi Chun said disdainfully. Hearing these familiar lines, Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. These passers-by are indeed dedicated to promoting the protagonist, and all kinds of belittling words follow one after another. But this Yi Chen turned out to be another good-for-nothing protagonist. Qingmiao, can you feel anything unusual about Yi Chen? Thinking of Yi Chen's golden finger as carry-on grandfather, he asked Qingmiao. There is a breath of soul in the ring on his right hand. After probing for a while, Kyoko replied, Okay, help me suppress him. Qingmiao heard the words and said that it was easy for her to suppress the other party. Seeing Yi Chen, who was remembering something in front of him, with an increasingly angry face, Chu Yang was also a little puzzled. In his memory, there is no such person at all. 3 years ago, it was you who abolished my cultivation base. From then on, I became a useless person. And all of this is because senior sister Bai taught me a skill. Gradually recalling the painful past, Yi Chen glared at Chu Yang with red eyes. So, it seems that the culprit is still the original owner. But he didn't remember it. Could it be that if you do too many bad things, you forget about it? Chu Yang was very dissatisfied with the original owner of the body, and did all kinds of bad things. No wonder the disciples of Qishuan Valley avoided him. However, he caught his senior sister by appearing in Yi Chen's words. Could it be Bai Nishang? Thinking of how attentive the original owner was to her, it is estimated that it is almost the same. From this point of view, this white neon dress may not be simple. Bai Nishang's cold appearance appeared in his mind, and Chu Yang decided to go see her after the rest. What? Scared? Seeing that Chu Yang remained silent for a long time, Yi Chen mocked. Just as Chu Yang was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Only you, a piece of trash, are worthy of challenging the young master. Immediately, Yi Chen, a tall man with a disdainful face, stepped out of the crowd behind him. Obviously, this person was trying to please Chu Yang. After hearing that Yi Chen was a useless person 3 years ago, he was full of confidence. In his opinion, after defeating Yi Chen, he will definitely be rewarded by Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang frowned. Isn't this just giving someone a face? Are you doing it just to boost Yi Chen's luck? At this time, Chu Yang finally understood the feelings of the villains in the novel. These are all pig teammates. Give the protagonist experience at all costs. With the lessons from the novel, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't just let Yi Chen pretend to be slapped in the face. Roll, he said coldly to the man. There is no need to have a good look at this kind of person. The man smiled awkwardly and retreated into the crowd. He suppressed the anger in his heart. After all, Chu Yang is the young master of Qishuan Valley. This is the advantage of the villain. He dare not say anything to him like this. Seeing this person's reaction, Chu Yang thought, Hurry up, I have to go back to sleep after the fight. Then he looked at Yi Chen and said lightly. This plain tone obviously didn't take Yi Chen seriously. Hearing his disdainful words, Yi Chen couldn't bear it anymore. With a roar, the space around his body twisted. Immediately, the palm seemed to be on fire, and it struck Chu Yang directly. However, as soon as he took 2 steps closer to Chu Yang, he couldn't make any progress. As if blocked by a wall, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get close to Chu Yang. Looking at Yi Chen, who was roaring in front of him but couldn't get close to him, Chu Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, a terrifying coercion swept down like a tide. The surrounding situation changed suddenly, and thunder and lightning flickered, and everyone in the crowd couldn't help trembling and sweating profusely. There were even a few people with lower cultivation levels who were so oppressed that they knelt on the ground. Is this the strength of Chu Yang? Everyone had such a thought in their hearts, and then looked at Yi Chen with pity. This is true for the crowd far away, let alone Yi Chen, who is facing the coercion. At this time, Yi Chen was terrified and pale, obviously still struggling. Seeing Yi Chen like this, Chu Yang increased his pressure. Thump! Yi Chen finally couldn't hold it anymore. His legs gave way, and he immediately knelt down. Not only that, even his head was firmly pressed to the ground. His heart was full of despair, and he kept calling for the master in the ring. However, no matter how much he called, there was no response. Looking at Yi Chen, who was kneeling in front of him, Chu Yang couldn't help sneering in his heart. Are you the only one who deserves to be slapped in the face? Biko Library. Chapter 9. In front of the gate of Qingyan Mountain, there was a dead silence. Chu Yang's coercion has been withdrawn, but Yi Chen is still kneeling on the ground. Everyone looked at everything in shock. At this moment, Yi Chen was kneeling on the ground, soaked all over, and didn't even dare to raise his head. And Chu Yang standing in front of him looked calm, as if he had just done a small thing. They knew that Chu Yang was strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Just one coercion can crush everyone present. You must know that there are many true disciples among the people present, and they are also the outstanding ones in Qishuan Valley. Feeling that there was such a big gap with Chu Yang, they both thought of an amazing fact. Could it be that Chu Yang has already reached the great sacred realm? This possibility made them startled, because this means that Chu Yang has already led them by a whole realm. Standing in front of Yi Chun, Chu Yang looked down at the embarrassed Yi Chun and shook his head slightly. Want to pretend in front of me? Even with your strength? Yi Chun's mood is damaged, his luck is -10, and his own luck is +10. There was a cold voice from the system in his mind, and a trace of surprise flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. As expected of the protagonist who has grown up a lot, being humiliated by him, his luck only decreased by 10 points. Compared with Qin Hai whom he met before, it can be said that he will judge against him. Presumably, Yi Chun will soon be able to get out of the current desperate state of mind. Sure enough, Yi Chun stood up slowly and looked directly at Chu Yang. In his eyes, there was a raging fighting spirit. Seeing Yi Chun act like this, Chu Yang couldn't help sighing slightly. This is the most troublesome thing about the protagonist. As long as you don't kill him, he may make a comeback at any time. And Yi Chun's luck is so high, Chu Yang can't kill him. Even if he is imprisoned, it may be given his chance. If it is humiliated like just now, the effect will be too bad. With these 10 points of luck, Yi Chun can gain it back once he slaps his face and pretends to be forceful. However, Chu Yang still thought of two methods. One is to take away Yi Chun's golden finger. From Lin Yi's point of view, taking away the protagonist's golden finger did them great harm. If the protagonist is just starting out, losing the golden finger will directly make them disappear from the crowd. The other is this senior sister Bai in Yi Chun's mouth, that is, Bai Nishang, Chu Yang's junior sister. Judging from the tone of Yi Chun's mention of her, he is not only grateful to Bai Nishang, but also a little admired. In this way, Bai Nishang can cause an emotional blow to him. Presumably the effect will be much better than directly hitting the face. Qing Miao, can I destroy that ring with my current strength? After thinking about it, Chu Yang asked Kyo Miao. No, and they have already signed a contract. As long as Yi Chun is not dead, they cannot be separated. Kyoko replied. From this point of view, the only way to deal with Yi Chun is the second method. Junior brother Yi, you have made great progress. Chu Yang and Yi Chun looked at each other for a long time, and finally spoke. It's just that the tone is high and high, as if Yi Chun is his junior. This made Yi Chun clenched his fists and bit his lips tightly. He seemed to be holding back his anger. You can go. You are welcome to challenge me again at any time. As soon as Chu Yang's words came out, everyone present was amazed. Is this still the same Chu Yang who must take revenge? Yi Chun knocked on the door like this. Let him go like this? Even if it is not easy to kill him in front of everyone, at least let him pay some price. Even Yi Chun was shocked. Obviously, he didn't think that Chu Yang would let him go just like that. But he won't let go this opportunity. You will pay for your arrogance now. Casting a hard look at Chu Yang who didn't take him seriously, Yi Chun thought in his heart. Immediately, he left here with the fastest speed. Seeing Yi Chun's leaving back, Chu Yang smiled indifferently. He was not in a hurry to kill Yi Chun. Even if Yi Chun is the protagonist, it is impossible for him to surpass himself with his current strength. Instead, Chu Yang can keep him for a while. Let him pretend to slap his face to gain luck. Then Chu Yang absorbed the luck from him again. In this way, Yi Chun has completely become a luck-making machine. All the luck obtained by slapping him in the face from pretend became Chu Yang's. Of course, this cannot last long. Even the protagonist has a limit to his psychological endurance. If you are humiliated too much, you may also have a mental breakdown. Besides, maybe the protagonist suddenly gets a certain adventure and kills himself. So the next thing to do is to hit Yi Chun emotionally. After this incident, Chu Yang's desire to see Bai Nishang became stronger and stronger. The two protagonists and his villain are both entangled with her, and her identity is definitely not simple. Even if Bai Nishang is the protagonist, he will not be surprised. After all, even someone like Qin Hai can be the protagonist. Even now that he finds out that the guard in front of the mountain gate is the protagonist, he will remain calm. That's right. Since he became a variable, this world has become so ridiculous. Back in the room on the mountain, Chu Yang sighed with relief. It's finally time to rest. Then he took a shower after a long absence. Lying on the soft bed after washing, he recalled the beautiful and cool face in his memory. By Nishang, are you the protagonist? Duh. Chapter 10. At dawn the next day, Chu Yang began to practice in the yard. Although he really wanted to see Bai Nishang, he didn't forget what he promised Qing Miao yesterday. Anyway, it's not too late, so I'll practice for a morning before going. Now Chu Yang has practiced 3 skills. These 3 exercises are all exercises that can only be cultivated by true disciples of Qishuan Valley. Yuan Yang Jinjue, tempering pure Yang Qi, reaches the Tao. The 8 gods of thunder, attracting thunder into the body, just like the god of thunder. Duan Kong Jinju, a sword to Duan Kong. These 3 sects of martial arts can be cultivated up to the 9th level. Chu Yang has all cultivated to the 7th floor. Among Qishuan Valley's peers, he is also a leader. After all, the original owner's talent is indeed very strong. Still, he wasn't too happy with it. Because the power of each layer will be greatly improved, it can be seen that there is still a lot of room for improvement in these exercises. Thinking of this, he opened the points mall. He remembered that he had seen items that could improve his skills. I rummaged around, and sure enough, I found it. Kung Fu Potion. To upgrade a Kung Fu to 2 levels, requires 100 points. This is it. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and he exchanged it without hesitation. After clicking exchange, a dialog box pops up on the system panel. Which martial art should the potion be used for? There are 3 options below, which are the 3 exercises he is practicing now. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yang chose the Duankong sword art. Sure enough, it's better to play with the sword, not to mention he still has Kyoko. Immediately, a bottle of green potion appeared in his hand. Looking at the brightly colored potion in his hand, Chu Yang was speechless for a while. Can it be made more ordinary? If he didn't know that it was redeemed by the points mall, he wouldn't be able to drink it. It's just that although he complained in his heart, he also knew the efficacy of the potion. He opened the bottle cap and drank the potion in the bottle in one gulp. As soon as he entered, Chu Yang felt a change in his body. Although he didn't feel anything in his mouth, his dantian felt like it was on fire. After feeling that the potion had begun to take effect, he meditated on the ground, closed his eyes, and slowly absorbed the effect of the potion. After a while, Chu Yang opened his eyes, slightly smiled. He could feel that the Duankong sword art was already on the 9th floor. Immediately, with a movement of his divine sense, several big trees in the distance were broken in half. Now he can use his sword energy only by using his divine sense. Is this the breakthrough in your cultivation technique? Sensing the change in him, Kyoko was very surprised. Of course, she didn't know the effect of the potion because there was no aura in the potion. Although the color was weird, she only thought it was a popular drink in later generations. Then start learning my exercises. After being surprised, Kyoko remembered what Chu Yang had promised and urged. Hearing her eagerness, Chu Yang couldn't help chuckling. This sword spirit is really a good teacher. Biko Library, maybe she didn't have any hope of reshaping her body at all. She just wanted to feel the feeling of master. Even though he didn't know why he was laughing, Qing Miao could hear the narrowness in it and said angrily, "Hurry up, practice this first." Immediately, a technique called wind and thunder transformation appeared in Chu Yang's mind. He gradually received the information of this exercise and then began to practice. 2 hours later, Chu Yang exhaled a foul breath and stopped practicing. 2 hours to enter. Let's be SOSO. Even though he said so, there was still a tinge of joy in Kyoko's tone. Obviously, Chu Yang's speed is not at a SOSO level. Chu Yang smiled, walked out of the yard, and came to an open space. He fixed his eyes and operated the wind and thunder change. All of a sudden, there was a strong wind around him, and all the trees in the distance were broken and blown away. Then he yelled loudly. Violent thunder flashed all over his body, and thunder and lightning struck around him. The steward of Qingyun Mountain sensed something strange and hurried over to check. Seeing that it was his young master who was practicing the exercises, he retreated. Stopping, looking at the messy surroundings, Chu Yang smiled with satisfaction. As expected of the exercises taught by the protagonist Goldfinger, it is so powerful at the first level. How about it? Is this technique much stronger than your sex? Sensing his satisfaction, Kyoko smiled triumphantly. Indeed, This power is equivalent to the 4th and 5th levels of Zoman Kung Fu. Chu Yang was also a little shocked. Is this technique too strong, or Kickswanga's technique is too weak? Of course my skills are too strong. With me covering you. Just have fun secretly, hee hee. Kiyomi became more and more complacent, and even couldn't help laughing out loud. With the longer and longer time spent with Chu Yang, now Qingmio can completely guess his thoughts from the fluctuations in his heart. Although the two have only been together for a few days, since the contract, the two can be regarded as connected. However, Kyoko's personality has changed too much. Chu Yang couldn't help complaining in his heart. When he first met Qingmio, she still had the cool look of an iceberg beauty. After getting acquainted with him now, her true nature is gradually exposed, just like a little girl. Is this still ancient power? Practice this exercise to the 9th level, and I will teach you the next one. Qingmio told Chu Yang, and then stopped talking. Biku Library, the 9th floor may seem difficult, but it is extremely easy for Chu Yang. It only takes 1 year for him to cultivate to the 7th floor, and then he can use the potion to reach the 9th floor. In 1 year, it is more than enough to eliminate the 2 protagonists, and of course, it is impossible to exchange all the points for potions. Responding casually, Chu Yang glanced at the sky. I saw that the sun was already 3 poles high at this time, and it was obviously noon. Walking to the dining room, Si Qianqian was already eating. I don't bother you because you are practicing. After not seeing each other for a day, Si Qianqian's face was ruddy and radiant. She is more energetic and beautiful than when Chu Yang first met her. Clearly she loves it here. It's fine to let her live happily here. Chu Yang smiled approvingly at her and sat down. After eating, he waved goodbye to Si Qianqian, who was following the maid. I heard her say that she wants to learn cooking and cook for him after learning. Such an innocent girl. I can't let her be stained with filth. Chu Yang thought in his heart. Kiyomi also said something similar to him. Then he turned around, stared at the distant woods, and said coldly, "Sneaky, get out." Duh. Chapter 11. As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, an 18-year-old girl walked out of the woods. His eyes were fixed, and although his memory was a little fuzzy, he still recognized the girl in front of him. It was Bai Nishang, who the original owner had been chasing after for many years. Unexpectedly, she came to him before he went looking for her. It must be because the guards did not stop her because they knew that the original owner was pursuing her. Only now did he really see her face clearly. Her skin is finer than snow, and her eyes are like a pool of clear water. When looking at her, she has an elegant and noble temperament, which makes people admire her, feel ashamed, and dare not profane. But that cold, arrogant, and agile spirit is quite seductive, and it makes people have to dream about it. This cold appearance made Chu Yang's eyes flash with surprise. Such a peerless beauty, no wonder the original owner pursued so hard. Then he used System 1 to investigate, and the results confirmed his previous thoughts. Protagonist, by Nishang Cultivation, early stage of the Great Sacred Realm Air Luck, 350 Goldfinger. Rebirth. This? Chu Yang still had a calm expression on his face, but his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. Even though he could guess that Bai Nishang was the protagonist, he didn't expect her to be such a powerful protagonist. He has more than 200 more luck than him, and his cultivation is not too far behind him. Most importantly, her golden finger turned out to be rebirth. You know, this is an extremely powerful golden finger. Of course, if she was just a small person before rebirth, it would be another story. But judging by her current cultivation, she must have been a famous person in her previous life. This is troublesome. She can know when and where secret treasures are unearthed, and her cultivation speed must be much faster than others. Even though Chu Yang has a higher level of cultivation than her now, he has no idea what her trump card is, so he can't act rashly. He decided to maintain the status quo first, and see how the protagonist by Nishang will act. Although he couldn't kill her, he still had no problem protecting himself. But he must think of a way to deal with Bai Nishang as soon as possible, otherwise this kind of protagonist will be too threatening. So he just kept his face unchanged and said lightly, "I don't know why junior sister Bai is here." Of course Chu Yang knew that his attitude was a bit strange, and he didn't want to talk to the goddess. But he couldn't say the original owner's dog-licking words, so he had to smash the jar. Can only hope she doesn't care. Hearing the coldness in his words, Bai Nishang frowned slightly. Why did Chu Yang's attitude towards her change so much? Since meeting him 3 years ago, he has been treating her to please her in every possible way, is obviously extremely obsessed with her. Because of her rebirth, she is very aware of Chu Yang's virtues. After all, Chu Yang was also very famous in her previous life. Therefore, he has been lukewarm to him and used him to achieve the purpose of entering the Seven Profound Valley. It's just that even though Chu Yang is no longer useful to her, this change of attitude still makes her a little upset. Biko Library, and for some reason, she felt that Chu Yang was more hateful now than before. But he is still the young master of Qishuan Valley after all. She didn't want to tear her face, but said coldly, Jinwu Zhangjiao, senior brother Chu, is really in a good mood. She mentioned this on purpose, wanting to test Chu Yang. When she thought of Chu Yang's virtue, she was a little worried about that girl. She didn't want to see the innocent girl fall into the fire pit. You mean Qianqian? She is a poor person I saved on the road. Chu Yang explained. No matter how pitiful it is better than being deceived by you. Thinking of this, Bai Nishang became very angry, wondering how many ignorant girls he had deceived. In this way, it is even more impossible for her to let this happen. I want to meet her, okay? She said softly, as if asking, but with a hint of threat. Sensing Bai Nishang's thoughts, Chu Yang couldn't laugh or cry. It seems that the impression of the original owner is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But he had a clear conscience, so he would not stop Bai Nishang from seeing Si Qianqian. With him watching from the side, Si Qianqian would not be in any danger. So the two came to the place where Si Qianqian learned cooking together. Seeing Chu Yang coming here, Si Qianqian's face was filled with joy, and seeing the stunning beauty beside him, his eyes couldn't help but darken. In her eyes, the two in front of her were so well matched. A white-clothed Xingxue, Fengshen is handsome. A cool, elegant, and magnificent. When the two stand together, it is a beautiful scenery. Besides, she also noticed that Chu Yang's attention was all on the girl beside him. If Chu Yang knew what Si Qianqian was thinking at this time, he would definitely smile wryly. He must focus on Bai Nishang, otherwise what if she gets angry? It's just that Chu Yang didn't notice it, but Bai Nishang saw the change in Si Qianqian. This scum has deceived people badly enough. She sneered in her heart, but said in her mouth, This is Qianqian. After receiving Si Qianqian's affirmative answer, she said softly, My name is Bai Nishang, junior sister Qianqian. Are you still used to being here? Why don't you go and live with me? Seeing that Chu Yang didn't say a word, she said straight to the point, No, I'm happy here. Si Qianqian glanced at Chu Yang. A blush flashed across her face. Suddenly, a voice came from her heart. How did you and Chu Yang meet? She was startled and recognized Bai Nishang's voice, so she couldn't help but look over. What I saw was Bai Nishang's calm face. The two of us whisper a few words. Just follow my example and think about what you want to say in your heart. Bai Nishang said to her in his heart, but what he said was, just be happy. Hearing the method Bai Nishang said, Si Qianqian tried it in his heart, and he got a response. So she told Bai Nishang everything about her and Chu Yang. In her opinion, Chu Yang and Bai Nishang are a couple. So the reason why Bai Nishang asked these questions was obviously because she thought she had something with Chu Yang. In order not to destroy the relationship between the two, she chose to tell the truth. Although she did have such thoughts in her heart, she didn't expect more. She is very happy to live here. After listening to Si Qianqian's narration, Bai Nishang fell silent. Judging by Si Qianqian's innocent appearance, it should be impossible to lie. Could it be that Chu Yang is really a good man who acts bravely and helps the weak? All kinds of evil things she heard about Chu Yang in her previous life and this life, are they all fake? Thinking of this, she looked at Chu Yang beside her from the corner of her eye, and found that he looked like a formidable enemy, and couldn't help but chuckle. This smile is like 100 flowers blooming, as if the whole room has become colorful. The other two in the room stared at her blankly. Bai Nishang consciously lost her composure, put away her smile in an instant, and returned to her calm appearance. She observed Chu Yang's reaction several times, and found that he was worried about her attacking Si Qianqian. Have I become this kind of person in his mind? Could it be that I have been blaming him wrong all this time, and even what I have heard during this time are all rumors? She really didn't see what Chu Yang did. She just heard about it. Thinking of how Chu Yang let Yi Chen go yesterday, she believed in her thoughts a bit. But thinking of other rumors about Chu Yang, confusion arose in his heart. Which one is the real him? She secretly made up her mind to investigate. Bai Nishang treats you a little bit differently. Luck -10, your luck +10. After the three people in the room were silent for a long time, a system voice came from Chu Yang's mind. This made him scratch his head for a while. How is this going? Duh. Chapter 12. After Bai Nishang left, Chu Yang returned to his room. Biko Library sitting on the bed. His mind is still a little confused. Why did he change his opinion of Bai Nishang a little bit without doing anything? Moreover, her luck will decrease in this way. From this point of view, as long as the protagonist has a good impression of him, luck will decrease. This can be used, and there is an additional method to eliminate the protagonist. It's just that he still doesn't understand why Bai Nishang changed his view of herself, since she just met Si Qianqian once. That junior sister of yours is very problematic. While Chu Yang was thinking, Kiyomi's voice came over after a long time. Oh, what did you find? He hurriedly asked. She is using some kind of exercise to communicate with Si Qianqian, and there is something unusual about her. You have to be careful, Kyoko said worriedly. She is not as innocent as Si Qianqian. She can see Bai Nishang's dislike for Chu Yang. Don't worry, I'll take care, Chu Yang said confidently. Hearing his confident words, Kiyomi stopped talking. She believed in Chu Yang. Then Chu Yang thought about it in his heart. He has roughly grasped the current situation. From this point of view, the reason why Bai Nishang changed his view of him was because of his communication with Si Qianqian. The reason why she communicated in this way must be because the content is related to him. He knew that when he rescued Si Qianqian, his performance was impeccable, as if he was a man of justice. Therefore, it is only natural that Bai Nishang changed his opinion of him after hearing this. It's just that the influence of the original owner is too great. Even this incident is not enough to completely change Bai Nishang's view of him. Still, it's a good start. And all of this is because he saved Si Qianqian. The cause of yesterday, the fruit of today. Chu Yang never thought that the momentary idea of saving the beauty would have such a far-reaching impact. Not only that, Si Qianqian's pure personality is also the key. Only a stupid person like her would tell Bai Nishang, who just met, everything about him. He was very grateful to Si Qianqian, because he didn't know how to deal with Bai Nishang. But with today's incident, Chu Yang has already figured out a way. Then with a movement of his mind, a small mirror the size of a palm appeared in his hand. It is the reverse mirror in the novice gift pack. Smiling slightly, Chu Yang pointed the reversing mirror at himself, and it was his handsome face that emerged on it. Then he thought of Yi Chen's appearance and name in his mind, and his face in the mirror turned into Yi Chen's face immediately. He took the reversing mirror away, and it was still Yi Chen who appeared in the mirror. This means that the reverse mirror has taken effect, and now he is the main character and Yi Chen is the villain. Standing up, Chu Yang walked out of the room. He is going to look for Bai Nishang now. Now that there are already countermeasures, of course it is necessary to pursue the victory. He already thought of an excuse to see her. The mountain where Bai Nishang is located is called Luoxiao Mountain, and it is where the true disciples live. When he came to the mountain gate, 2 guards stopped him. Not everyone can enter Luoxiao Mountain. Get out, the 2 guards said coldly. Isn't that what happens when you become the protagonist? It stands to reason that the guards should know him, so why would he taunt him? It seems that the protagonist's aura of Jiangji is well-deserved. Chu Yang frowned slightly, and a coercion pressed towards the 2 of them, crushing them to the ground. Keep your dog eyes wide open. How dare you stop me? Chu Yang, walking in front of them, he looked down at the 2 of them and said coldly. Only then did the 2 guards recognize him and begged for mercy. Regardless of their rudeness, Chu Yang walked straight into Luoxiao Mountain. He wanted to see Bai Nishang soon, and he didn't have time to waste here. He had a premonition that something was going on with Bai Nishang. Seeing the back of Chu Yang leaving, the 2 guards were afraid for a while. They didn't know why, but felt they couldn't control themselves, so they wanted to mock Chu Yang. Fortunately, this young master was magnanimous and did not retaliate against them. How could I believe the rumors and think that the young master is a heinous person? The 2 thought in unison. Finally, all the way without incident, Chu Yang soon came to Bai Nishang's residence. Seeing the small house in the distance, he couldn't help feeling that the treatment she received from him, the young master, was too far apart. But before he got close, he found the aura of 2 people over there. Who else besides Bai Nishang? He took a closer look and saw Bai Nishang talking with a familiar figure. It turned out to be Yi Chun. So he curled up the corners of his mouth, hiding his breath, and listened carefully to the conversation between the two. Senior Sister Bai, everything I said is true. You have to believe me. Bai Nishang looked at the anxious Yi Chun in front of him and frowned. She called Yi Chun here because she wanted to know about his challenge to Chu Yang yesterday. She wondered if the truth was what she had heard. Unexpectedly, I heard about Chu Yang abolishing Yi Chun 3 years ago. 3 years ago, she only saw Yi Chun being pitiful, so she gave him a practice method. But Chu Yang abolished his cultivation base because of this. At first she believed what Yi Chun said, because it was very similar to what Chu Yang would do. But for some reason, after a while, she felt great disgust towards Yi Chun in front of her. But Chu Yang was not so annoying in her heart. Could it be that he lied on purpose to make me hate Chu Yang? As soon as Bai Nishang had this idea in his heart, he believed it a little. Immediately thinking of Yi Chun's obsessive eyes looking at her, she suddenly believed in her thoughts. That's right. Yi Chun's ultimate goal is to get rid of Chu Yang, so he can get me. After this thought flashed in his mind, Bai Nishang felt a little more disgusted with Yi Chun. Junior brother, Yi doesn't need to say any more. I know it in my heart. Suppressing her disgust, she said coldly, obviously meant to see off guests. Yi Chun's face brightened. He thought that Bai Nishang's indifferent tone at this time was caused by Chu Yang. However, a familiar voice came from nearby, which made his face change. Junior Sister Bai, Junior Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Chu Yang walked towards the two with a smile on his face. Seeing Chu Yang's handsome appearance with sword eyebrows and star eyes, Bai Nishang was stunned for a moment. For some reason, she now finds Chu Yang much more pleasing to the eye. It seems that this person is not so annoying. When she recovered, she thought to herself. Sensing the change in her expression, Chu Yang understood. The main character is not the same. This attitude change is too big. This is Senior Sister Bai's residence. What are you doing here? Yi Chun stared at him fiercely and asked. Of course I came to look for Junior Sister Bai. Chu Yang said lightly. His superior tone made Yi Chun even more annoyed. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Bai Nishang. I don't know what Brother Chu wants from me. Bai Nishang had recovered her cool look at this time, and said softly. I heard that there is a monster in the great sacred realm outside Xintian City, which has caused panic in Xintian City, so I invite Junior Sister Bai to go and hunt it down. This matter is naturally not Chu Yang Sheiji's. He heard from the steward of Qingyan Mountain. Monster beasts, strange beasts living in various places in the mysterious spirit world, they are brutal and bloodthirsty, and pose a great threat to human beings. It's normal to invite Bai Nishang to hunt down a monster in the great sacred realm. Thank you, Senior Brother Chu, for the invitation. There is no delay. Let's set off now. Bai Nishang replied, with an imperceptible hint of joy in his words. Chu Yang's invitation hit her right, so she could observe him up close. After hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Chun felt a pain in his heart and said angrily, Senior Sister Bai, Chu Yang must have done this to get close to you. If you are alone with her, he will definitely attack you. Hearing Yi Chun's words, Chu Yang seemed to have just discovered him and said in surprise, It turns out that Junior Brother Yi hasn't left yet. But Bai Nishang frowned slightly and said coldly, Junior Brother Yi, please respect yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. After Yi Chun said these 2 words, she now loathes Yi Chun even more. Isn't it obvious jealousy to hate Chu Yang so much? After receiving such a response from her, Yi Chun finally couldn't bear it anymore and yelled at Chu Yang, saying all the nasty things out of his mouth. Seeing this, Chu Yang's face was calm and calm. Of course he wouldn't care about this impotent rage. Anyway, Yi Chun was already a corpse in his eyes. No, it should be an air transport manufacturing machine. After solving Bai Nishang's incident, dealing with Yi Chun is as easy as pie. Besides, there might be mental torture waiting for him later. He was looking forward to how Bai Nishang would respond to Yi Chun's words. Roll. Bai Nishang only said 1 word, but it was the most angry tone she had seen in so many years. Then she waved her right hand, and a huge force sent Yi Chun flying dozens of meters away. Yi Chun knelt down on his knees, and his head hung down, as if he had lost his soul. His face was full of remorse, and his heart was stinging. He understood that Bai Nishang already hated him extremely. It's just that he still hasn't figured out why he lost his composure. Yi Chun's mood is damaged, and his luck is minus 100. His own luck is plus 100. Receiving the prompt from the system, Chu Yang's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with joy. Of course, he knew why Yi Chun lost his composure. After the reversal of their identities, Yi Chun has become a villain, and naturally he will be anxious to target him as the protagonist. But it seems that this matter has a great impact on Yi Chun, and it can reduce 100 points of luck. He glanced at Bai Nishang with a sullen expression, knowing that half of his plan had been completed. With the current foundation, all that remains is how to win her favor during the crusade against monsters. Chapter 13. Xiantian City, located in the center of the Northland, is one of the largest cities in the Northland. After a day's journey, Chu Yang and Bai Nishang had already arrived at the gate of Xiantian City. Although he still had the impression of Xiantian City in his memory, it was the first time for Chu Yang to see a city in this world with his own eyes. The structure of Xiantian City was not much different from those ancient cities he had seen in his previous life. Standing in front of the city gate, what he saw was the towering city wall. The city was full of high-rise buildings, and he could faintly see the bustling crowd in the city. It was obvious that the city was extremely prosperous. But Chu Yang's mind was not here, but on a breath not far behind them. That's right, Yi Chun didn't give up and followed them all the way here. Although Bai Nishang didn't notice him, Chu Yang had already spotted him. After all, he was of a high level, and Qing Miao was always observing his surroundings. Yi Chun thought he was hiding well enough, but he didn't point it out. He just pretended nothing happened. Since you want to follow behind to humiliate yourself so much, then I will do as you wish. Chu Yang thought in his heart, then put away his thoughts and focused on the city gate. The two saw two guards in front of the city gate, so they wanted to ask about the situation of the monsters outside the city. Unexpectedly, after they explained their intentions to the guards, what they got was ridicule. Just the two of you? Don't know how to live or die. Don't die. Not everyone can be a hero. If you are acquainted, just get out of here. Chu Yang smiled wryly in his heart. It's not good to be the protagonist, and you will be ridiculed wherever you go. Kiyomi also chuckled in his heart, apparently amused by the situation. Ignoring her reaction, Chu Yang glanced at the calm Bai Nishang. After all, she is also the protagonist, so she is already used to this kind of thing. He didn't respond to the guard's words, and directly took the token of the true disciple of Qishuan Valley in his arms to the guard's eyes. The token of the 7 profound valleys is recognized by almost the entire Northland. Seeing the token, the two guards realized who the person standing in front of them was, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Small the one who has eyes, but does not know Mount Tai did not expect to be the master of Qishuan Valley. Please, my lord, don't remember the faults of villains, and let us be spared. Chu Yang looked calm, as if he didn't care about the rudeness of the two of them. Little did he know that he had already regarded the two of them as two corpses. After those absurd things before, he has already realized it. Since the plane wants to treat me as a villain, then I will be a villain and turn the Xinling world upside down. How dare these two little guards offend him? Chu Yang moved his mind, and a sword energy appeared behind the two guards. He glanced at Bai Nishang's expression and found that she didn't notice his actions. There is no way. The difference in realm between the two is too great. Besides, Chu Yang's Duankong sword art has already been cultivated to the 9th level. Of course, on the surface his expression didn't change at all. After all, he still wanted to change Bai Nishang's impression of him. At this moment, she chose not to say a word, presumably to observe him. So he asked the guard about the situation of the monster. After knowing the appearance of the monster and its general direction, Chu Yang said to Bai Nishang, "Let's go." Then he moved in the direction pointed by the guard. Watching his back, Bai Nishang nodded secretly, and his impression of him changed a bit. She could feel that even though being ridiculed by the guards, there was no anger on Chu Yang's body. Even if he wanted to behave in front of him, he couldn't restrain himself so well. This is completely inconsistent with the rumors. Could it be that they are all fabricated? However, we still need to observe for a while. She thought to herself, and then quickly followed Chu Yang, walking side by side with him. If Chu Yang knew what she was thinking, he would definitely find it funny. How could he be angry? If an ant crawled to his feet, would anyone be angry? Just randomly stomp the ants to death. Bai Nishang's opinion of you has changed. Luck minus 20. Your own luck plus 20. The voice from the system made Chu Yang firm in his plan. The path he chose was indeed right. You must know that the protagonist who slaps the face is only 10 points of luck, but just to change a little impression, you can get 20 points. Presumably from the point of view of the plane consciousness, having a good impression of him is more serious than being slapped in the face by him. It's normal to think about it. After all, there are many villains who will overwhelm the protagonist. It's just that the protagonist will surpass him later, and then he will be slapped in the face. In this way, in the cognition of plane consciousness, it is definitely more serious to have a good impression of the villain than to be humiliated by the villain. As the two walked away, Chu Yang's spiritual thought moved, and the sword energy instantly penetrated the two guards. The guard fell to the ground, with a large amount of blood spurting from his chest, and he was lifeless. Seeing this situation, Yi Chun, who was hiding behind the tree, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Chu Yang did such a thing behind Bai Nishang's back. He wished he could come out and expose it now. But when he thought of Bai Nishang's dislike for him, he still endured it. Even if he told the truth, would Bai Nishang still believe him? She can only believe it when Chu Yang's true nature is revealed. Noticing that Yi Chun hadn't moved, Chu Yang sneered inwardly. Of course, he doesn't care about being discovered by Yi Chun. If he just jumps out like this, he doesn't mind letting Yi Chun suffer even greater humiliation. Walking on the road, neither Chu Yang nor Bai Nishang spoke. Bai Nishang was a little surprised and couldn't help feeling that he had indeed changed. If it was the him before, he would definitely be asking her questions all the way now. It doesn't look like he doesn't care about her at all now. Could it be related to Si Qianqian? Thinking of this, she felt a little uncomfortable. She was a little confused. Why did she feel uncomfortable? Wouldn't it be better for Chu Yang not to bother her anymore? She had never felt this feeling in 2 lifetimes. Bai Nishang started to care about you. Luck -10, own luck +10. Chu Yang looked blank. He had been chatting with Qing Miao just now. Why suddenly Bai Nishang started to care about him? Could it be a self-guided strategy? The two had different thoughts, and a strange atmosphere began to pervade between them. But before it existed for a long time, it was broken by a huge roar in the distance. Putting their minds down, the two looked at each other and hurried to the direction where the roar came from. Chapter 14. Chu Yang and Bai Nishang quickly rushed to the place where the roar came from. The closer they got, the more surprised they were, because they can faintly feel that there is not only one monster. 2 monsters from the great sacred realm. Even they have to spend a lot of time. You must know that although monsters have low spiritual intelligence, their strength is much stronger than humans at the same level. Of course, this is based on the superficial cultivation of the two of them. Chu Yang knew very well that Bai Nishang was definitely far beyond the strength of the early stages of the Great Sage Realm. Sensing the aura of the 2 Great Saint Realm monsters, Bai Nishang stopped in his tracks. Seeing her act like this, Chu Yang also stopped and looked at her. Why don't you go back to the sect to report this matter first? 2 monsters are very dangerous. Bai Nishang stared at him with eyes like water and said softly, "Coming." Hearing what she said, Chu Yang whispered, "Just right," in his heart. He knew very well that although Bai Nishang seemed to want to return to the sect because of fear of danger, it was actually testing him. If he agreed to go back to the sect to report first, Bai Nishang would follow suit, but she would definitely be disappointed. And if he rushes up to fight the monster now regardless of the danger, she may dislike him on the lips, but she may greatly increase her affection for him in her heart. But she really underestimated Chu Yang's strength, and she probably thought that his cultivation was about the same as her own, because Chu Yang has been hiding his aura since he met her. But Chu Yang is now at the peak of the Great Saint Realm, and there is no danger to deal with these 2 monsters. After careful inspection, he found that these 2 monsters were only at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, so he was naturally not afraid. "Let's go." Without any nonsense, Chu Yang rushed forward quickly. Biko Library, seeing his determination, Bai Nishang's eyes flashed with surprise. She never thought that Chu Yang could be so decisive, completely disregarding the danger. Is this arrogance or self-confidence? She couldn't think of an answer for a moment, but she was not one to back down and quickly caught up with Chu Yang. The two walked side by side. Bai Nishang turned to look at Chu Yang, but what he saw was his calm face, as if there was no danger ahead. She doubtfully asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Chu Yang just replied indifferently, Can you be a coward just because you are afraid? Hearing this, Bai Nishang couldn't help being startled and stared blankly at him. He was so dazzling at this time, and Bai Nishang's heart, the Chu Yang she knew was about to disappear, replaced by him now. But Chu Yang was laughing wildly in his heart. Fear? Of course he was afraid, but he was not afraid of those two monsters. Biko Library, it was because he was afraid that his acting skills were not good enough, and Bai Nishang would see his flaws. In fact, as soon as he uttered that sentence, he regretted it a little. Could it be too false when this sentence came out of his mouth? Fortunately, although he can't play the original owner's dog-licking taste, he can still pass the pass when he plays an emotionless machine with a straight face. And the effect seems to be quite good. Bai Nishang seemed a little moved, staring at him for a long time. Don't look at it, at least add some goodwill. Chu Yang complained in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. This girl is really easy to deceive, Qing Miao said quietly. Being familiar with Chu Yang, she can naturally see that he is acting now. You are no better. Thinking of what happened before, Chu Yang couldn't help but think, but he couldn't say anything about it, so he had to pretend that he didn't hear Kyoko's words. Finally, Bai Nishang came back to his senses and looked away from him. Bai Nishang's affection for you increases. Luck -20, your luck +20. The voice from the system made Chu Yang heave a sigh of relief, but fortunately his actions had some effect. In this way, he now has 280 luck, while Bai Nishang's luck has dropped to 290. There is only a difference of 10 points of luck, and the next step is the final blow. Chu Yang raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a silent smile. He had already made the final plan. The two gradually approached the place where the monsters were, and finally saw the appearance of the two monsters clearly. On one end is a giant wolf with red eyes, snow-white body, and two wings on its back. One is a giant bear with a blood-red upper body and a pitch-black lower body. These two monsters are as tall as two people, full of pressure. This is the first time for Chu Yang to see a monster with his own eyes. The appearance can't help feeling that this place is indeed a fantasy world. However, these two monsters were actually fighting each other. The white wolf bit the giant bear's leg, causing the bear to howl. And the giant bear was hammering on the white wolf with a punch, and the impact even broke the surrounding trees in half. Seeing this situation, Bai Nishang turned to look at Chu Yang, as if asking, "What should I do?" At this moment, there are two choices before the two of them. One is to rush up now. The advantage is that the two monsters are in a stalemate. Maybe they are at their weakest. Of course, this also has disadvantages. It would be bad if these two monsters deal with them together. The other is to wait for the monster to decide the winner. The advantage is that you only need to deal with one monster. Chu Yang thought about it and quickly made a decision. He decided to rush up now. He didn't pay attention to these two monsters in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, so there was no need to worry so much. What's more, the more chaotic the situation is, the more beneficial it is to his plan. Thinking of this, Chu Yang checked Yi Chen's location with his divine sense, and found that he was still hiding in a tree behind the two of them. He was overjoyed. If this plan could be successful, it would kill two birds with one stone. So he didn't answer Bai Nishang's question and rushed straight to the two monsters. Biko Library Bai Nishang also silently followed him. Obviously, she is used to Chu Yang's way of acting now. Yi Chun on the tree saw their actions and followed them quietly. Chu Yang must have no good intentions. I must protect senior sister Bai, he thought. Even at the cost of my life, let senior sister Bai see Chu Yang's true face. Seeing his situation, his ring's spirit master sighed softly. Because of the fact that he was suppressed last time, Yi Chun didn't trust him that much anymore. He could feel that the current Yi Chun could not be Chu Yang's opponent, and he had been persuading Yi Chun to be patient. But not long ago, the Luoxia Mountain incident happened again. Yi Chun gradually became extreme, and he didn't even listen to his words. He couldn't help praying in his heart, hoping that Yi Chun could hold his breath. The author has something to say. Start tomorrow twice a day. Chapter 15. Chu Yang and Bai Nishang gradually approached the monster. Biko Library, sensing the existence of the two monsters stopped fighting and separated their bodies, obviously thinking that dealing with Chu Yang is more important. They turned around and attacked where the two were. The white wolf turned his head towards Bai Nishang and spit out a mouthful of white flames. Even Chu Yang, who was far away, could feel the power of the flames, and the extremely high heat directly burned the trees in its path. Suddenly, Chu Yang seemed to have sensed something, and instantly rolled backwards, avoiding a thick tree that fell on him. He looked up and saw that it was the giant bear standing in front of him. At this time, the giant bear was holding a 3-person thick piece of wood in its hand, as if this was its weapon. Unlike the white wolf, this monster seems to be of the brute force type. However, this played into Chu Yang's hands. If the current situation between the two of them and the monster is the same, his plan will definitely be perfectly implemented. Immediately, his eyes were fixed, his eyes gradually turned red, and thunder and lightning surrounded his whole body, and there were bursts of thunder in his body. It is the 7 profound Valley True Inheritance 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu. Of course, in fact, he didn't need to expend so much effort to deal with this giant bear, and now he was just doing a show for the other 2 people present. Then he quickly rushed towards the giant bear. As soon as he got close to it, Chu Yang released a terrifying coercion, directly pressing towards the giant bear half like a tide. This slowed down most of the movement that it had just raised its bare paw to slap towards him. At this time, its attack speed was in slow motion in Chu Yang's eyes, and it dodged casually. Chu Yang turned his head to look at Bai Nishang, and found that she was blocking a flame with a sword. She was obviously fighting on par with Bai Lang, and she didn't pay attention to his side at all. Then the time had come for him to carry out his plan. Of course, the bear that got in the way had to be dealt with first. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's face became serious. He pulled out the black long sword on his back and poured all the lightning power in his body into the long sword. Thunderbolts surrounded the blade of the long sword, making a hissing sound in the air. Immediately, holding the long sword in his hand, he stabbed vigorously at the giant bear's chest. The giant bear, which was still in slow motion, couldn't dodge his attack at all, and its chest was directly pierced by the long sword. Being hit by this, the giant bear's body fell backwards and hit the ground with a loud noise. Chu Yang checked and found that the giant bear was lifeless, so he couldn't help laughing, as if he had just done a trivial thing. In fact, it was really just a trivial matter. He was several realms higher than this giant bear, and it was easy to kill it. After killing the giant bear, Chu Yang turned his attention to Bai Nishang. Next, the good show is about to begin. Yi Chun, who witnessed this process, was shocked and a little depressed at the same time, because he found that the gap between himself and Chu Yang was bigger than he thought. But he quickly shook his head, putting aside the frustration in his heart. Senior sister Bai still needs my protection. How could I just admit defeat like this? At this time, Bai Nishang was still in a stalemate with Bai Lang. After dodging a mouthful of flames from the white wolf, she was startled when she heard the sound of the giant bear falling down. How could he end the battle so quickly? It seems that I still underestimated him. Judging by the speed at which this battle ended, it is estimated that the combat power is not inferior to mine. In this case, then I will no longer hide my clumsiness. Seeing that Chu Yang had already focused his attention on her, she made up her mind and decided to use her full strength. She didn't want him to come and help. For some reason, under Chu Yang's gaze, she suddenly had an urge to express herself. Seeing the white wolf spit flames towards her, she didn't dodge it, and raised her hand to cut it. All the white flames in front of her were chopped off by her sword energy and disappeared. Obviously, the white wolf's long-range attack did not pose any threat to Bai Nishang. The white wolf also seemed to have discovered that she was not afraid of the fire it spit out at all, and after spit out the last mouthful of fire, it rushed towards Bai Nishang. Well done. Bai Nishang's eyes were fixed, and he was not afraid of the white wolf's attack, but greeted him head-on. It's just that as soon as her sword touched the flames spit out by the white wolf, she felt something was wrong. Flame, who was not in her eyes at first, has such terrifying power now. The incident happened suddenly, and at this time, there was no time to use other exercises. It's just that she has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, and there is no trace of panic in her heart, so she increased the strength in her hands. Finally, Bai Nishang tried his best to knock the real flame away. However, as soon as she breathed a sigh of relief, she saw the big mouth in front of her eyes. It was the mouth of the white wolf. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and Bai Nishang showed a rare expression of horror. Even though she has been a human being in 2 lifetimes, she still feels great despair about the current situation. There is no doubt that the white wolf's huge mouth full of fangs will bite off her neck in the next second. And because she spent too much strength resisting the flames, she couldn't do anything at this time. As time passed, the white wolf got closer and closer to her, shrouding her whole body in shadow. Am I going to die here? Knowing that he had nowhere to escape, various memories flashed through Bai Nishang's heart like a revolving lantern. Thinking of all the things in the previous life, thinking of the steps after rebirth, the last thing that comes to mind is Chu Yang's handsome face. I don't even know him well. Closing her eyes, she could only quietly wait for death to come. But she didn't notice that a bright yellow light lit up on her body. However, what greeted her was not cold white wolf teeth, but a warm embrace. Bai Nishang was a little thankful and a little surprised that he didn't wait for the imaginary death. This embrace was so warm, it brought her an inexplicable sense of security. Opening her eyes, she saw Chu Yang's expressionless face. This extremely handsome face had never been so dazzling in her heart. Then she looked down, seeing the blood slowly flowing out of Chu Yang's body. He couldn't help being stunned. It turned out that he took a blow from the white wolf to save me. Chu Yang naturally has no time to care about her reaction now. The current situation cannot allow him to be distracted. Although this white wolf is relatively easy to deal with, he was injured in order to save Bai Nishang, so he had to fight quickly. Holding Bai Nishang in his left hand, he slashed at the white wolf with a sword in his right hand. At this moment, the entire black long sword was surrounded by dazzling thunder light, and it slashed on the white wolf, making it scream again and again. Knowing that the white wolf was almost unable to withstand his attack at this time, Chu Yang increased the strength in his hands. After a while, Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The white wolf in front of him had been chopped into 2 pieces by him. Although it seemed easy, the opponents he had encountered before were too weak, so it was the first time he faced danger so directly, let alone getting injured. Putting down the white clothes in his arms, Chu Yang took a healing elixir, and the wound on his back disappeared instantly. Immediately, he glanced at Bai Nishang and found that she was still staring at him intently, and he was determined. His plan should have been successful. That's right, the attack that Bai Nishang was so powerful that even Bai Nishang could hardly resist was caused by him alone. Ever since he discovered that Bai Nishang couldn't notice Duan Kong's sword energy at all, he made this plan. Why is that flame so powerful? It was precisely because the sword energy from him was hidden in the flames that Bai Nishang could only resist with all his strength. Chu Yang thinks that this plan is perfect because he can have 2 choices, and he can't fail no matter what. It would be the best if I could watch Bai Nishang being killed by the white wolf. Unfortunately, after seeing the yellow light on her body, he knew that the white wolf couldn't kill her. This is undoubtedly the protection given by the plane to the protagonist with high luck, so that she will not die unexpectedly. However, the protagonist with low luck will not have such a good life, just like Qin Hai before. Chu Yang knew very well that a person like Qin Hai was just a product of the plane's consciousness being too wary of him. Obviously, he has no potential to become a protagonist at all, but in order to have more people deal with Chu Yang, the plane consciousness had to lower the threshold for becoming a protagonist. Only people like Bai Nishang can be called the real protagonist. So since the white wolf couldn't kill Bai Nishang, Chu Yang had to use the second method. That is to save her from the mouth of the white wolf. Since ancient times, heroes saving beauty have been an important part of improving the favorability of beauties, and Bai Nishang is certainly no exception. With the current luck of the 2, as long as Bai Nishang's luck drops by 10 points, Chu Yang can kill her. So now he just quietly looked at Bai Nishang, who was still in a daze, hoping that her favor towards him would increase. At this time, Bai Nishang's eyes were blurred and her cheeks were stained with a hint of pink, obviously a little emotional. Seeing her like this, Chu Yang knew that she had stabilized. The scene he worked so hard to do was not in vain. However, the next result was beyond his expectation. Chapter 16. Bai Nishang falls in love with you. Luck minus 290. Your luck plus 290. Successfully eliminate a protagonist. Points plus 200. Chu Yang was greatly shocked by the notification sound from the system. He never expected that this operation of his would actually make Bai Nishang fall in love with him like this. Moreover, she just lost her protagonist status. However, before Bai Nishang changed his opinion of him, he would lose 20 points of luck. Now it is not surprising that he is deprived of the protagonist's status by the consciousness of the plane if he likes him. Of course, 200 points is also a surprise. After all, the first two protagonists who were eliminated by him only had 50 points. Thinking about it, the protagonist is still strong and weak after all, and it is normal to have a gap in points. He just eliminated Lin Yi and Qin Hai easily, but Bai Nishang made him take great pains, even saving her at the expense of injury. The 200 points are worthy of his effort. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's eyes were playful, and he glanced at his cool appearance now, but he still couldn't help but peek at his white clothes. Immediately, he took out the reverse mirror from the ring and crushed it with his hands. It would self-destruct anyway when the time limit came, so Chu Yang didn't hesitate. In doing so, he turns back into the villain. He really wanted to see how Bai Nishang would treat him as a villain. What's more, he has had enough of being the protagonist now. The villain is much more enjoyable than the protagonist. At least he won't be ridiculed every day. Finding that Bai Nishang's expression hadn't changed much, he was a little relieved, and his killing intent towards her also subsided. Bai Nishang's golden finger is reborn. Wouldn't it be more profitable to let her be used by me? So Chu Yang lifted her chin with his fingers and smiled lightly. Biku Library, although his face was still cold, Bai Nishang was a little flustered and expectant, and just looked at him quietly. And Yi Chun, who has been hiding in the dark, but it is dripping blood. Seeing the two looking at each other with affection, Yi Chun finally couldn't stand it anymore. Let go of senior sister Bai. With a roar, he ignored the ring spirit's advice and walked out from his hiding place. Hearing this, Chu Yang put his hand down, looked directly at him, and said indifferently, "Why is junior brother Yi here?" The anticipation was interrupted by Yi Chun, and Bai Nishang couldn't help flashing annoyance in his eyes. "Senior sister Bai, don't trust him. He did all this to get you. Just now he killed the guards of Xintian City behind your back." Ignoring Chu Yang's question, Yi Chun just looked at Bai Nishang, clenched his fists, and told her the facts he knew sentence by sentence. "Indeed, I killed all the guards just now." What he didn't expect was that Chu Yang admitted it graciously, and he couldn't help being happy, and at the same time he raised his vigilance. Chu Yang's showdown is obviously going to attack them. Even if it costs my life, I still have to protect senior sister Bai. However, what Bai Nishang said next made him fall into an abyss. If you kill them, you will kill them. They were the ones who offended senior brother Chu first. Bai Nishang's tone was flat, obviously not taking this matter to heart. Seeing this, Chu Yang finally felt relieved. He wanted to see how much Bai Nishang fell in love with him, so he confessed on purpose, and the result he got was also satisfactory to him. From this point of view, in her heart, he is the most important one, and as long as she offends him, she will be punished by death. With this result, Chu Yang will leave her with confidence. However, she should be rewarded for responding to my expectations in this way. Then Chu Yang lowered his head and kissed Bai Nishang's lips. When encountering his sudden attack, Bai Nishang panicked for a moment, but quickly responded, wrapping his hands around his neck. After a long time, the two lips parted. The white neon clothes have long lost their coolness. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes were enchanted, and his heart was full of sweetness. And Chu Yang just looked at Yi Chun, who witnessed the whole process with great interest. Seeing the two kissing together, Yi Chun was struck by lightning. He knelt on the ground. His face was ashen, and his whole body seemed to have lost all vitality. Yi Chun's mood is damaged, and his luck is minus 150. His own luck is plus 150. Seeing Yi Chun with 50 luck points left on the system panel, Chu Yang was a little surprised. As expected of the protagonist, he recovered to 200 points of luck so quickly. But he is useless. Luck Chu Yang is enough. With a swing of Chu Yang's long sword, he wanted to behead Yi Chun. But just when the sword was about to touch Yi Chun, he suddenly disappeared, which made Chu Yang's sword feel lonely. It seemed that the ring spirits had saved him. Chu Yang understood. This time he was careless and forgot about the ring spirits. But he didn't care. Yi Chun was no longer a threat to him. If he didn't kill him this time, he would just kill him next time. Maybe he could get more luck. He called Qing Miao a few times, wanting to know what technique the ring spirit used to escape, but he didn't get a response from her. Probably a little angry about Bai Nishang, not knowing if she was jealous or something else. Chu Yang put these questions aside first, and then took Bai Nishang's hand. This reborn, Don't let me down, he thought. Somewhere in the woods in the north, Yichen still didn't get out of the blow, exuding an aura of defeat all over his body. I used too much power this time, and I'm going to sleep for a while. Pin Fun Library, you must not provoke that Chu Yang again. Seeing him like this, the ring spirit sighed, and then fell into a deep sleep. Hearing his words, Yichen finally came to his senses. That's right, I must endure it, and one day I will repay today's humiliation twice as much. Chapter 17. 1 month later, 7 Profound Valley Qingyun Mountain. In the room, Bai Nishang sat on Chu Yang's lap, reporting the outside world news to him. A secret realm has appeared in Yunwu Mountain, and almost all the younger generations in the north have gone. After 7 days, the secret realm will open. Chu Yang showed an expression of interest. He really wanted to see what level these so-called northern geniuses were. Do you know what the secret treasure in this secret realm is? Kissing Bai Nishang's cheek lightly, he asked. Now in the last life, I'm only in the small realm, and I'm not qualified to participate at all. Bai Nishang's expression remained unchanged, and she replied softly. They have done this kind of intimacy too many times in this month. After getting her answer, Chu Yang became more interested. This kind of unknown secret treasure is the most attractive. That's right. A month ago, he took Bai Nishang to live in Qingyun Mountain. After more than 10 days of getting along, the relationship between the two has grown further, and her heart is even more tightly tied to him. Through his long hints, she finally told Chu Yang about her rebirth without reservation. This was evident proof that she was completely devoted to him. However, after Chu Yang heard about Bai Nishang's last life, he was a little bit aware and also a little bit surprised. According to what she said, the owner of the 7 Profound Valleys, that is, the father of the original owner of the body, will be the first person in the Xianling realm to ascend to the upper realm. No wonder she took so much pains to use the original owner of her body to become a true disciple. It turns out that the future 7 Profound Valley will become the #1 sect in the Xianling world. Of course, according to what Bai Nishang said, this future will be at least 100 years later. But 100 years is not too long for people with high cultivation like them. You must know that the lifespan of the Great Sacred Realm is at least 1,000 years, and that of the Transforming God Realm can be 5,000 years. It's just that even if his physical father will be so powerful in the future, Chu Yang still doesn't have the slightest sense of reality. Because in the memory of the original owner of the body, the figure of his father has never appeared at all. Presumably, he has never seen him since he was born. In this way, this so-called father probably has no affection for him, which means that he has the status of a young master. What also surprised him was that Bai Nishang, a reborn person, knew very little. Apart from my own affairs, she knows only a few major events that affect the entire Xianling world. For example, the opening time of certain important secret realms, the matter of the 7 Profound Valley, the mysterious extermination of the Xingyue sect 1 year later, and the war between the Heavenly Demon sect and the Yohuan Mountain 3 years later. Originally, Chu Yang was a little surprised. Logically speaking, it is unlikely that she would only remember these things, and she would not even know which geniuses there will be in the future. However, there are 2 things that are very strange. One is that she can clearly remember the rumors of Chu Yang in her previous life, and the other is that she realized that she is a reborn person after Chu Yang traveled through time. Why can she remember the rumors of Chu Yang in her previous life so clearly, and the rumors about him, the young master of the 7 Profound Valley, can also be compared with those big events? Soon Chu Yang figured it out and overturned his previous guess. This is all the purpose of plain consciousness, just to make Bai Nishang have a bad impression of him from the beginning. Obviously, Bai Nishang was not reborn, but the consciousness of the plane infused her with the so-called memories of her previous life, and the purpose was to target him, the villain. Of course, these things should all happen in the future, otherwise she wouldn't be able to be called the protagonist. So she worshipped the 7 Profound Valley not because of the future, it was just her inner thoughts. In order to make the memory of rebirth flawless, the consciousness of the plane modified Bai Nishang's memory a few years ago, making her think that she worshipped in Qishuan Valley because of rebirth. Thinking of these things, Chu Yang couldn't help but ask, does this face reject traversers so much? Fortunately, the consciousness of the plane has no emotions, It is only for emergency treatment of foreign creatures. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. So just eliminate all these so-called protagonists. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and kissed by Nishang's small mouth. Your appointed protagonist is now mine. Chu Yang thought viciously. Among other things, the sense of accomplishment of letting this so-called protagonist fall in love with him is still great. After a long time, the two lips parted. Bai Nishang looked at Chu Yang with eyes like water. His eyes were blurred, obviously already emotional. But Chu Yang didn't look at her, but looked outside the door. I saw a young girl standing outside the door, looking at the two with some resentment. It was Si Qianqian. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Her eyes are a little red. Although I have known about the relationship between the two for a long time, this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. No, you came just in time. Hearing her familiar words, Chu Yang was taken aback, and then said this classic line. Then he waved to her, beckoning her to come over. Although a little hesitant, Si Qianqian walked obediently to the two of them. Then Chu Yang stretched out his hand and directly took her into his arms. Feeling the feeling in his arms, Si Qianqian blushed a little, but her heart was filled with sweetness. She glanced at Bai Nishang cautiously and found that the other party was also looking at her, but there was encouragement in his eyes. She couldn't help but feel relieved, looked at Chu Yang in a daze, and then kissed his face lightly. After the kiss, she regretted it. Her cheeks gradually turned red, and she buried her face in his arms. Sensing her actions, Chu Yang couldn't help smiling in satisfaction. He didn't want to be so twitchy. He had to do what he wanted to do decisively. The same is true when encountering enemies. If you want to kill them, you will kill them. With so many worries, what is the point of traveling to this world? Now that he has come to this world, he will not be bound by the concepts of his previous life. The blessing of Qi people is really a blessing. Qing Miao said in a strange way. Her tone was a bit sour. Hearing this long-lost voice, Chu Yang was overjoyed, because this was the first sentence that Kiyomi had spoken to him in a month. Bika Library. Are you okay? I haven't spoken for so long. I'm worried. Although he could guess a little bit of the reason, he still decided to play dumb first. Of course, he was really worried. Yes, is it? I just don't want to disturb you. Hearing his concerned tone, Kyoko suddenly wanted to cry and spoke intermittently. In my heart, you are much more important than them. I only told you about time travel. Sensing that her tone was loose, Chu Yang let out a long breath and coaxed. Of course, what he said is also true. Hearing his words, Qing Miao didn't know that Chu Yang's first sentence was to play dumb, and she must have known the reason why she ignored him. Her mind was punctured. She felt a little sweet, but also a little shy, and fell silent for a while. After a long time, she whispered in Chu Yang's heart, "Humph, I forgive you." Chapter 18. Looking at the big mountain in front of him, Chu Yang finally understood why it was called Yunwu Mountain. Even if the sun is 3 poles high, Yunwu Mountain is still surrounded by clouds and mist, making it hard to see clearly. But even though they were far away, he could still feel the terrifying aura coming from the mountains. It seemed that the rumors about the secret realm were not wrong. Today is the day when the secret realm is opened, and Yunwu Mountain must have gathered a lot of people. Although he doesn't know much about the secret realm of the mysterious spirit world, Chu Yang still knows a little bit. Most of the secret realms are the caves where Deneng lived in the ancient times. In order not to be discovered by the enemies, they will not be revealed. After thousands of years, the hidden formation weakened, and it was discovered everywhere in the Xinling world. Just like the current Yunwu Mountain secret realm, its existence can be felt from such a distance. So when the secret realm appears, almost everyone knows it. Of course, because people from other continents are too far away, only people from the Northland can come to this secret place. Generally speaking, there are various amounts of precious secret treasures in secret realms. After all, the power to build secret realms must be very powerful. It's just that due to the existence of the great array of secret realms, each secret realm has entry restrictions. Cultivation, age, and even gender may be restricted. If the formation is forcibly broken, the secret realm will be destroyed immediately, so that no one can get the secret treasure. Therefore, every time a secret realm is explored, those who can enter the secret realm come. This time, the secret limit of Yunwu Mountain is under the age of 25, So almost all the young people in the Northland have come. Chu Yang is extremely interested in this secret realm. Of course, he mainly wants to see what level these so-called northern geniuses are. At first, Chu Yang wanted to go alone, but Bai Nishang was a little worried, so he wanted to come with him. Although he was very confident that he could get the secret treasure this time, he did not refuse her to follow. Being confident doesn't mean being arrogant. It's always good to have one more person. Thinking of this, Chu Yang opened the system panel and glanced at his information. Host, Chu Yang Cultivation, the pinnacle of the Great Saint Realm Kung Fu. 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu, Yuan Yang Jinju, Duan Kong Jianju, Wind and Thunder Transformation Air Luck, 720 points, 200 items, Stand-in Straw Man, Puppet Paper Man. After the points mall was opened, the items he obtained through the system were displayed on the panel. Ever since she fell in love with Bai Nishang, Chu Yang, who has absorbed her and Yi Chen's luck, already has 720 luck. Although it was already a lot compared to before, he knew that luck was just a bonus at best. The most important thing is strength. As long as the strength is higher than these protagonists, even if they cannot be killed, there are ways to humiliate them. In this way, air luck has become the easiest thing to obtain. So Chu Yang has been practicing for a month. I have to say that his body is indeed extremely talented. In just 1 month, he has cultivated Finglibian to the 4th level. He even faintly showed signs of breaking through the Great Sacred Realm. The increase in cultivation during this month also made him more confident in this trip. After observing for a while, he found that people entered Yunwu Mountain one after another, so he walked towards the mountain together with Bai Nishang. In Yunwu Mountain, as a well-known mountain in the north, the scenery in the mountain is also very beautiful, and the mist in the mountain adds a sense of mystery. Because there is no one inhabited, people occasionally come here to relax in Yunwu Mountain on weekdays. Feeling the peaceful atmosphere in the mountains, even the most emotional people will relax. However, the tranquility of Yunwu Mountain no longer exists. Bhikkhu Library, the monks turned into divine rainbows and landed on Yunwu Mountain, filling the mountain with brilliant rays of light. The mountains were extremely noisy. Apparently, they all came here after hearing about the secret realm. Brother Shaolin, it's been a long time since I saw you, but your cultivation has advanced so quickly. Where is it? It is still not as good as Brother Qi Yuan, and it is almost breaking through the Tianyuan realm now. Don't mention it. I felt like I was going to break through a few months ago, and it's still like this now. I haven't seen you for many years. Fairy Xiao is even more beautiful than before. At the foot of the mountain, a group of young men and women were talking, making the place extremely lively. The men are all well-dressed and elegant. The women are all beautiful and charming. Obviously, this group of people are the top figures of the younger generation in the Northland. They are either the true disciples of a powerful sect or the young masters of a certain sect, and they are all people with profound backgrounds. However, among this group of people, there was an extremely conspicuous person. He was dressed plainly and just stood beside a beautiful woman blankly, without saying a word. Hey, this is Xiao Xinzi's husband? He really is a good-looking talent. Being able to become Fairy Zhao's husband is also, it can be regarded as a blessing from 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Presumably this son must be a young and handsome man. Otherwise, how could he embrace a beauty? After a few people spoke in a strange manner, they burst into laughter on the spot. This person's name is Wang Chao, and he is the husband of Xiao Ying, the eldest daughter of Shu Yanzong, and the son-in-law of Shu Yanzong. It's just that this person's cultivation base is low, and he has become the laughingstock of the entire Northland. Obviously, they all knew about this man, so they made fun of him. Seeing this, Xiao Ying frowned and yelled at Wang Chao, who was beside her. I told you not to follow, and you insisted on coming here to embarrass me. Hearing her words, Wang Chao didn't respond at all, and just stood there blankly. Fairy Xiao, don't be angry. He's just a good-for-nothing son-in-law. Who in the Northland would think he's your husband? One person in the field said comfortingly. After finishing speaking, the man walked to Xiao Ying's side and took her hand. It's Mr. Chao who understands me. Being held by Chao Feiyu, Xiao Ying's face softened, and she said coldly to Wang Chao, this is the last time. From now on, you will stay in the sect forever. Don't come out and embarrass me. After all, he ignored Wang Chao, turned his head and chatted with Chao Feiyu with a smile. Seeing his wife talking and laughing happily with other men, Wang Chao couldn't help clenching his fists, wishing he could kill these two dogs right now. Forbearance. The words left by the master before leaving surfaced in his heart, making him look down at the ground and let go of his reddened fists. What? The young master of the 7 Profound Valley is also here. Chu Yang suddenly said in disbelief. Hearing her words, he turned around and saw 2 figures who looked like a couple of gods and immortals. One is Sheng Xue in white clothes, handsome young man with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. One is a cold girl with watery eyes and ethereal temperament. It was Chu Yang and Bai Nishang. They stood there, attracting the attention of everyone present. These so-called fairies all looked at the man obsessively. If it weren't for the white clothes standing beside him, everyone would probably rush to surround him. It's cool to be a villain. Everyone kneels and licks. Seeing the reactions of these people, Chu Yang felt a little dark. So what if he has a bad reputation? As the young master of Qishuan Valley, these people all want to curry favor with him. Then, he saw Wang Chao standing in the crowd, with a playful smile on his lips. Chapter 19. Why does Chu Yang receive so much attention? One must know that although Qishuan Valley is one of the 3 major sects in the north, there are also true disciples of the other 2 major sects here. The biggest reason is that there is no so-called young master in Sun Moon Building and Fenglei Palace. Only Qishuan Valley has one. As long as there are no mistakes, he will be the next Valley Master of Qishuan Valley. Therefore, now the younger generation in Beatty, he is the person with the highest status. Even though he became the focus of the audience, Chu Yang did not panic at all. He just looked at Wang Chao, who was out of place in the crowd, and showed a playful smile. This appearance is too conspicuous among this group of gorgeously dressed people. What's more, everyone present looked at him with fanaticism or jealousy. Only this person has a calm face, just observing him seriously. The whole person is not affected by the surrounding environment, which is standard for the protagonist. Protagonist, Wang Chao cultivation level. The middle stage of the soul-departing mirror. The middle stage of the great sacred realm. Air luck. 600 gold finger. Ancient blood. The information displayed on the system panel was also as expected by Chu Yang. This kid is indeed a protagonist. Judging from this appearance, he should be the type of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and his hidden cultivation is also extremely high. Although not as good as the current Chu Yang, he must be the tallest among all of them except him. This also made Chu Yang feel a little bit pained. There are so many so-called protagonists in this world, which greatly improves the cultivation level of the younger generation. When he first crossed, the original owner of his body was already at the peak of the Tianyuan realm, which was already the top of the younger generation in the Northland. Now, this kind of cultivation is not enough to look at in front of the protagonist. If he hadn't used the Paksu pill to improve his realm, he might not even be able to match Yichun. It's normal to think about it. The talent of the original owner of the body is also very high, but compared to the protagonist, it's nothing. Whether it is relying on the golden finger or his own talent, the protagonist's cultivation level must be improved faster. So now Chu Yang is in urgent need of the Shattering Void pill. It's a pity that this kind of elixir can only be obtained through system tasks, but all system tasks are hidden, so he doesn't know which tasks are there. Just like the novice task at the beginning, the system will prompt him to get the reward after completing it. Putting aside the complaints in his heart, Chu Yang slowly walked towards Wang Chao. At least for now, his cultivation is still sufficient. Noticed Chu Yang walked in her direction. Xiaoying quietly shook off Chao Feiyu's holding her hand, showing a charming smile. If she can climb the big tree of 7 Profound Valley, not only her, but the whole Shuoyun sect will be prosperous. However, just as she was about to speak, she found that Chu Yang did not walk towards her, but walked in front of Wang Chao. You can feel this young master's aura from a distance, so he must have a very high level of cultivation. Looking up close, he is indeed a proud man of heaven. Chu Yang said. His tone seemed to be admiring, but a bit superior. It's as if the people in the sky are looking down on the world. Don't you want to hide your cultivation and pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? Then I will expose your disguise and make you a target of public criticism. Although he thought so in his heart, he still had that calm expression on his face. After seeing Wang Chao's message, he made this decision. There was only Wang Chao as the main character in the audience, and if nothing else happened, he would definitely have the most precious secret treasure in this secret realm. Of course, this is without Chu Yang. Now that Chu Yang has come here, he can't let things go as planned. So the first thing he has to do is to reveal Wang Chao's true strength. Believe it or not, at least they will pay more attention to Wang Chao and be more wary of him. How could he be a good-for-nothing who is only in the soul-living realm? Young Master Chu, you misunderstood it, right? As if hearing a big joke, Xiaoying sneered, and then scolded Wang Chao. Have you met Mr. Chu soon? While speaking, she lowered her head and approached Chu Yang, as if she was about to throw herself into his arms. It's just that as soon as she took a step closer to Chu Yang, she was blocked by an invisible barrier. Looking up, what he saw was Bai Nishang standing beside him with a frosty face. With a slight smile, Xiaoying walked back to her original position, but she was full of resentment towards Bai Nishang in her heart. It's just climbing up the high branches first. What's the air? Not paying attention to what happened just now, Chu Yang just looked at Wang Chao quietly, waiting for his answer. Thanks to Mr. Chu, I think highly of it, but I'm just a cultivator of the soul-living mirror, not some kind of pride. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Wang Chao's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said calmly, for some reason, even though it was the first time I saw Chu Yang, but Wang Chao felt disgust towards him for no reason, as if the two were enemies. But Chu Yang couldn't help chuckling when he heard his reply, and said firmly, Don't be humble, Prince, you are at least in the great sacred realm. I'm afraid you are the one with the highest cultivation among all the people here. Gathering his mind, he directly uttered two speeches that shocked the audience. Impossible, Wang Chao is a trash of the great sacred realm? But Mr. Chu shouldn't need to lie. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength? Thinking about it carefully, there was indeed something strange about Wang Chao before. No wonder so many people want to get rid of him and let it go. So it makes sense. Chu Yang's words caused an uproar in the audience. They either didn't believe it at all, or half believed it, or suddenly realized that everyone was discussing it in an instant. But no matter what their thoughts are, Wang Chao has become the focus of everyone. Impossible, he is a waste. Xiao Ying's face was distorted, and she didn't believe what Chu Yang said at all. How could Wang Chao, whom she had always looked down upon, become the pride of heaven? Snapped. A loud voice sounded, and Xiaoying slapped Wang Chao's face hard. As if shocked by the sudden slap, Wang Chao was momentarily stunned. After reacting, great anger appeared in his eyes, and he raised his fist, as if he couldn't stand it anymore, and wanted to punch Xiaoying to death. It's just that after changing the expression on his face a few times, his hands dropped down, and his face returned to calm. Seeing his actions, Chu Yang's eyes were fixed, a little disappointed and a little admired. After suffering such a great humiliation, how could this person bear it? I have to say that it is indeed the material to be the protagonist. How can such a coward be a great monk? Wang Chao's response made Xiaoying laugh for a while, and then said disdainfully. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at it like this, Mr. Chu must have misread it. Even so, they were still wary of Wang Chao. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just in case, it's better to be careful in the secret realm. Observing everyone's reactions, Chu Yang nodded secretly. Although the effect was not as good as he expected, at least these people had begun to pay attention to Wang Chao. Next is to enter the secret realm. Chapter 20. There was silence in Yunwu Mountain. Only the sound of breathing could be heard. The people who were still discussing about Wang Chao not long ago had completely quieted down now, because in front of them, a small light spot appeared. Even Chu Yang was staring at the light spot. Although he has never entered the secret realm, he can still feel a strange power from the light spot. As time passed, the spot of light gradually became larger and finally turned into a gate of light. There is no doubt that this is the entrance to the secret realm. Seeing such a scene, everyone walked into the light gate one after another. It's just that some people were immediately repelled by the secret realm after entering, and they obviously didn't meet the entry requirements. Seeing the dejected looks of those people, Chu Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, she took Bai Nishang's hand and slowly walked towards the Guangmen. Looking at the Guangmen getting closer and closer in front of him, even he couldn't help being a little excited. In addition to secret treasures, this feeling of the unknown is also the joy of exploring the secret realm. Because I don't know what the world behind the light gate will be like. Passing through the light gate, being irradiated by the powerful light, Chu Yang couldn't help closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw the green grass under his feet and the lush woods not far away. I looked around and found that there was no one else. It seems that this secret realm will randomly teleport people to a certain place. It's just that this is too rough. Won't we separate if we hold hands? Glancing at the white clothes intertwined with his fingers, Chu Yang complained inwardly. Bai Nishang seemed to have thought of this too, and smiled softly at him. The owner of this cave has a very high level of cultivation. Even I can't see any way. Seemingly unable to bear the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Kyoko said. The so-called doorway is actually a place where secret treasures are hidden. But he didn't respond to her for a while, but turned his head to look towards the west together with Bai Nishang. Kiyomi, who was in the sword, couldn't feel it, but they could feel an inexplicable power over there. Even if it is not where the secret treasure is, it will be an important place. So they decided to go over there first. After explaining a few words to Qing Mio in his heart, Chu Yang wanted to fly up. This time can reach the destination faster. It's just that he just wanted to use the power of flying, but found that he was suppressed by an invisible force. It seems that flying is forbidden in the secret place. He understood it and didn't feel surprised. There are all kinds of restrictions in the secret realm. Otherwise, wouldn't the secret treasure be taken away by outsiders casually? So he and Bai Nishang walked slowly towards the west. He is not in a hurry. If there is a secret treasure there, it is impossible for them to get it so easily. Walking on the road, Chu Yang found that there was still the aura of the demon clan around him. It's just that many of them are weak little monsters who have just developed spiritual intelligence. After all, the aura in the secret realm is rich, and it is not surprising that the creatures in the secret realm have developed spiritual wisdom after so many years. But this is a bad signal. Maybe some powerful monster races will appear in the secret realm. To them, people like Chu Yang are intruders, and they will definitely be hostile to them. Therefore, both he and Bai Nishang put away their aura to avoid attracting some powerful monster races. After walking for a long time, Chu Yang stopped, looked at the familiar scene in front of him, and frowned. They went back to where they started. Until now, he still doesn't know that the two of them are in an illusion. This illusion is indeed very clever. Not only he and Bai Nishang didn't realize it, but even Qing Mio was kept in the dark. They either walked into the formation in the secret realm or fell into the magic technique of the illusion. Fortunately, the white clothes beside him are real. It is absolutely impossible for him to admit this familiar touch and breath. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit late, at least he found himself in an illusion. Sensing that he stopped, Bai Nishang stopped and looked at him with doubts. Then she took a closer look and found something strange here. This should be a formation. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere, Bai Nishang said softly, "It's not difficult to crack, as long as you find the eye of the formation." Although she is just a fake reborn person, her amount of knowledge is definitely much better than that half-baked Chu Yang. Eyes. After getting the information he wanted, Chu Yang's spiritual consciousness fully opened up, completely covering the entire formation. Judging from the time they walked before, the range of the formation should not be very large. But as soon as he started looking, he shook his head. It's too inky too. So under Bai Nishang's surprised gaze, he pulled out the sword on his back and placed it across his chest. Immediately swiping forward, a huge and terrifying sword energy shot out from the sword. The sword chi twisted the air one after another, and finally hit an invisible barrier. Like glass shattering, the barrier produced cracks, and eventually all of them were shattered. The moment the barrier shattered, the scene in front of the two of them collapsed. Not only the grass and trees, but also the power he had felt from the west before was gone. Obviously, these things are all illusions. Then what appeared in their eyes was a forest filled with gloom, and the people in the Northland who were still a little confused. Seeing the real scene in front of him, Chu Yang raised the corners of his mouth and smiled confidently. In the face of absolute strength, formations are nothing more than heresy ways. Just like this secret realm, if he has a Taoist cultivation base, the so-called Great Formation of the secret realm will just pretend that it doesn't exist, and he can get all the secret treasures at his fingertips. Seeing his lover so high-spirited, Bai Nishang's eyes were filled with brilliance. Bhikkhu library scanning the surroundings, Chu Yang observed the expressions of the crowd. It was found that most of them were confused, and they obviously didn't know what happened. There is also a small part of them showing suddenly realized expressions, as if they have realized that it was just an illusion before. But Wang Chao had a calm face, noticing his gaze, and gave him a provocative look instead. He obviously knew that this illusion was destroyed by him. Wang Chao's performance made Chu Yang a little suspicious. The current Wang Chao didn't even pretend to be himself at all. And looking at him like this, he may have known this illusion for a long time. Could it be that he already knew the situation inside this secret realm? Thinking that Wang Chao's golden finger was of ancient blood, Chu Yang became more certain about his thoughts. But he didn't pay much attention to it. So what? Wang Chao wants to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but in front of him, Wang Chao is really just a pig. With these thoughts in mind, he and Bai Nishong walked into the woods hand in hand. Chapter 21. As soon as he stepped into the woods, the magnificent palace in front caught Chu Yang's sight. Never expected that such a gloomy forest would actually have a palace. And this palace is also the source of yin qi. Its breath is so strong that no one else can notice it even if someone is standing next to it. From this point of view, the palace is where the secret treasure is. But Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and just stood there. He stared at the palace motionlessly. It was as if he was shocked by the sight in front of him. Of course he wouldn't rush in so foolishly. Seeing Wang Chao's calm look, there might be something strange. So he just wanted to wait for Wang Chao's action. After all, he is the protagonist, and he seems to know this secret realm very well. But the crowd behind him didn't think so. As soon as he saw the palace and felt the aura coming from it, his face was full of joy. Their eyes were red, and they rushed in like crazy, apparently out of fear of being preempted. Looking at it like this, it's not surprising even if they fight. Although they are all called brothers outside, the number of secret treasures is limited after all. Those who have a good relationship can be merciful, and those who don't know each other will fight to the death. Because in this world, strength is the foundation of everything. The secret treasure is just a shortcut to improve strength. Chu Yang saw that everyone entered the palace, but did not find Wang Chao. Can't help but feel a little strange. With a slight smile, he made a decision. After the sound transmission explained the plan to Bai Nishong, the two of them walked towards the palace. Ever since she fell in love with him, Bai Nishong taught him the method of sound transmission in her heart. In this way, communication between them will be much more convenient. According to her, this is what she learned from someone who studies the use of divine thoughts before rebirth. But Chu Yang knew that was not the case. This should be a small golden finger given to her by the consciousness of the plane. Now he has the villain too. Of course, he also has the golden finger of the original protagonist, Sword Spirit. There is even a protagonist on his side. If the plane consciousness has feelings, it will definitely be P************** D off. The two talked in their hearts while walking, and soon he walked to the front of the palace. Then Chu Yang checked the surroundings with his spiritual sense, and found that there was no sign of other people. Apparently Wang Chao hadn't entered the woods yet. So he and Bai Nishong walked to the back of the palace, but did not enter the palace. Under the cover of the palace, Wang Chao would not find them at all. Chu Yang decided to wait for Wang Chao's action. This forest is the only road in the secret realm, so it is impossible for him not to come. Walking into the woods, Wang Chao carefully inspected the surrounding area with his spiritual sense. After finding that there was no sign of anyone, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the so-called leader of the younger generation in the Northland? Seeing this palace, they all rushed up like this. Presumably they are still fighting for the secret treasure now? The real secret treasure of the unknown secret realm is not there. Thinking of this, he couldn't help showing a cheerful smile on his face. As long as he gets the secret treasure of this secret realm, he doesn't have to bear it anymore. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered in the past, he couldn't help clenching his fists. Then he walked towards the east of the woods. At first he cautiously explored the surroundings. But after walking for a while, he found that no one was following him, so he relaxed his vigilance. What's more, except for Chu Yang, who he couldn't see the depth of, the others were no match for him at all. So even if someone followed, he wasn't afraid at all. He didn't realize that the moment he relaxed his vigilance, there were two pairs of eyes staring at him behind him. It was Chu Yang and Bai Nishong. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to follow Wang Chao as soon as he left. From a psychological point of view, that is when a person is most vigilant. Therefore, Wang Chao will definitely be extremely vigilant around. But after a period of time, when no one is found, they will let down their vigilance. This is the time for Chu Yang and the others to follow up. As for the previous journey, they all judged it based on the traces of Wang Chao's walking. No matter how vigilant he was, it was impossible for him to destroy the traces of his walking. The woods were not too big, and soon they were out of the woods. Then a small mountain appeared before their eyes. There is a small cave at the foot of the hill, which is exactly one person high. When they walked out of the woods, they saw Wang Chao walking into the cave. If nothing unexpected happens, that's where the secret treasure is. I didn't expect it to be hidden in such an ordinary place. And I can't feel the power of the cave at all. If it weren't for Wang Chao, Chu Yang might still ignore this small cave. Seeing Wang Chao's disappearing figure, the two also quickly walked into the cave. As soon as they stepped into the cave, their eyes suddenly opened up, and what they saw was a familiar scene. Isn't this the scene in the fantasy mirror? In an instant, Chu Yang wanted to draw out his sword to break the illusion mirror, but Bai Nishang stopped him in time. This is not an illusion, but a real scene. She transmitted the voice in Chu Yang's heart. I see. Chu Yang suddenly realized that the previous illusion mirror was generated based on the scene here. This is the real cave of this ancient power, and those outside are probably just a cover. In this way, those people outside will be in danger. It is obvious that the owner of the secret realm is wary of these intruders, and it is impossible to only have a soft defense method like the illusion mirror array. But this also completely proved the guess in his heart. Wang Chao really had something to do with this secret realm. At this moment, Wang Chao couldn't hide his excitement. What appeared in his sight was an ordinary house. At a glance, it looks like a common house in the Xinling world. But he knew that this was the destination of his trip. In front of the house stood a 6-foot-tall middle-aged man with a ferocious face. So that's it. You are the master's offspring. Thousands of years, I can finally get out from here. Seeing Wang Chao, the big man's eyes froze, and then he showed a clear expression. Before he could reply, the big man jumped in front of him and grabbed his shoulder, obviously wanting to get into the house as quickly as possible. But before they left, a mocking voice came from behind Wang Chao. Prince Wang, thank you for leading the way. I will thank you well after the incident. Hearing this familiar voice, Wang Chao turned his head to look. What I saw was Chu Yang smiling all over his face, and the white clothes beside him. Chapter 22. Seeing Chu Yang walking out from behind him, Wang Chao's eyes flashed with surprise. But he wasn't flustered. When he got here, he no longer needed to hide his strength. Moreover, there is a person guarding the secret treasure beside him. So he said confidently, if you leave now, I can still let you live. Puff. Seeing his confident look, Chu Yang couldn't help laughing. No way. You don't think your true strength is very strong, do you? Or do you think the demon clan around you is very strong? Living here for too long, this monster race will not even restrain its own breath. One in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, and one in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. Even if there is only Chu Yang alone, he is confident that he can defeat them. If they were no match, he and Bai Nishang would have run away long ago, and waited for Wang Chao to take orders before intercepting Humibao. At this moment, Chu Yang was very sure of stepping out in an open and honest manner. Wang Chao was not offended by Chu Yang's ridicule. He just smiled faintly, and then said, since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards Chu Yang, with a cruel smile appearing on his face. Take you as my first stepping stone after Wang Chao no longer bears it. However, before he could reach Chu Yang, he was blown away by a huge impact force, then fell heavily to the ground. With a pain in his chest, Wang Chao spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. He stood up quickly, shocked. Raising his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. The chest injury is nothing. The most important thing is that his previous self-confidence has been completely destroyed by Chu Yang. He can't even get close to Chu Yang. How big is the gap between them? But he quickly put aside the frustration in his heart and looked at Chu Yang resolutely. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. It's just this blow. It's nothing compared to the humiliation he has suffered over the years. Noticing the change in his expression, Chu Yang sighed inwardly. This is the protagonist, and he is not afraid in the face of opponents who are so much stronger than himself. However, it's cool enough to kill like this. Chu Yang stared at Wang Chao with killing intent in his eyes. This little brother has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. He is indeed very talented. It's just that you should not be too arrogant as a human being. There are many existences in this world that you cannot provoke. Sensing Chu Yang's killing intent, the big man's face remained unchanged, and he was extremely calm, warning him, "You are worthy of saying such a thing?" Following Chu Yang's contemptuous words, an extremely terrifying sword energy came to him in an instant. As if he had expected it long ago, he raised his right fist and punched the sword energy like a real thing. Boom. As soon as the fist and sword energy came into contact, there was a huge sound. The impact of the explosion caused the entire cave to shake a little. The Dongfu at this time is no longer what it used to be. There are broken wood and gravel everywhere. Obviously, it has been greatly impacted. This is the destructive power of the great holy monks in battle. Only the ordinary hut remained unharmed. The field was filled with dust, making it hard to see clearly. Such a random blow. Chu Yang didn't expect much effect at first. He just stared at the dust-covered front. There, the outline of a beast and a pair of red eyes can be seen faintly. Apparently, this monster race has already been shaped by him. This made him smile disdainfully. He also didn't expect that this monster race would be so vulnerable. With a movement of his divine sense, Chu Yang blew away all the dust in the field. Finally, he saw clearly the man and the demon in front of him. Next to Wang Chao was a huge beast about his height. Seeing the familiar appearance of this beast, Chu Yang understood. It turned out to be a tiger demon. "You have the strength?" Chu Yang shook his head and sneered. He was right. The tiger demon's cultivation base was slightly higher than Wang Chao's, but his combat power was probably not as good as Wang Chao's. After thinking about it, Chu Yang knew the reason. Although there is a reason why Wang Chao is the protagonist, but the most important thing is that the tiger demon has not fought for too long. Bhikkhu Library, even if it has been cultivated here for thousands of years, it is just a show after all. Now that he has fully understood their strength, Chu Yang no longer hides it. After signaling by Nishang to stay away from here, he said to the two in front of him, "You are too weak. You should go together." Then his eyes gradually turned red, and the surrounding area suddenly became violently windy. All the surrounding trees were blown uprooted. This is the power of the fourth layer of Fenglei transformation. Feeling the power in his body, Chu Yang felt a little relieved. Since traveling to this world, it was the first time he had exerted his full strength. The enemies I encountered before were really too weak. Although the two in front of him are also quite weak, but at least they are two, which can make him take a little seriously. Seeing Chu Yang's power, Wang Chao and Hu Yao were shocked. But they have no other choice at this time. They can only fight head-on. The tiger demon roared, and its body instantly became 3 times its previous size. Then he turned his mouth to Chu Yang and let out a white breath. But Wang Chao was muttering, and a dozen phantoms of long swords gradually appeared around him. With a wave of his hands, more than a dozen phantoms of long swords attacked Chu Yang from all directions. Bells and whistles. However, Chu Yang didn't take these attacks seriously and operated the Thunder Bian and Fenglei Bian. Immediately, his whole body was surrounded by bursts of thunder and lightning. Then the body shook, and thunder and lightning spread outward. As soon as it touched the thunder and lightning, the phantom of the long sword and the breath disappeared. Afterwards, Chu Yang lightly swung his sword. This seemingly random strike made Wang Chao and Hu Yao feel that there was nowhere to hide. The overwhelming sword energy attacked them, so they could only fight head-on. It's just that they desperately discovered that this sword is so terrifying. With their strength, if they fight hard, they will definitely die. But this is the only option at this time. Wang Chao gritted his teeth, tightened his dantian, and began to accumulate energy. However, just as he was about to fight to the death, his eyes suddenly went dark. After a while, he opened his eyes, only to find himself on a cliff. Sensing the different atmosphere from the secret realm, Wang Chao bit his lower lip tightly, his face full of unwillingness. "I have endured for so many years, but I didn't expect this result in exchange." All the secret treasures in the secret realm were snatched away by others. Chu Yang, with a roar in his mouth, great hatred appeared in his eyes. Seeing him like this, the tiger demon who reincarnated as a big man also sighed. The current situation is exactly what he did. After he found that the two were defeated by Chu Yang, he activated the large teleportation formation he had set up. It's a pity that there is another formation in the hut, and all the secret treasures cannot be sent away. The teleportation location is random, and now even he doesn't know where they are. It is definitely impossible to rush back to the secret realm. But at least the man was alive, and there was hope of revenge. Seeing that Wang Chao quickly regained his composure, he was amazed in his heart. With such a state of mind, why worry about the failure of major events? But Chu Yang, who was in a secret place, looked puzzled. How come they disappeared? It was the same when he wanted to kill Yichen before. They used a teleportation formation. Sensing his doubts, Bai Nishang stepped forward and explained to him. I see. Chu Yang didn't care about their escape either. It's just a defeat, and the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. The most important thing on this trip is undoubtedly the secret treasure in the hut. Turning his gaze, he stared at the house in front of him. No matter how fiercely they fought, it still remained unaffected, as if all battles had nothing to do with it. Chapter 23. Although there are only Chu Yang and Bai Nishang left here, it seems that the secret treasure has become their pocket. But Chu Yang knew that what came next was the real problem, because they found that they couldn't get close to the hut in front of them at all. Obviously, this hut is guarded by formations. Looking at the appearance of Wang Chao and the others before, it is estimated that the way to open it is something like blood. However, in the previous month, Chu Yang took a little time to look carefully at the items in the Points Mall. So he knew that there were actually items to crack the formation in the Point Mall. Of course, don't use it if you can. After all, you need at least 100 points. Chu Yang first asked Bai Nishang to see if she could do anything. After getting her negative answer, he made up his mind. In this case, let's try to break through the formation first. So he held the sword in both hands and took a deep breath, then swung out vigorously. The space in front of him was completely distorted, and an extremely powerful sword energy rushed straight into the hut. This is Chu Yang's strongest skill at this time, the Duankong sword art that has been cultivated to the apex. It's just that in front of the formation, it doesn't seem to be enough. As soon as he approached the house, the sword energy disappeared in an instant, without any waves. Seeing this situation, Bai Nishang was also very disappointed. Even Chu Yang couldn't break the formation, and she certainly couldn't either. Could it be that they have no choice but to give up on this secret treasure that is so close at hand? She couldn't help but look at Chu Yang, only to find that he had a pained expression on his face. Sudden doubts arose in my heart. Chu Yang felt distressed for not paying attention to her thoughts. He looked at it just now and found that the item requires 100 points. These points were hard for him to get. It's just that now there is no other way but to make this choice. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of effort for him to come here? I only hope that the secret treasure inside is worthy of these 100 points. Having made up his mind, he clicked the exchange button on the system panel. After his deliberate guidance, Qing Miao and Bai Nishang have long been used to his little tricks. As long as this is his usual action when he is thinking. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to see something was wrong. As soon as he pressed the exchange button, a talisman paper half the size of a palm appeared in Chu Yang's hand. Formation breaking talisman. All formations can be broken with one talisman. To be honest, this kind of irresponsible, any restricted item is indeed a good thing. I just don't know if using it to crack the secret formation will make the secret self-destruct. You can find a secret place to try next time. If he can prevent the secret realm from self-destructing, as long as he can find the secret realm first, he can immediately evacuate the secret treasure. In this way, the secret realm disappeared before anyone else even saw the shadow of the secret realm. Shaking his head slightly, Chu Yang put all the thoughts in his head behind him. Let's settle the matter in front of us first. So he stretched out his hand and directly used a thrust to make the formation-breaking talisman fly towards the hut. As soon as he approached the hut, the formation-breaking talisman disappeared like the sword energy before. But after only a moment, Chu Yang could feel the aura of the formation disappear. I took a few steps forward and found that there was no obstacle at this time. I didn't expect that the formation-breaking talisman could break the formation so quickly, and there was no sound at all. It is worthy of being an item in the system. It is so magical. Feeling that the formation had disappeared, Bai Nishang was shocked. Only one talisman was used to break such a powerful formation? Kyoko, who knew Chu Yang's background well, was only slightly surprised. She has long been familiar with the miraculous things about him. Only if these are things from another world. But when Chu Yang opened the door of the hut, Bai Nishang put aside the doubts in his heart. He stared blankly at the room. There is nothing special about the decoration in the house, just like ordinary people's houses. On the contrary, there are some simplicity. The living items are only a small bed, a table, and 2 chairs. What really caught her eye was a small landscape painting hanging on the wall. There is also a blue long sword placed on the bed. Chu Yang was also overjoyed. He could feel the extraordinary in the house. Just relying on his feelings, he felt that the 100 points were worth it. After signaling Bai Nishang to follow, he walked into the room. First, hold the long sword on the bed in your hand and feel the power in it. After all, it is a secret treasure of the secret realm, much stronger than the few swords in his room. But already with Kyoko, this sword is useless to him. So he threw the sword to Bai Nishang, who had just entered the door. Then he took down the landscape painting hanging on the wall. What he cares most about is this painting. Bai Nishang was taken aback. She never expected that Chu Yang would give her the sword. And looking at him like this, he is actually silky without hesitation. You know, this is a world where martial arts are respected. In many people's minds, secret treasures are much more important than lovers. Now Chu Yang simply threw the long sword at her, which shows the importance of her in Chu Yang's heart. This made her heart so sweet that the corners of her mouth curled up. Then she walked up to Chu Yang and kissed him lightly on the face. Chu Yang was a little surprised by her sudden attack. Why are you kissing me all of a sudden? Qing Miao, who understood the girl's mind, sighed lightly, but did not point out. In other respects, Chu Yang is very clever and decisive, but in this respect he is a little slow. But she likes him better. Of course, Chu Yang is not the so-called dull. He really didn't care about the sword. For him, it was just a small thing that was taken for granted. Although he couldn't figure it out for a while, Chu Yang quickly focused on the landscape painting in his hand. Anyway, he didn't suffer a loss, so why do he think so much? Looking at the painting in his hand, he was momentarily stunned. The power in the painting is so powerful. Not only that, but he could also feel the strong aura in the painting. This should be the most precious secret treasure in the secret realm. Gazing at the painting, Chu Yang injected spiritual thoughts into it. As a result, as he expected, he came to a place with beautiful mountains and rivers in an instant. What appeared before his eyes was the scene in the painting. Sure enough, this painting is a cave. Then he felt the aura around him and found that it was more than 10 times stronger than outside. In this way, the speed of cultivation here will be greatly improved. Although it is impossible to be 10 times stronger than the outside, because the speed at which monks can absorb aura is limited. But it shouldn't be a problem to increase it by 4 or 5 times. This is in Chu Yang's arms. He is still worried about how to practice faster than the protagonist. With this painting, even the protagonist's cultivation speed is not in vain. Back outside, Chu Yang signaled Bai Nishang to come in and have a look. She nodded and entered the cave. Soon she came out of the painting, her face full of joy. After taking away the 2 secret treasures in the house, the 2 left the hut satisfied. Successfully snatched Wang Chao's opportunity. Wang Chao's luck will be -100, and his own luck will be +100. Hearing the promotion sound from the system, Chu Yang felt a little grateful to Wang Chao. Thank you, Chao Wang. Thank you for giving me such a great opportunity. Chapter 24. After leaving the cave, Chu Yang returned to the woods along the same road. After leaving the cave, Bai Nishang spontaneously went to the cave in the painting to practice. After this trip to the secret realm, she knew that she could no longer keep up with Chu Yang. So in order not to hold him back, she wanted to improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Chu Yang was naturally happy to see the results, and it would definitely be better if he had more combat power. Walking on the road, he was thinking in his heart, after so long, I don't know what happened to those people in the palace. Even outside the woods, he could still feel the strong yin qi. Presumably the secret treasure in the palace has not been taken away. Thinking of this, he could understand why Wang Chao was so proud. It's a really cool feeling to deceive everyone. It's just that he still miscalculated a step and was picked up by himself. But even though Chu Yang knew that the palace was not a secret treasure at all, he still wanted to see it. It must not be an ordinary thing that can exude such a heavy yin qi. Although it is useless to the master of the secret realm, it might be useful to him. Speeding up his walking speed, Chu Yang quickly reached the front of the palace. However, the scene in front of him was beyond his expectation. In front of the palace at this time, it can be described as a purgatory on earth. Those who entered the palace had all become corpses, stacked messily in front of the palace gate. Their blood even stained the front of the palace red. The blood has not coagulated. Obviously, these people have just died. Although Chu Yang didn't know what happened, he was very clear about it. The deaths of these people must have something to do with the things in the palace. If they were just fighting each other, it would be absolutely impossible to be so tragic. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of green eyes staring at him through the door. Give him a chill. It seems that it is the murderer who will kill these people. It's on him now. It can kill all the people who enter the palace. Presumably the strength of this thing is not too bad. Of course, this is relative to others. It's hard to say compared to him. Chu Yang found that with the appearance of these eyes, the surrounding yin became more intense. It turns out that this guy is the source of yin qi. That being the case, there is nothing to see in this palace. The guy in the palace, let it die with this secret realm. Once the aura is exhausted, the entire secret realm will be destroyed. Will be gone. So Chu Yang decided to leave here. Anyway, he already got the secret treasure, so why bother to fight unnecessary? However, the other party obviously won't do what he wants. Just when he raised his legs and was about to leave here, a sound of breaking the air came from the palace. Subconsciously, he raised his hand to block it, and then shook his arm vigorously, directly knocking the guy who attacked him into the air. Taking a closer look, Chu Yang finally saw its appearance clearly. It turned out to be a person. To be precise, it was a rotting corpse. His face was bloody, and he was no longer human, and he couldn't see his face clearly when he was alive. The clothes on his body were in tatters, revealing a large area of gray-green skin. Although it hasn't been long since Chu Yang traveled to this world, he still recognizes this creature. This is the corpse puppet, a puppet made by monks in this world from corpses. However, it still has a certain degree of self-awareness and can attack enemies autonomously. Feeling the feeling after his arm blocked its attack, he sighed slightly. This corpse puppet's cultivation base should not be high, and it is about the same as Wang Chao. Originally, Chu Yang wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Since it wants to die again so much, let it be fulfilled. Last time you were tortured after death and trained as a puppet. This time I will let you die happily. Pulling out the long sword on his back, Chu Yang directly used the Duankong sword art. Just as the corpse puppet stood firm, dozens of sword auras were directed at it from all directions. It seemed to find itself in danger, and it roared like a wild animal. Then he wanted to rush towards Chu Yang. But before it could act, its body was pierced by dozens of sword qi at the same time. Finally, he fell to the ground and lost his voice. However, there was a silent smile on its face. It seems to be finally relieved. Chu Yang didn't care and quickened his pace to leave the secret realm. For him, this is just a small episode on the road. He has some worries in his mind. Except for him, by Nishang and Wang Chao, everyone who entered the secret realm died. Those who died were all those talented young people. These people are almost all the true disciples of the major sections. There are even young masters of some sections. It can be said that the North has suffered heavy losses. This is unique in so many years of exploration of the secret realm. Originally, the secret realm was the cave of the ancient power, and it was hidden into the world. How could there be much danger? Unexpectedly, there are traps in this secret realm, and they just want Wang Chao to get the secret treasure alone. But the major sects don't care so much. Their most important disciple died here. The sect will definitely be furious. No matter what the inside story is, they have to find an outlet. This outlet is him and Bai Nishang. Because apart from Wang Chao, who was teleported away and no one found him, he and Bai Nishang were the only ones who survived. Even though the Seven Profound Valley is one of the three major sects in the northern land, it cannot withstand the pressure from the entire northern land. This is exactly what Chu Yang worries about. Of course, just to put pressure on, None of the major sects would send high-level officials like the suzerain to come, because if the suzerain came, it would mean declaring war on Sichuan Valley. At most, what they asked was to hand over him and Bai Nishang. This is his breaking point. For this, he needs to break through the great sacred realm and cultivate into the divine transformation realm. Walking out of the light gate of the secret realm, Chu Yang saw many people standing around the gate. Some are purely for watching, and some are probably trying to cut off secret treasures. Seeing him walking out of the secret realm, these people all took a few steps away from him. Chu Yang's reputation is still very big in the Northland. They don't want to provoke the Seven Profound Valley. Seeing this, Chu Yang nodded secretly. Fortunately, there are no ignorant people, otherwise he wouldn't mind killing people. Then he jumped up, turned into a ray of divine light, and flew towards Sichuan Valley. 3 days later, there was a cave in the painting. Chu Yang opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Then he exchanged a glance with Bai Nishang beside him. Both of them had joy on their faces. That's right, both of them broke through. The current Chu Yang is already a cultivator in the realm of transforming gods. Before entering the secret realm, he had signs of a breakthrough. After practicing for 3 days in this cave full of aura, he broke through naturally. And Bai Nishang is already at the late stage of the Great Saint realm. In this cave, her cultivation speed is also extremely fast. So the two left the cave and returned to Chu Yang's room. As soon as he came out, Chu Yang saw the anxious expression of Qin Yunshan's steward. He had anticipated what was going to happen. Sure enough, what the steward said did not exceed his expectations. Young master, you all leave the Seven Profound Valley now to avoid the limelight. The elders of more than a dozen sects in the north are putting pressure on the sect to hand you over. Chapter 25. At the same time, outside the mountain gate of Seven Profound Valley, dozens of monks with divine light hovered in the sky. It seemed that even the sky had darkened a bit. Obviously, these people are very powerful. Shuyanzong, Leifeng Cave, Xuanshuang Palace. These are all well-known forces in the Northland, and their strength is also very strong. Strangely, the people from Sun Moon Tower and Fenglei Hall did not come. In order to seize the treasure, dozens of sect disciples were actually put to death. Hand over Chu Yang and Bai Nishang, or we will be at odds with Sichuan Valley. In the lead, an old man who was nearly 60 years old roared loudly. He is the elder of Shuiyun's sect. As soon as he made a sound, the rest of the people also shouted loudly, "Hand over Chu Yang and Bai Nishang! Hand over Chu Yang and Bai Nishang!" The major sects have already sent people to the secret territory to investigate, so they naturally know that all their disciples died at the hands of corpse puppets. It's just that only Chu Yang and Chu Yang came out alive, and they certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity to attack the Seven Profound Valley. Who knows if the corpse puppet was made by Chu Yang? Regardless of the process, the result is that Chu Yang and Chu Yang returned with full rewards, and everyone else died. They just took advantage of the situation and pushed all the deaths of these people to Chu Yang. Inside the mountain gate stood several Kixuangu elders. They all frowned. In terms of strength alone, even if Qi Shuanggu faced these dozen or so sects alone, he would not be afraid. What's more, Sichuan Valley also has several affiliated sections. But there are still Sun Moon Tower and Fenglei Palace in the dark, watching covetously. If they had turned against more than a dozen sects at once, the two major sects would definitely take this opportunity to attack. This was something Qi Shuanggu couldn't bear. Everyone in the secret realm was killed by corpse puppets, and has nothing to do with me, Seven Profound Valley. Besides, there are also several Seven Profound Valley disciples among the dead. One of the elders said coldly. Although he knew that this sentence was useless, he still had to tell the truth. Even if they didn't order anyone to enter the secret realm, they still learned about the situation of the secret realm from various sections. Nature knows what the truth is. Who knows if the corpse puppet was released by him? Hearing his words, the elder of Xianzong gave a disdainful smile and said immediately, "Give them both to us, and we will investigate on our own." Impossible. The elder Kixuangu said in a cold voice, apparently on the verge of eruption. If they were just handed over to them like this, there would be no return. At that time, they can say whatever they want to say. They don't care about Chu Yang, but they care about Zoman's face. This is their bottom line. Handing over the young master just because of this will definitely be ridiculed by everyone in the Xinling world. Besides, the owner of the valley is still in retreat. If he learned of this after the retreat, he would definitely be furious. These elders are dead. From this point of view, there is only one option left. Thinking of this, the chief elder said lightly, "Everyone, please go back. It is impossible for the young master to hand it over to you. Or, do you want to start a war with 7 Profound Valley?" Sensing his tough tone, the elders of all sects were a little silent. Although he knew that it was impossible to achieve his goal easily, he did not expect Qi Xuangu's attitude to be so tough. They flinched for a moment. After all, Qishuan Valley's strength can crush them. The reason why I chose to come here is because there are Fenglei Temple and Sun Moon Tower behind me. But once Qi Xuangu is angered, even if there are 2 sects behind them, they will suffer a devastating blow. We just want the truth. In this case, choose a compromise. Just hand over by Nishang. At this time, the elder of Xuyanzong said aloud. These few words of his made everyone suddenly enlightened. That's right. As the young master of Chu Yang, it's normal for Qi Xuangu to be unwilling. But let Bai Nishang go to the head office. She is just a small true disciple. In this way, they can also go back to do business and slightly damage Qi Xuangu's face. Hearing this proposal, the elders of Qishuan Valley were also a little moved. His face was still a little damaged, but it was much smaller than handing over the young master. And the valley owner will not blame. It can also solve the difficult problems faced by Qishuan Valley. Almost the perfect solution. Although the young master cares about Bai Nishang very much, he might resent them for it. But so what? After all, he is just the young master, not the valley master. However, just when he was about to open his mouth to accept the proposal, a piercing sound came. After only a moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. At this time, the elder of Xuyanzong had his chest pierced by a black long sword. There was a confident expression on his face, obviously feeling that his proposal would be accepted. It's just that now his expression has been frozen forever. Then he fell heavily to the ground. "Aren't you looking for Chu Yang? I'm already here." Following a mocking voice, Chu Yang appeared at the mountain gate. Then with a wave of his hand, he took back the long sword and the corpse. Then gently wiped the blood off the sword with a handkerchief. It's like just doing a trivial thing. Seeing his comfortable appearance, the elders in the air were a little angry and a little frightened. Unexpectedly, this Chu Yang has such strength. To be able to kill the elders of the Shuiyun sect with a single strike must be much stronger than them. But I thought that there were more than a dozen people on my side, and there were Fenglei Temple and Sun Moon Tower behind me. They felt a little more at ease, and they all said, "You." Just as soon as they uttered a word, their bodies fell uncontrollably. In the end, they all lay on the ground, unable to move or even open their mouths. "Who told you to speak in the sky? Make me look up." With a slight sigh, Chu Yang shook his head. "Do you know what you did?" "This is..." The head elder Kixwangu said angrily, blaming Chu Yang very much. "Noisy." However, before the elder finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chu Yang. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, he was beheaded by his sword. Then Chu Yang withdrew his coercion and said in a deep voice, "Is there anything else?" But the elders on the opposite side didn't seem to hear what he said. They all turned into Shunhong and fled in a panic. Seeing this, Chu Yang sighed, patted the shoulder of an elder of Qishuan Valley beside him, and said lightly, "Dispose of the corpse." Then he walked into the sect without looking back. Bhikkhu Library, the few remaining elders looked at the corpse under their feet with fear on their faces. On the way back to Qingyan Mountain, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, the incident was almost resolved satisfactorily. That's right. All he has to do is to make an example to others. He had been observing in secret for a long time, in order to understand the reactions of these people. The result was not as he expected. Even though he was the young master, the elders didn't take him seriously at all. Even if you offend him, you have to hand over the white clothes. What they are afraid of is only the owner of the 7 Profound Valleys. Thinking about it, it's normal to be looked down upon by the original owner of the body. So what Chu Yang has to do is to make an example to others. It can not only scare away people from various sects, but also establish prestige in Qishuan Valley. After this incident, presumably these elders will bow their heads to him, the young master. Anyway, he is also a villain. How could he not even have subordinates? Duh. Chapter 26. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. What happened in the Seven Profound Valley caused a sensation in the entire Xianling world outside the southern wilderness. The dozen or so sect elders who went to Qishuan Valley couldn't bear Chu Yang's coercion. Not only failed to exert pressure successfully, even the elder of Shuyanzong was pierced by his sword. This news caused many monks to widen their eyes and couldn't believe it. In their impression, although Chu Yang is extremely talented, his cultivation is also at the top among the younger generation. But these elders are all in the great saint realm, and even his coercion can't bear it. Doesn't it mean that he is already a great power in the realm of transforming gods? The result made everyone gasp. You know, there are only 40 or 50 human beings in the Xianling realm. Either the sect masters of some sects, or the elders of the 9 major sections. There are only 12 people in the Tao God realm. Of course, Yaozu also has many strong people. However, these monster races are all nested in the southern wilderness, and they hardly communicate with the human race. Due to very little communication, many people don't understand Nanhuang at all. Even so, Chu Yang is now a top monk, enough to start a sect. The most frightening thing is that he is only 20 years old, and he doesn't know how he will grow up in the future. Chu Yang has already firmly established himself as the strongest of the younger generation. Who else can compare to him now? Others are at the middle stage of the great saint realm at most, and the gap is really too big. In a certain restaurant in Zhongzhou, several tables of monks were discussing this matter. They were drinking and chatting. People like Chu Yang who have a very deep cultivation and background, they can't feel jealous at all, because the gap between them and Chu Yang is too big. So I only regard this matter as an after-dinner conversation. However, after hearing what they were talking about, one person in the restaurant showed hatred. This person has a handsome face and plain clothes. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. It is Yi Chun who has come to Zhongzhou. At the beginning, he heard that the various sects were pressuring Kik Swangu to demand about Chu Yang. I couldn't help standing up and applauding. The villain Chu Yang is finally going to be deflated. But the more he listened, the more something was wrong, and it turned out that Chu Yang showed his might behind him, scaring the elders of all sects to flee. Now Chu Yang's prestige has spread in the Xianling world. This made the joy that had just risen in him dissipate in an instant. Touching the ring on his finger, he couldn't help sighing. After more than a month, Master has not yet awakened. This made him feel a little remorseful. Why didn't I listen to Master's words at the beginning? But more of a resentment towards Chu Yang. I will return the shame of that day 100-fold. Young Master of the Emperor sect invited me to discuss the Tao. In the lobby of Qingyun Mountain, Chu Yang raised his brow slightly as he looked at the invitation letter handed by the elder in front of him. In the past half-month, he has been extremely busy. Not only do you have to practice in the cave and the painting, but you also have to run up and down the sect. The purpose is to establish the prestige of the young master in the door. The result is also worthy of his efforts. Due to his identity and strength, many people in the sect were subdued by him and became his subordinates. Now that the owner of the valley does not leave the customs, he is the ruler of the 7 Profound Valley. Obviously became the real young master of Qishuan Valley, instead of having the title of a young master, as before. In addition, after half a month of busy training, he has already cultivated Feng Lei to the 5th level. After glancing at the contents, he immediately became interested. The young master of the Divine Emperor sect sent invitations widely, wanting the talents from all over the world to go to Zhongzhou to discuss the Tao. As the #1 sect in the Xianling realm, no one would dare not give face to the young master of the Divine Emperor sect. At that time, all the Tianjiao from Zhongzhou, Dongtu, Beatty, and Shio will go. Of course, Chu Yang is very clear about the purpose of the young master of the Emperor's sect. Rather than saying that he wanted to discuss the Tao with Tianjiao from all over the world, he actually wanted to meet him. Let's see how strong he is. But this is exactly what Chu Yang meant. He also wanted to see the strength of the Tianjiao in other places. Anyway, there is nothing to do in 7 Profound Valley. It's also good to go to Zhongzhou for fun. As the most prosperous area in the Xianling world, he is also somewhat interested in Zhongzhou. And if you change the map, maybe you can meet a new protagonist again. By the way, add some luck and points. Since after Bai Nishang's incident, his points have not increased. Instead, 100 points were spent in the secret realm. He didn't want to miss this opportunity to gain points. With his current cultivation base, he is sure to win any protagonist he meets. After signaling to the reporting elder to leave, Chu Yang opened the system panel and looked at his own information. Host, Chu Yang Cultivation, early stage of transforming God Realm Kung Fu. 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu, Yuan Yang Jinju, Duan Kong Jianju, Wind and Thunder Transformation Air Luck, 820 points. 100 items, Stand-in Straw Man, Puppet Paper Man luck is high enough, but it's useless. Protagonists with high luck are protected by plane awareness and are difficult to eliminate, unless his cultivation can be improved to a higher level. But without the Shattering Void Pill, it is too difficult to improve the cultivation level of the God Transformation Realm. It has been so long since Chu Yang traveled to this world. Judging from Yi Qin's rising luck, it is already impossible to meet Lin Yi and Qin Hai, the early protagonists. After all, he had met those two people just after time traveling, and they hadn't grown up at all. Therefore, Chu Yang now fell into a bottleneck for a while. That's why he wanted to go to Zhongzhou. There, try to see if you can find a breakthrough. At least it's better than practicing blindly here. So he entered the cave in the painting and told by Nishang and Si Qianqian, who were practicing. Although Si Qianqian's cultivation talent is average, she has reached the peak of the subtlety realm after practicing in the cave for half a month. Hearing what he said, Bai Nishang decided to stay in the cave and help Chu Yang if he was in danger. Si Qianqian decided to stay in Qingyun Mountain because his cultivation base was too far behind the two of them. Looking at the hut built by the two women in front of him, Chu Yang smiled slightly and said, "Would you like to name this place? Let's call it Qingling Cave." After pondering for a moment, Chu Yang decided. Naturally, the two women have no objection, it's just a name. But Kiyomi let out a smirk in his heart. Apparently, it was known that it was named after her. Chu Yang chuckled, which made Qing Miao even more coquettish. Then he left the cave and looked in the direction of Zhongzhou. "Zhongzhou, here I come. Don't let me down." Chapter 27. Zhongzhou, the most prosperous continent in the Xianling world. There are outstanding people and heroes gathered here. It can be said to be the center of the mysterious spirit world. The entire Zhongzhou is about the same size as the Northland, but the number of sects is fully double that of the Northland. However, most of these numerous sects are affiliated sects of the Divine Emperor sect. Therefore, in the Zhongzhou continent, the Divine Emperor sect is the well-deserved #1 sect. Even in the entire Xianling world, they are firmly in the position of the strongest sect, not only because of the affiliated sects of Shenhuangzong all over Zhongzhou. More importantly, among the 12 human Taoist gods in the Xianling realm, 3 are members of the Divine Emperor sect, and the other 8 major sects have only 1. It can be seen that the power of the Divine Emperor sect is strong. Inside the Great Hall of the Divine Emperor sect, a handsome young man in a golden long robe frowned slightly. Look at the image in front of you. Although the quality of the photo stone that recorded the image is average, the image is slightly blurred. But it's more than enough to see what's going on. That's right, the image in front of this person is exactly the scene of Chu Yang that day. Ruoying, do you think this Chu Yang has the power to transform into a god? Staring at the image in front of him, his face became more and more ugly, and he asked in a deep voice. Beside him stood a tall woman. The face is beautiful, the skin is as thick as fat, and the legs are slender. Even wearing a monotonous black robe, it is difficult to hide her beauty. Hearing his question, a trace of disgust flashed in the woman's eyes, and she said lightly, "Yes." Cherish words like gold, obviously don't want to say a word with him. This is not the attitude towards the young master. Even though her attitude was bad, the young son was not angry. On the contrary, the excitement in the eyes is even more serious. He just likes this kind of strong-tempered woman, and it's more fun to play like this. That's right, this person is Feng Liang, the young master of the Divine Emperor sect. And the beautiful woman standing beside him is Hua Ruing, an inner disciple of the Divine Emperor sect. After saying this, he didn't wait for Hua Ruing to reply. Instead, he reached out and grabbed her. Dodging the hand he was grabbing at her, Hua Ruing said coldly, "Please respect yourself, young master." At this moment, the tone of voice was already filled with disgust that could not be concealed. Not paying attention to the disgust in her words, Feng Liang smiled slightly instead, then motioned her to leave. Looking at her swaying back when she left, Feng Liang's eyes were full of heat. Sooner or later, you will be my woman. Young Sinuan, the place where the inner sect disciples of the Divine Emperor's sect live. Trot after leaving the main hall. Hua Ruiying had already returned here. But he hasn't gotten out of the emotion just now. She couldn't take it anymore. Now Feng Liang couldn't bear to attack her. We will only make more outrageous actions in the future. She has already decided to leave the Divine Emperor sect after the Tao discussion conference is over. Thinking in her heart, the voice from the front made her face sink again. What are you doing here? You be asterisk 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 D. Don't dirty our eyes. If you didn't have a good sister, you would have died hundreds of times already. Senior sister Hua really has a hard life, and I have broken my heart because of this little brother. Who knows, maybe Sister Hua is still enjoying it, haha. I saw a young man with calm eyes staring at the sky in a daze, and in front of him stood these three gorgeously dressed men. What Hua Ruiying heard was exactly what these three men said, but the first few words were obviously addressed to the boy. The last two sentences were in low voices. Even after hearing such vicious words, Hua Ruiying's expression remained calm. In the past 3 years, there have been countless such things. She has long been used to it. She just stared fixedly at the boy beside the tree. His eyes were full of hatred that iron could not become steel. His name is Lu Yang, and he is her master's son. It's just that he is a complete incompetent. Relying on his father's prestige in the Shen Huangzong, he lived a carefree life in the sect. So I didn't pay much attention to cultivation at all. Now it's just a small area. Bhikkhu library even so, he was at ease in the presence of his father. However, everything was broken 3 years ago. His father died in the battle against monsters. With a low cultivation base and no backer, he was gradually looked down upon by others. His former good friends also left him, and even the marriage contract made by his father was annulled by the woman. After being hit by this, Lu Yang changed completely. He locked himself in the room and didn't come out for almost 3 years. No one can communicate with him, except Hua Ruiying, his sister who grew up with him. But more than a month ago, Lu Yang walked out of the room for the first time. Hua Ruiying, who thought he had stepped out of the shadows, was very happy. I thought he would work hard to cultivate and enhance his strength. But I didn't expect that he didn't practice at all and stared at the sky in a daze all day long. Hua Ruiying looked at his figure, feeling extremely wronged in her heart. Master rescued her who was only 5 or 6 years old from the mouth of a monster and accepted her as a disciple. In her heart, she is like a father. That's why she tried every means to protect Lu Yang after her master died. Because his cultivation was too low, many people wanted to expel him from the sect. But leaving the Divine Emperor's sect, with her strength at the time, it was difficult for the two of them to survive outside. Especially with her beauty, it is easy to be coveted by others. So in order to protect Lu Yang, she went to ask the young master. The young master's request was for her to obey his orders. That is to say, it is equivalent to being a subordinate. Bhikkhu library, of course, she knew the young master's thoughts for her, but she was able to bear it only in terms of words. It's just that she actually wanted to do something today, which made her unable to bear it anymore. Her cultivation is no longer the same as before. Now, even if she is outside, she can protect Lu Yang. That's why he decided to take him away from the Emperor's sect after discussing the Tao. But as soon as he returned to Young Sinuan, he saw such a scene. Even she couldn't help feeling a little angry towards Lu Yang. For him, she swallowed her anger, even at the expense of her own reputation. But he was so foolish, completely unmotivated. However, Lu Yang, whom she thought of as a fool, had a faint glow in his eyes looking at the sky. He didn't care about the ridicule of the crowd, because at this time, he is no longer the original Lu Yang. He was originally an ordinary college student on Earth. When he woke up, he actually transmigrated to the body of the person with the same name in this world. And it also comes with a magical practice method called Sun Moon True Art. Just by standing under the sunlight and moonlight, you can absorb their power, and your cultivation level will advance rapidly. He is now in the late stage of the Great Saint realm. So he didn't care about the ridicule of these people. Until the 3 people in front of him left, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ever since he knew what Hua Ruiying had done for him, he had made a decision. He wanted to swell Feng Liang's face at the Tao discussion conference. Seeing Hua Ruoying, who had already walked in front of him, made him even more proud. Is this the benefit of traversers? Not only the golden finger of Sun and Moon Jinjue, but also such a beautiful woman to accompany him. He wants to start his own road to face-slapping at the Tao Discussion Conference. At the same time, Chu Yang officially stepped into the land of Zhongzhou. Looking up at the sky, he couldn't help but smile. For some reason, he had a faint premonition. This discussion will definitely be exceptionally exciting. Chapter 28. Lingyan Pavilion, an attic a few miles away from the Divine Emperor School. Fij Ludan, towering into the clouds. Standing on the top of the pavilion, it seems as if you can pick stars. This is the place where the Divine Emperor sect receives guests. It is also the venue for this discussion. Received by the maid, Chu Yang boarded Lingyan Pavilion. The boots thumped on the attic steps. He looked at the attic as he walked. Just standing on the half-height of the attic, you can also have a feeling of seeing all the mountains and small mountains. It has to be said that the style of the Divine Emperor sect is far greater than that of the 7 profound valleys. There are only a few pitiful peaks in Qishuan Valley, and only a few affiliated sections. But the Emperor of God is different. The cities and sects that he can see now are all affiliated with the Divine Emperor sect. This shows the strength of the Divine Emperor sect. But now is not the time to look at the scenery. Sensing that the guiding maid had stopped, Chu Yang knew that he had arrived. So he looked away and motioned for the maid to leave. Then look at the door in front of you. Although he came earlier than the agreed time, but there must have been a lot of people inside. With a fixed gaze, he pushed open the door in front of him and stepped inside. After taking one step, he instantly felt more than a dozen gazes focus on him. He looked around and observed the people who were already seated. These people sat in their seats without speaking. Most of them looked at him blankly. There are 2 or 3 who seem to know him, and their eyes are full of fighting spirit. His face remained unchanged, and he found a seat at random. I was very disappointed in my heart. Among so many people, there is not a single protagonist. So what's the point of him coming here? He doesn't want to accompany these so-called Tianjiao to discuss the Tao. Judging from the Northland Tianjiao he met in the secret realm last time, it is estimated that he can crush these people to death with a single finger. Fortunately, everyone has not arrived yet, and there may still be hope. It's just that he has no idea. I just want this discussion to end soon. He still needs to wander around Zhongzhou to see if he can find the protagonist. Otherwise, these protagonists are all wretched and developed, and it must be scary when they come out of the mountain. Most of the people in the banquet did not speak. Only 2 or 3 people were talking to each other. This is also normal. It is the Emperor of God who gathered them here, little lord. They barely knew each other and had little to talk about. Only when Feng Liang arrives will the relationship between them become active. Chu Yang, who was getting bored gradually, started chatting with Kiyomi in his heart. After a while, another 5 or 6 people came here one after another. When the appointed time came, Chu Yang saw a person sitting at the head of the table. It seems that this person is Feng Liang, the young master of the Divine Emperor sect. It's finally time to start. Then he saw a long-legged and thin-waisted woman walking by and sat down beside him. With so many seats, why do you have to sit next to me? Seeing that she and Feng Liang came in one after the other, Chu Yang couldn't help feeling vigilant. This guy doesn't want to use a beauty trick against me, does he? But it doesn't look like her cold look. Feeling Chu Yang watching her, Hua Ruoying frowned slightly. Feng Liang ordered her to sit beside Chu Yang so that she could observe his actions. This request is not too much, so she has no resistance. But, looking at Chu Yang's appearance, he couldn't be that kind of person, right? Fortunately, he quickly withdrew his gaze and stared at Feng Liang, who was sitting at the top. Biko Library. This made her feel relieved and continued to observe him. Of course, it wasn't just because of Feng Liang's order. She was also curious about what kind of person this man who was considered to be the strongest of the younger generation was. She stared at her closely, and Chu Yang naturally noticed it. Presumably this girl was sent by Feng Liang to monitor him. But she didn't seem to have done such a thing. It was too obvious. But he didn't care about it at all. Even if Feng Liang wanted to deal with him, he was not afraid at all. No matter how much strength is crushed, it is useless. He just wanted this discussion to end quickly. Now that everyone has arrived, there is still no protagonist. He has lost his patience. Even want to leave here now. Immediately afterwards, Feng Liang's words interrupted his thinking. Thank you for your kindness, and for my invitation to come to Lingyan Pavilion to discuss the Tao. Everyone here is a genius from all over the world, and it is rare to see such a grand event. Next, in order to get to know each other, please introduce yourself. After saying these two sentences, he raised his hand to the person on his left. After that, the voices of the crowd came one after another. Heavenly Demon Sect, Fong Hong. Xingyuzong, Min Yuero. Xianyu Palace, Yin Ran. With the appearance of a personal name and sect name, Chu Yang finally knew who these people were. They are basically people from the 9 major sections. Even the Fenglei Hall and Sun Moon Tower, which suffered heavy losses, had 2 people here. But he wanted to complain. Where do you put the name of the dish? This presentation is too silly. And what kind of arrogance are you guys? The protagonist hasn't even appeared yet. Then he heard the woman beside him say indifferently, Xin Huangzong, Hua Ruing. It turned out that he was really a member of the Emperor of God. This Feng Liang really did not hide it. So he also casually said, 7 Profound Valley, Chu Yang. However, his plain words caused 1,000 waves. Chu Yang? Is that the young master of the 7 Profound Valley who repelled all the sects in the north with a single coercion? I heard that he has reached the realm of transforming gods. Is it so strong? I don't believe it. The field began to be noisy, and everyone was talking in low voices. Noisy. With Chu Yang humming softly, everyone in the field found themselves unable to move their whole bodies. I can't even open my mouth. Even Feng Liang opened his eyes wide in horror. His back was already soaked in sweat. How could he think of dealing with Chu Yang of this strength? Seeing everyone's terrified expressions, Chu Yang shook his head slightly. So you guys deserve the title of Tianjiao? Then he glanced at Hua Ruoying from the corner of his eye. It turned out that her face didn't change. Can't help but admire secretly. This girl is much better than others. Unfortunately, she is not the main character. Taking back the coercion, he stood up. Then he smiled dismissively and wanted to leave here. The style of this so-called argument is really too low. Even if he offends everyone in the field, he doesn't want to waste time. However, just as he took a step, a voice came from the door. Feng Liang, do you dare to fight me? Then, an ordinary-looking teenager walked into the arena. So Chu Yang sat back to his original position without moving. Pick up the tea on the table and take a sip. Then he showed an interested expression. Some joy in my heart. The long-awaited protagonist is finally here. Chapter 29. Looking at the information on the system panel, Chu Yang was a little shocked. This protagonist is much stronger than he imagined. Protagonist, Lu Yang cultivation level, mid-stage of the subtlety realm, late stage of the great saint realm, air luck, 1000 gold finger. Time traveling, the secret of the sun and the moon. The luck actually has a full 1000 points. That is to say, Chu Yang can't kill him now. However, luck is nothing more than a number in his opinion. Even if he can't be killed now, Chu Yang has ways to humiliate him and absorb his luck. What shocked him the most was Lu Yang's golden finger. He actually has 2 gold fingers, which has never been seen in other protagonists. This represents a bad sign. If there are 2 golden fingers, it is by no means impossible for the other protagonists to have 3 or 4. As for this so-called crossing, Chu Yang, who has now understood the urine nature of plane consciousness, is very clear. It is estimated that he just read his memories before time travel and injected them into Lu Yang's mind. In this way, a traverser is created. What really caught his attention was the sun-moon secret art. It must be a very powerful technique. Judging from Lu Yang's cultivation far surpassing that of the previous protagonists, it is estimated that it is an extremely fast cultivation technique. It has only been more than a month since he crossed over to the present. The time when Lu Yang got the golden finger must be the same. And before he crossed over, the apex of the younger generation had just broken through the Tianyuan realm at most. If it is normal cultivation, it is impossible to cultivate to such a degree so quickly. Therefore, the sun-moon truth must be the kind of skill that can be practiced extremely fast. This is where Chu Yang feels a little tricky. Because his greatest advantage is cultivation. In front of this person, it will gradually disappear. He now understands why Lu Yang's luck is so high. Because this person is the protagonist created with him as the template. Therefore, plane consciousness will definitely pay special attention, giving Lu Yang a high initial luck. He even gave him an extra golden finger. After thinking about this, Chu Yang glanced at the crowd with different expressions, decided to take a look first. If Lu Yang made a rash move and escaped, it would be difficult to find him. If it's okay in the north, Chu Yang can let some affiliated sects find it. But in Zhongzhou, he doesn't have any influence. Once Lu Yang cannot be found for a long time, it may be a monster that appears in front of him again. Of course, he is very clear that there are still many protagonists developing in secret. But this one in front of him must not be let go. And looking at the reactions of the crowd, he could feel that the breaking point was here. So he drank lightly. Ming Cha is like an outsider. But others are not so calm. They had just recovered from Chu Yang's pressure. Hearing Lu Yang's words, the others were either bewildered, curious, or angry. Meeting Lu Yang's challenge, Feng Liang's face was a bit annoyed, but he was secretly happy in his heart. After being suppressed by Chu Yang, he held back his anger. Chu Yang's coercion made him, the young master of the emperor's sect, lose all face. Just take this Lu Yang out and save some face. He knew this person, but Hua Ruoying's good-for-nothing younger brother. There is no threat to him. Although the strength is a bit weaker, he is still a challenger anyway. If he defeated Lu Yang easily, he would gain some reputation if word spread. As for being suppressed by Chu Yang, unless Chu Yang speaks out by himself, it is impossible for the embarrassed people to tell the matter. He has already ordered people to investigate. Although these people are very famous, they are all people who follow others. That's why he invited them to come. With a little inducement, these people will do what he tells them to do. Keep the matter of Chu Yang silent, and write a special book about the matter of his defeat of Lu Yang. In this way, no matter what the outcome of this discussion is, he is still the majestic young master of the God Emperor sect. But Hua Ruoying stood up, frowned and said, Xiaoyang, why are you here? Stop messing around and go back to Yunxin Garden. Then he cupped his hands to Feng Liang and said, Xiaoyang didn't mean to offend the young master. I apologize to you on his behalf. Then he wanted to leave the seat and take Lu Yang away. Unexpectedly, the two parties did not accept her love. Feng Liang laughed lightly and said, It's nothing. It's just a discussion. Sister Ruoying, don't worry. It's just a discussion. Having said that, Lu Yang sneered in his heart. This Feng Liang actually dares to covet my sister Ruoying. He should be killed. Biko Library. After killing Feng Liang, Sister Ring and I escaped from the Emperor's sect. Then start the road of my protagonist. Hua Ruoying, who knew Feng Liang well, of course would not believe this wording. Just being suppressed by Chu Yang, he must have held his breath in his heart. Now that Lu Yang said that he wanted to challenge him, wouldn't he hit the gunpoint? If something goes wrong with Lu Yang, she will have no face to face her master under 9 springs. So, make sure to stop this fight. Others may not understand, but she is very aware of Lu Yang's strength after watching him grow up. It's the same now. When she stretched out her divine sense, she soon discovered that Lu Yang was still in the subtle state. Wanting to challenge Feng Liang is like hitting a stone with a pebble. She was very anxious. Just as I was about to continue to speak to stop, a message came from my heart. Sound. Don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to him. After a moment of surprise, Hua Ruoying realized that it was Chu Yang's voice. I remembered that he was already in the state of transforming gods and could use divine thoughts to transmit sound. Then she looked at him suspiciously. I saw that he still looked like he had nothing to do with himself and only cared about drinking tea. Believe me, you should be very clear. I also want to deal with Feng Liang. Seeing her hesitate, Chu Yang continued to persuade her. Only then did Hua Ruoying realize that he had already discovered her surveillance. Then it's not surprising that he will be hostile to Feng Liang. So she made up her mind and chose to trust Chu Yang for the time being. If something really happened to Lu Yang, even if she wasn't his opponent, she would risk her life to take revenge on him. Then she silently sat back beside Chu Yang, praying in her heart. Noticing that Hua Ruoying had given up on persuasion, the relationship between Lu Yang and Feng Liang suddenly became tense. Just when the two were about to start a battle, a discordant voice suddenly came out. The young master of the Emperor's sect is something you can challenge if you want to. Pass our Feng Hong first. Immediately, one of them walked between the two and looked directly at Lu Yang. Lu Yang didn't care about this change. Whether it's 1 or 2, he can easily beat it. Feng Liang frowned and said in a deep voice, Brother Feng Hong, this is my battle. Even though he said so, The subtext was, "Don't take my head. This young master probably doesn't mind fighting me first." How did Fong Hong ignore him and smiled at Lu Yang? Lu Yang nodded slightly, acquiescing to his words. The situation was changing rapidly, but Chu Yang was amused to see it. These two miscellaneous fish actually rushed up to get slapped in the face? He had never seen such a scene. Fong Liang was already on the verge of eruption, glaring at Fong Hong. "How dare you disobey me? After the discussion is over, I will make you pay the price." However, he saw Fong Hong blinking at him. Then Fong Hong said in his mouth, "I also want to compete with Mr. Fong." Only then did Fong Liang suddenly realize. It turned out that Fong Hong was helping him. If Fong Hong defeats Lu Yang, he will defeat Fong Hong again. Wouldn't it increase his prestige even more? This person is somewhat clever. So he nodded approvingly to Fong Hong, signaling to start the discussion quickly. However, another sudden voice came. He was about to get angry, but his heart sank again. Because the person who speaks is like his psychological shadow. "My hands are itchy too. Why don't you let me compete with this young master first?" After finishing speaking, Chu Yang stood up and looked directly at Lu Yang. Chapter 30. Chu Yang's words surprised everyone present. Fong Hong silently returned to his original position. Hua Ruoying finally felt relieved. He glanced at Chu Yang with complicated eyes. "Is this the method Mr. Chu used? In this way, Xiao Yang will not be injured." Feng Liang's heart was full of slander. "No, you are a supernatural power. It's okay to bully those of us. Even Lu Yang, who is in a humble state and weak, wants to be bullied? Isn't it just to disgust me?" But after sitting in this position for so long, he is naturally able to bend and stretch. After knowing Chu Yang's strength, what he wants to do is to make friends with Chu Yang. Being able to sell Chu Yang a favor, he can bear such a small matter. So he laughed loudly and said, "Since Brother Chu's hands are itchy, I will do as you wish." He didn't ask Lu Yang what he meant, as if this person does not exist. But Lu Yang didn't care. It's better to say that he was happy to see the result. He also didn't expect that these people would fight to be slapped in the face by him. However, the more people who are slapped in the face by him, the better. Moreover, looking at it this way, this Brother Chu has a higher status than Feng Liang. Naturally, he couldn't ask for more. He endured for more than a month, and finally waited for this day. Next, it was time for him, the protagonist, to make his grand debut. These people in front of him are all stepping stones on the road of his protagonist. He stared at Chu Yang, who seemed to be full of confidence and superior to others in front of him. The corner of Lu Yang's mouth twitched into a cruel smile. This trash villain doesn't even know what he will face next. "Still looking down on me now. Let's start." Then he heard the indifferent voice of the man in front of him, high above, as if talking to an ant. This feeling of looking down on people has that taste. Lu Yang complained in his heart. The next thing is that the bystanders all look down on him, thinking that he will be instantly killed by the other party. In the end, when he defeated the opponent, everyone present would widen their eyes and be shocked. Then another person will jump out to cycle the previous plot. He was familiar with all kinds of novels in his previous life, and he knew this situation well. Sure enough, when he listened carefully, he heard everyone whispering. There should be no suspense in this battle. Nonsense, a small subtlety. Chu Yang can be crushed to death with one finger. It's a pity. I also want to show off. Crowd while talking, he looked at Lu Yang from time to time. His eyes were full of pity. Here comes the disdain of passers-by. Lu Yang's eyes lit up, finally gathered all these elements. Then he took a big step forward, tucked in his belly, and punched. But he saw that Chu Yang still didn't look directly at him. It seems that he doesn't pay attention to his attack at all. Later you will pay the price for your arrogance. Lu Yang increased the strength of his fist. However, he was surprised to find that his fist couldn't penetrate an inch. And to his horror, his body seemed out of his control. The legs were slowly bent, and soon they were about to kneel on the ground. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yang's eyes were already red. Drops of sweat gradually slid down from his head and fell to the ground with a slight sound. Even though his whole body was in pain, Lu Yang still persisted. He doesn't want to kneel down. With a ruthless heart, there were bursts of cracking sounds from his bones. His already bent legs gradually straightened, and then he gradually straightened up. But just when he was about to stand upright completely, the coercion that was pressing on him like a tide disappeared instantly. His body immediately relaxed, Lu Yang lowered his head, panting heavily, his face flushed like a fire. His eyes were dull, unable to believe the facts in front of him. Then he heard footsteps coming from far and near. He raised his head and saw Chu Yang looking down at him. There seems to be approval in the eyes, but there is also some contempt. This made him feel even more uncomfortable. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't he be the one who slapped those who looked down on him severely? He has already investigated clearly that Feng Liang is only in the middle stage of the Great Saint realm. How could this person be so strong that he could hardly bear even a single pressure? At this time, Chu Yang interrupted his thinking. That's right, you can withstand my coercion. The tone seemed to be praising the younger generation. As expected of Brother Chu, you can win by relying on coercion. This little brother is also very powerful, able to withstand the coercion of Brother Chu. I'm afraid that among the cultivators of the subtlety realm, they are already invincible. Everyone flattered Chu Yang one after another, and the words of flattery came out casually. Anyway, this is not a loss to them, and maybe it can improve Chu Yang's favor. After realizing that the gap with Chu Yang is so big, they have lost the mind to compete with him. Now only think about how to make friends with him. Of course, there were also a few people who ridiculed Lu Yang in a strange way. These words made Lu Yang feel a block in his heart. Then she turned her head to look at Hua Ruoying, only to find that she was looking at Chu Yang gratefully. It hurt even more. Why am I so humiliated by him? You still have to be grateful to him. Lu Yang's mood is damaged. His luck is -20, and his own luck is +20. A systematic voice came from his mind, and Chu Yang looked at Lu Yang indifferently in front of him. This protagonist is indeed much more difficult to deal with than before. Under his coercion, he was able to stand up. It's just that the strength gap between them is too big, and Lu Yang's golden finger is not of combat power type. Therefore, in a short period of time, Chu Yang can completely suppress him. The humiliation given to him this time only hit him a little bit. In order to truly defeat Lu Yang, he must be given enough psychological damage during this period of time. Thinking of this, Chu Yang said calmly to the crowd, I still have to go shopping in Zhongzhou, so I will go first. Wait a minute. Sure enough, as he expected, Feng Liang called out to him. Without you, what's the point of this discussion? What's more, I have seen Brother Chu's demeanor today, so it's worth it. Since Brother Chu wants to visit Zhongzhou, why don't you stay in the Emperor's sect? If Chu Yang lived in the Divine Emperor sect, then he would have more chances to make friends with Chu Yang. Hua Ruoying also said, Shenhuangzong is located in the center of Zhongzhou, surrounded by cities, which is convenient for Mr. Chu to travel around. Originally, she wanted to leave the God Emperor sect after the discussion was over, but Chu Yang saved her brother, and she wants to repay the kindness. He wanted to use his status as a disciple of the Divine Emperor sect to help him one last time. Also, Chu Yang hesitated for a moment and seemed to agree reluctantly, but he already had this intention. He didn't want to let Lu Yang go just like that. Seeing Feng Liang's happy face because of his promise, he sneered in his heart. This Feng Liang's attitude changed really fast enough, but he didn't want to spare this person. If he is not so strong, I don't know how this person will humiliate him. Therefore, he had already sentenced Feng Liang to death in his heart. What's more, Feng Liang's identity is also a point he can use. Glancing at Lu Yang, who had regained his composure, Chu Yang made a plan. Then he went to Shenhuangzong with the three of them. Chapter 31. Divine Emperor Sect, Yinxin Garden. The four of Chu Yang came to the place where the disciples of the inner sect of the Divine Emperor sect lived. Brother Chu, you can stay here for the time being. I've already arranged the room for you. It's right next door to Ruoying, so it's good to have someone to take care of me. Stopping, Feng Liang said to Chu Yang. Although the tone seemed to be taken for granted, Hua Ruoying was a little surprised. She could see that Feng Liang had no intention of dealing with Chu Yang. There is no need for her to monitor Chu Yang at all. She is also very clear about Feng Liang's desire for her. There was another person living next door to her before, and he was driven away a few years ago. Now this arrangement. Why do you feel that there is a faint meaning of matching the two of them? She couldn't help frowning. But Hua Ruoying couldn't say anything. This arrangement is actually reasonable. If he refused, wouldn't it make Chu Yang think that he despised him? Besides, it is estimated that only she who knows Feng Liang can have such an idea. Taking a look at the expressionless Chu Yang, He must think this is a normal arrangement. However, although Chu Yang is expressionless on the surface, his heart is like a mirror. Because the arrangement made by Feng Liang was precisely because of his order. Taking advantage of other people's inattention, Shirkai took out the paper puppet and wrote Feng Liang's name. The current Feng Liang has become his puppet. Not only can he give orders in his heart, but he can also replace Feng Liang's consciousness at any time. Once he became a puppet, Feng Liang's memory played in his mind like a movie. Therefore, Chu Yang has fully understood what happened to him at this time. He also knows the relationship between him and Hua Ruiying well. Of course, even if he is a puppet, Feng Liang still retains his own consciousness. Just obediently obey his orders. So other people won't see it at all. It's a pity that this paper man can't be used on the protagonist, otherwise why bother? But it's not bad to use it on Feng Liang. This person has a very high status and has secretly developed some influence in Zhongzhou. This makes his actions in Zhongzhou easier convenient. So he said in his mouth, "Then thank you, Brother Feng." Feng Liang waved his hands and bid farewell to the three of them. Only the three of them were left together on the way to their residence. The three of them had different thoughts, and they didn't speak a word along the way. Since being defeated by Chu Yang, Lu Yang has been silent. He decided to hold back for a while longer. This Chu Yang is not an opponent he can deal with. It's better to pretend to be false first and wait for this person to leave the Divine Emperor sect. After all, Chu Yang is not a member of the Divine Emperor's sect, and he will definitely leave after wandering around. At that time, he can have no scruples. Hua Ruiying was not surprised by his silence. He has been like this since he walked out of the room more than a month ago. Apart from her sister, Lu Yang has never said a word to anyone else. The appearance in Lingyan Pavilion before made her a little worried, wondering if he was too much stimulated and delirious. Now it's finally back to normal. After walking for a while, Chu Yang noticed that the two stopped. Stopped thinking in his heart. He knew that he had arrived at his residence. Then he cupped his hands and said to Hua Ruiying, "Thank you, Miss. I hope you can take care of me during these days." Hua Ruiying nodded with a cold expression. Without replying, they walked back to their respective rooms with Lu Yang. Although Chu Yang has kindness to her, she doesn't want to have anything to do with him. He only wanted to pay off the favor as soon as possible and leave the Emperor's sect. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Chu Yang looked playful. He has been thinking about how to deal with Lu Yang along the way. Although the general plan has been drawn up, it is still not clear how to implement it. Judging from the situation he has now, the key point is Hua Ruiying. If it was the same as how it treated by Nishang last time, it might be successful. Hua Ruiying obviously didn't hate him as much as by Nishang did back then. Besides, today is different. He is no longer the Chu Yang who used to have the title of Young Master. Even Feng Liang has been controlled by him. Many actions do not require him to do it himself. So the method that can be used law is much more than then. It's just that what he doubted was how to completely defeat Lu Yang, rather than some mild blows. Smiling slightly, he made up his mind. Since you can't make up your mind, it's better to try all the methods. Let's see if Lu Yang can bear it. Zhongzhou, Yongluo Cheng, a small city very close to the Emperor of God. Looking at the bustling streets and bustling crowds in front of you, Chu Yang couldn't help feeling emotional. This Zhongzhou is indeed developed, and this small city is much stronger than Xiantian City. One must know that Xiantian City is one of the largest cities in the Northland, and this Yongluo City is only a small city in Zhongzhou. His reason for coming here is simple. Yongluo Cheng had already been controlled by Feng Liang. The city lord here completely obeys him. So now it's no different from Chu Yang's territory. Long before they set off, he ordered Feng Liang to rush here. Feng Liang is now living in the city lord's mansion. So here, Chu Yang can better implement his plan. He glanced at Hua Ruiying and Lu Yang who were accompanying him. He sneered in his heart. Lu Yang seemed very worried that he would attack Hua Ruiying, so volunteered to come together. Hua Ruiying was a little surprised that Lu Yang was so active. But this is also a good thing. She can't refuse. Then I asked Chu Yang about it. Chu didn't know that this was in Chu Yang's arms, so he agreed without hesitation. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the protagonist was created from his past life memories, so Lu Yang's acting style should be similar to his. This is also a point he can take advantage of. The three of them walked down the street without speaking. This made Chu Yang want to complain to Hua Ruiying. Are you a tour guide? Just go shopping with me in such a cold manner and you're done? Suddenly, a tragic voice came from a mansion ahead. Yi Haoran, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Lu Yang frowned slightly, but Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Coming. Done. Chapter 32. The voice was so sad. It was in stark contrast to the bustling scene in front of the three of them. Hua Ruoying frowned slightly, with a rare look of surprise. She has been to this city many times. Although small, it made a good impression on her. Never encountered such a thing. She observed Chu Yang's reaction and found that he seemed to be slightly angry. Go and have a look, Chu Yang said in a deep voice. Then he walked towards the direction of the sound. I didn't expect Mr. Chu to look cold, but he was so kind. Hua Ruoying was a little surprised, greeted Lu Yang, and followed his footsteps. Her actions made Lu Yang vigilant. The original owner of the body has lived with her for so many years, so he naturally knows Hua Ruoying. I know that her current temperament is all caused by the changes in the past few years. In her bones, she is still a girl who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, with a bit of a chivalrous heart. I definitely approve of Chu Yang's behavior this time, so it made him a little anxious. He knew very well that Hua Ruoying had always been a sibling to him. On the contrary, he himself, because of the influence of the original owner of the body, has some affection for Hua Ruoying. This Chu Yang is handsome, strong, and does what she likes. She won't like Chu Yang, will she? This guess made him a little scared, so he quickly followed the two people walking side by side in front of him. At the same time, I swear in my heart, I can't bear this anymore. I must stop this from happening. Noticing that he hesitated to follow up, Chu Yang couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. This means that there is a high probability that the plan will go smoothly. The source of the sound was not far away from them, and they soon arrived in front of the mansion. The gate of the mansion was open, and there were no guards in front of the gate, as if to let people go in and find out. This made Chu Yang very painful. Are you too obvious? It was like shouting, "Guest officer, come in quickly," at the gate of the brothel. It seems necessary to strengthen the training in this area. Otherwise, it is easy to make mistakes next time you do this kind of thing. In order not to let Lu Yang see the flaws after watching for a long time, he directly stood at the door and said loudly to the mansion, "What happened?" Soon a man in his 30s with disheveled hair came up to them. His face was sad, his eyes were red, but his eyes were full of determination. The corners of his mouth were still trembling slightly. Looks like he just cried a lot. Seeing the three of them, he sighed, and then said, "This is my own business. I can't implicate you." His performance made Chu Yang secretly relieved. Although the setting of the scene is poor, the performance of the actors is perfect. This appearance vividly interprets the grief and determination in his heart. The last sentence, however, indicated the danger he was about to face and his advice to strangers. Not to mention Lu Yang and Hua Ruoying. Even if he didn't know the real situation, he would be deceived by this person. Observing the expressions of the two of them, it was obvious that neither of them said anything. Any exceptions? There is no intention of backing down. Presumably, he wanted to know the inside story very much. So under Chu Yang's excruciating questioning, the man finally told what happened to him. It turned out that this person's name was Hu Yongyuan, and it was his wedding day 3 days ago. Unexpectedly, the bride was our D to death by Yi Haoran at the wedding, and he was severely injured and passed out, and he didn't wake up until today. Yi Haoran is extremely powerful in Yongluo City, and he can't do anything about it. Even if he risked his life today, Yi Haoran's body would be broken into pieces. Biko Library, what he said was vivid and extremely true. When it came to the tragedy, even his voice choked up a bit. This kid is a talent. After listening to his narration, Chu Yang was full of admiration, and then his eyes fixed, as if he wanted to get angry. But Lu Yang directly pulled out his long sword and said angrily, "There are such bullies. Where is Yi Haoran? I'm going to avenge you." Seeing that Chu Yang seemed to want to solve the matter, he couldn't help but intervene. Otherwise, if Chu Yang did this, wouldn't Hua Ruoying's affection for Chu Yang increase greatly? On the other hand, if he did it, Hua Ruoying would definitely look at him with admiration. Maybe he can get rid of the deep-rooted impression of him. Hu Yongyuan explained the location of Yi Fu to Lu Yang, and then looked at him gratefully. Lu Yang nodded, glanced at Hua Ruoying's surprised eyes, feeling a little satisfied. Then he jumped up and rushed towards the direction of Yifu. Hua Ruoying just wanted to stop him, but Chu Yang held down her outstretched hand. It's good to let him experience it. Don't worry, his current cultivation level is enough to protect himself. After thinking about it carefully, Hua Ruoying felt that what he said made sense. Lu Yang hasn't been out of the house for so long, and finally has something he wants to do. It is still a thing of punishing evil and promoting good that has never been done before. Besides, she found that the power of Lu Yang's jump just now was not inferior to hers. As Chu Yang said, now Lu Yang's cultivation level is enough to protect himself. Even close to her, one must know that in such a small city, the city lord is at most in the Tianyuan realm, not to mention others. Now she finally understood why Lu Yang dared to challenge Feng Liang. It turned out that he had been hiding his cultivation. She also understands Lu Yang. In this environment, there is no benefit in exposing one's strength. Maybe it will arouse Feng Liang's hostility. But she glanced at Chu Yang, feeling a little offended in her heart. It turned out that he knew about it a long time ago, but he didn't tell me. Then he suddenly realized that his hand was still being pressed by him, and pulled it out in a panic. At the same time, he observed Chu Yang from the corner of his eye, and found that he was just looking straight ahead. Obviously didn't care about these. So she also put away her thoughts and put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind. Standing side by side with Chu Yang, waiting for Lu Yang's return. The two didn't wait too long, and soon saw a divine rainbow falling in front of them. It was Lu Yang, in his hands, also carrying a bloody head. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, Hu Yongyuan recognized that it was Yi Haoran's head. Then he knelt down on the ground, weeping grateful to Lu Yang. Hua Ruoying also gave him appreciative glances. This made Lu Yang very happy. It seems that this action is extremely correct. Although the strength was exposed, it increased Hua Ruoying's favorability and stopped Chu Yang once. Simply perfect. The three left the Hu mansion and wandered on the street. At this time, the conversations of passers-by around caught their attention. I heard that Yi Haoran was killed. Which murderer did it? I'm going to seek revenge on him. Bikuku, why did the Yi family suffer such misfortune? The world is unfair. Needless to say, I must have offended some evil force while doing good deeds, alas. The content of the conversation surprised Lu Yang more and more. So I went up to ask these people. The result he obtained caused a huge wave in his heart. What followed was endless regret. This Yi Haoran is actually a kind person. He actually believed Hu Yongyuan's one-sided words, was deceived by this person, and finally killed the good man by mistake. I can only blame myself for thinking how to prevent Chu Yang from gaining Hua Ruoying's favor. Just like that, Hu Yongyuan deceived him, and he struck so fast that Yi Haoran was beheaded before he even had time to explain. Seeing Hua Ruoying frowning made his heart hurt even more. Then the body turned into a rainbow and flew towards the Hu mansion. He wants Hu Yongyuan to die? Hua Ruoying and Chu Yang looked at each other. Both of them were worried. Then he quickly followed Lu Yang and came to the Hu mansion. However, they searched all over Hu's residence, but could not find Hu Yongyuan. Doesn't this just confirm what the passers-by said before? Lu Yang's face was ashen, his legs softened, and he knelt on the ground. Obviously hit hard. Lu Yang's mood is damaged, his luck is -30, and his own luck is +30. Hearing the system's prompt, Chu Yang's face remained unchanged, and he put his hand on Hua Ruoying's shoulder, stopped her from comforting Lu Yang. Then he said softly, "Let him take it easy. This is also a kind of growth." Hearing this, Hua Ruoying stopped in her tracks and just looked at Lu Yang worriedly. Of course, she would not blame him for this matter. Even she believed in Hu Yongyuan's words. He was just a little impulsive. Chu Yang sighed, but sneered in his heart. Yi Haoran is not a kind person. He is just an ordinary family patriarch. Bad things have been done, and good things have been done. Of course, the most important thing is that he is against the city lord. Therefore, in order to control Yong Luo Chung more firmly, Chu Yang will attack this person. The passers-by who talked to him were just the actors he was looking for. The purpose is to hit Lu Yang. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. However, this is just a small test. Looking at Lu Yang, who was slowly recovering, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Chapter 33. For the next 3 days, the three of them would visit Yongluo City in the morning and return to the Emperor's sect in the afternoon. During these 3 days, Chu Yang visited Yongluo Chung and the surrounding areas. It was the same today. The three of them stood at the highest point in Yongluo City, looking at the distant scenery. Hua Ruoying was very surprised. Does he like Yongluo Cheng so much? Logically speaking, there is nothing to do here. But after these few days of getting along, she and Chu Yang have become friends. Now I can still say a few words now and then. So she didn't feel bored. She just thought it was playing with friends. What's more, Chu Yang was going to leave after all, and they didn't have much time to spend together. After she left the emperor's sect, she might not have a chance to see her again. Lu Yang complained endlessly. In the past 3 days, he has suffered a lot. Ever since he was cheated by Hu Yongyuan, he has been looking for this person nearby. This person is bound to be crushed. But after all, it still has to hinder Chu Yang and Hua Ruoying. Therefore, he played with the two of them in Yongluo City in the morning and stayed here in the afternoon to look for Hu Yongyuan. He knew Hua Ruoying very well, and she would definitely devote herself to cultivation after returning to the emperor's sect. It is impossible to have an intersection with Chu Yang, so he explored around Yongluo Cheng in the afternoon without worry. However, in the past 3 days, nothing has been achieved. He has already asked almost everyone in the city, and all the answers he got were that he didn't know Hu Yongyuan. That Hu mansion was actually an idle mansion. No one lived there. If it's just like this, it's fine. What makes him even more uncomfortable is that the relationship between Hua Ruoying and Chu Yang is getting better and better, and he has been very unlucky these days. Every time he tried to intervene in the conversation between the two, he would be destroyed by passers-by. Some passers-by even gave assists to the two of them. For example, if you buy something, the stall owner will think that the two are lovers. He was just a guard following behind. This situation has almost made Lu Yang unbearable. I just begged Chu Yang to leave Zhongzhou quickly. Chu Yang observed Lu Yang out of the corner of his eye and found that his face was a bit bitter. Can't help but make up my mind. The preparations before the final blow were almost complete. That's right. The passers-by who appeared when the three of them were playing were all arranged by him. The purpose is also very clear. It is to enhance the relationship between him and Hua Ruoying and hit Lu Yang's mentality. Let his next plan be more effective. Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly thought of a classic line from a movie in his previous life. They are all mine. What do you use to fight with me? So what if Lu Yang sees through all these schemes of his? Lu Yang will only find out about Feng Liang and has nothing to do with him. After all, he doesn't need to give orders to Feng Liang face to face. He just needs to complete them in his heart. Chu Yang will be able to boldly implement many plans in the future. Even if he fails, it is the loss of a puppet. And with Feng Liang's identity, he might not be able to do anything. Glancing at Hua Ruoying with a cold expression, Chu Yang reluctantly said, "Today is my last day in the emperor's sect. Tomorrow, I will go back to 7 Profound Valley." Hua Ruoying also showed a trace of reluctance in her eyes. She nodded and said nothing. Although there was no wave on his face, Lu Yang's heart was already full of joy. I can't wait to jump up and shout "yeah" at this time. This guy is finally leaving. If this continues, he will definitely capture Hua Ruoying's heart. Fortunately, the two are just friends now. Maybe we will never see each other again. After saying this, Chu Yang didn't say a word. He raised his legs and walked slowly towards the street below. The remaining two quickly followed him. Standing on the busy street, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. It seems to be feeling the atmosphere here. So Hua Ruoying and Lu Yang didn't bother him either. I don't know that he is scanning the surroundings. After observing for a while, he found what he was looking for. With a fixed gaze, he walked over there. Next is the key to this plan. Soon, the three came to a booth. It is full of lanterns, calligraphy, and paintings. Buy some souvenirs and go back. There are no such things in the Northland. Chu Yang turned his head and said to Hua Ruoying, then rummaged through the stalls. He was right. The cultural atmosphere in the Northland was very bad, and almost no one would sell these items. Hua Ruoying agrees very much. This farewell may be a farewell forever. It's good to keep a memory. So choose with him. Suddenly Chu Yang cried out in surprise, holding a calligraphy and painting in his hand. He asked the stall owner, "What kind of text is this?" Hua Ruoying also took a closer look. These characters were strangely shaped, and she had never seen them before. But Lu Yang was shocked in his heart. He couldn't even hide his emotions on his face. He couldn't be more familiar with this kind of writing. Isn't this a Huxia character on Earth? What was written on the paper was still 2 orioles singing in green willows and a line of egrets in the blue sky. Could it be that besides me, there is another traverser? No, this person must be found. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Yang's face remained unchanged, and he said to the stall owner, "Although I don't understand, this word is pretty good. I want it." The stall owner said with a smile, "This young man is very knowledgeable, and I also accepted this word because it looks good." Chu Yang said frankly, "Originally, I was also interested, but since Brother Lu wanted it, I had no choice but to reluctantly give up." After finishing speaking, he asked the stall owner, "Are there any objects with such characters written on them?" The stall owner shook his head and replied, "That man sold me more than a dozen pieces, and only this one remained." After getting his answer, Chu Yang sighed in disappointment, then continued to choose other things. Lu Yang's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that the traverser is in the city? After a long time, Chu Yang and Hua Ruiying left the booth. They bought a few lanterns and some calligraphy and paintings, all as souvenirs of the past few days. But for some reason, Lu Yang let them go first, and he stayed in front of the booth. Hua Ruiying only thought that Lu Yang was very interested in these things, and she was a little happy in her heart. Xiaoyang now seems to have stepped out of the previous shadow. After a long time, Lu Yang joined the two of them. After getting the answer, Lu Yang wished he could meet another traveler right now, but he still decided to wait until Chu Yang left. This will definitely be a little safer. And he didn't know if another traverser would be hostile to him. Glancing at the scorching sun in the sky, Chu Yang suddenly sighed. "I have to say that being a director feels really cool." Immediately said, "That's all for today. Let's go back to the Divine Emperor's sect." Then the two bid farewell to Lu Yang, turned into Shenhong, and quickly flew towards Shenwangzong. Watching the two people going away, Lu Yang let out a sigh of relief. Then, according to the position pointed by the stall owner, I came to the door of a dilapidated house. He knocked on the door with his hand, and the door opened soon. What caught Lu Yang's eyes was a stooped old man in his 70s. This made him startled. He took out the piece of paper with Tang poems written on it, and said to the person, "Did you write this?" The old man didn't answer this question, but said in his mouth, "2 orioles sing in the green willows, and a group of egrets go up to the blue sky." Although the words are a bit awkward, there is no doubt that this is Huxia. Lu Yang couldn't help opening his eyes wide, and entered the room to talk with the old man. After talking, Lu Yang learned that the old man had indeed traveled from the earth. However, without any cultivation talent, he lived a miserable life in this world. 50 or 60 years of painful life gradually made him forget the things on earth. Even Huxia, which has not been used for so many years, has become unfamiliar. The dozens of paintings and calligraphy written with Huxia characters were all written by him when he was young. These days were very difficult, so I sold all those calligraphy and paintings to street vendors. He can no longer read the words written on it. I only remember things like cars, airplanes, and the poem I just read. This made Lu Yang feel a bit of embarrassment and sadness. He was really lucky. He thought that being bullied by others in Shenwangzong was miserable enough. I didn't expect there to be such a miserable traverser. Glancing at the old man who had been lying on the bed due to too long activities, he let out a long sigh. He put all the money in his hand in the room and walked out of the room. I thought I could find my fellow villagers, but it made me feel even more uncomfortable. He even lost the mood to look for Hu Yongyuan, and soon returned to the Shenhuangzong. Chapter 34. Looking at the hazy sky outside the window, Chu Yang smiled slightly. Immediately, he took out a black stone the size of half a fist from his bosom. It is the photo stone. Fortunately, these photo stones have no power breath. Otherwise, Lu Yang will find out as soon as he enters the door. He has already seen it, and the image of Lu Yang talking with an old man is very clear. Of course, this old man is not a time traveler, but someone he asked Feng Liang to personally arrange. The old man's lines were all rehearsed in advance. Of course, the old man would not survive afterwards. In this image, Lu Yang is a matter of the traveler, which is clearly exposed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. His heart moved, followed by a sense of anticipation. The good show has begun. At this time, Lu Yang has not recovered from the depression in the morning. After the experience of the past few days, plus the matter of another traveler in the morning, he's starting to doubt himself now. In the beginning, when he traveled to this world, my heart is full of joy. Because he liked to read novels in his previous life, once time travels, doesn't it mean that he has become the protagonist of this world? What happened next also confirmed his thoughts. He obtained a cultivation technique against the heavens. In just over a month, his cultivation was already higher than that of Feng Liang. It is preparing to become a blockbuster in the discussions of Tianjiao everywhere. Unexpectedly, a series of blows came. Chu Yang, the trash villain he thought, was actually capable of crushing him. That's all. He can comfort himself that the training time is too short. In a few months, his cultivation will definitely be higher than Chu Yang's. However, what happened in the past few days made him doubt his previous thoughts. He was being targeted everywhere, but Chu Yang was being assisted by everyone in the city. Let him very discouraged. What happened this morning dealt him the biggest blow. Tang Tang, a traveler, had such a miserable life. Doesn't this mean that the so-called traversers are nothing special in this world? He was just lucky. But although he was depressed, Lu Yang was not too desperate. There is still some optimism about the future. Chu Yang will be leaving tomorrow. After Chu Yang left, with his cultivation base and speed, he would surely no one can suppress him. After figuring it out, Lu Yang meditated on the ground and began to practice. After practicing for a while, he heard some noise outside the door. It was as if someone was whispering. Senior Sister Hua is really proactive. Young Master Chu is handsome, with a high level of cultivation, and he is still the young master of Qishuan Valley. If it were me, I would take the initiative. It's a pity that Mr. Chu doesn't like us. Hearing these conversations, Lu Yang didn't know what happened. He hurriedly broke through the door, leaving a few female disciples outside with surprised looks. No way. Chu Yang actually stole the house on the last day? Lu Yang, who knew Hua Ruoying well, certainly wouldn't believe that she would take the initiative. Besides, the relationship between the two has not reached that point. It must be something Chu Yang used. However, when he walked quickly to Chu Yang's door, the scene that appeared in his eyes made him feel like he was struck by lightning. The whole person froze there. I saw a young man and woman standing in the room. They are very close and close together. Both hands are wrapped around their waists. The girl buried her face in the boy's arms, unable to see her expression. But the boy raised his head with a sweet smile on his face. The love between the two of them made Lu Yang's heart feel like a knife was twisted. Impossible, impossible. Thinking of getting along in the memory of the original owner of the body, and how Hua Ruiying took care of him after he crossed. His eyes gradually blurred, and he kept repeating these words in his heart. Then he walked to his room in a daze. Duh. His world has become empty. Only the sound of my own footsteps remained. Lu Yang's mood is damaged. His luck is minus 150, and his own luck is plus 150. Chu Yang finally felt relieved. It changed back to its usual indifferent expression. From the looks of it, the play he directed and acted himself was quite effective. Just now, he showed Hua Ruiying the image in the photo stone. Although Hua Ruiying couldn't understand what Lu Yang was talking about with the old man, but she could at least see something. The current Lu Yang is no longer the younger brother who has lived with her for so many years. Just a stranger who took him away. It's no wonder that his cultivation has progressed so quickly and his personality has changed so much. Thinking that her younger brother was already dead, she still guarded her brother-killing enemy for more than a month. Her eyes turned red with sadness. Tears fell involuntarily. Not only self-blame, but also resentment towards the person who took the house. To comfort her, Chu Yang boldly took her into his arms. At the same time, he also put on a sweet look. This is what Lu Yang saw outside the door. He looked down at Hua Ruiying in his arms, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. The biggest hero, of course, is the heroine. But the drama is not over yet. Tomorrow is the climax. As if she had stepped out of depression, Hua Ruiying let go of her hands and broke free from Chu Yang's embrace. There is still a slight blush on the face. She's never been this close to anyone else. Immediately, a great killing intent appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Chu Yang sighed softly and explained the next plan to her through voice transmission with spiritual thoughts. Early the next morning, in front of Yunxin Garden, Chu Yang smiled and waved goodbye to the two people in front of him. At this moment, Lu Yang's spirit was sluggish, and it seemed that he hadn't fully recovered from yesterday's blow. But when he heard Chu Yang's farewell words, his heart suddenly lit up. That's right, Chu Yang is gone, so it's just me and Sister Ruing left. He is just an outsider after all. Besides, I still have so much to do in this world. How can you be so self-destructive? However, just as he was optimistic, a stabbing pain came from his chest. Looking down, his chest was pierced by a long sword. He turned his head in disbelief and saw Hua Ruing's hateful eyes. His heart was full of pain, regret, incomprehension, and so on. His eyes went dark, his hands dropped, and he lost his voice. Seeing the yellow light on Liu Yang's body, it instantly dimmed. Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If all this can't kill Liu Yang, then his work will be in vain. Facts have proved that if the heart is dead, even the consciousness of the plane cannot save it. Successfully eliminate a protagonist, luck plus 800, points plus 300. If your luck reaches 1000, you will be rewarded with a luck gift pack. There are additional rewards? It was a real surprise, but he was in no hurry to see it. Instead, he walked up to Hua Ruing, who was in a daze, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 35. Zhongzhou, Liuguang City, the most prosperous city in the north of Zhongzhou. At this time, in a quaint inn, Chu Yang opened his eyes and let out a foul breath. I was a little excited. After spending a day, he finally stabilized his general state. Then he opened the system panel. Host, Chu Yang Cultivation, Mid-stage of God Transformation Kung Fu, 8 Gods Thunder Kung Fu, Yuan Yang Jinju, Duan Kong Jianju, Wind and Thunder Transformation Air Luck, 1620 points, 400 items, Stand-in Straw Man, Luck Charm. 3 days have passed since Liu Yang was killed. He bid farewell to the reluctant Hua Ruing that day, and set off to return to Qishuan Valley. It took him 2 days to arrive at Liuguang City. I found an inn and opened the luck package. Originally, he expected to get the Shattering Void pill, but the result disappointed him. The luck gift pack is exactly what its name suggests. The 2 items in the gift package are related to luck. Same, it was the Chi luck pill that he had just absorbed. It reduces its luck by 200 points, but improves its cultivation by a small realm. Therefore, now his luck has been reduced by 200 points. It's just that Chi luck pill is not as efficient as Paksu pill. Even if it is only a small level of improvement, it will take a long time to absorb. Overall, not bad though. Although it's not as heaven-defying as the Paksu pill, but a small realm can be regarded as a great improvement for him. And luck is actually not very important now. If he can still exchange his luck for cultivation, he is willing to use up all his luck. It's a pity that there are no items in this gift package in the Point Mall. As for the other thing, it is the luck talisman displayed on the panel. Consuming 500 luck points, the cultivation base is temporarily raised to a higher level, which lasts for 1 day. This is an excellent thing. He is now in the mid-stage of transforming gods, and he will become a mid-stage Taoist god if he rises to a higher level. Even among the 12 Taoist gods of the human race, they belong to the upper middle, already stronger than some of the masters of the 9 sections. After all, although the 9 sects are equally famous, they are also strong and weak. The strongest is the Divine Emperor sect. Not only the suzerain is the peak of the Tao God realm, but also 2 supreme elders who are in the early stage of the Tao God realm. Weak ones such as the Sun Moon building, the building owner is only in the early stages of the Tao God realm. However, the Ryu Tower technique is weird. It is said that it can change the surrounding environment, and it is extremely difficult to deal with. Although the luck talisman worked well, Chu Yang was inevitably disappointed. Because once it is compared with Poxadan, it looks shabby. Only now did he want to understand how precious this Shattering Void pill is. Both are the meeting gift given by the system, is also the biggest reward. But he didn't regret it either. If he hadn't used the Paksu pill in the first place, he would have died long ago. How could it be possible to still be feeling this now? After thinking wildly, Chu Yang sighed secretly and slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Chu Yang left the inn. With Feng Liang in Zhongzhou, there is no need for him to act here himself. The majestic young master of the Divine Emperor sect is much more efficient than him alone. What he wants to do now is to return to the Northland, clear away all obstacles in the north. Although the big sects such as Fenglai Palace and Sun Moon Building are not enough. But those small neutral sects must be taken down. As for Zhongzhou, let Feng Liang watch over it. By the way, it can let him develop his power again. Walking out of the inn, he heard a lot of talking on the street. Chu Yang was a little surprised when he glanced at the sky that was only slightly bright. How come there are so many people on the street so early? After carefully listening to the content of the conversation, even Chu Yang was shocked. Just yesterday, a major event happened in the Xianling realm. Nanhuang is still unclear, and more than a dozen mountains have appeared out of thin air on the 4 continents of Xianling realm. Monks walked out of the mountain one by one. These people are all hidden and powerful queens in ancient times, in the form of a family, relying on a large formation to hide in the world. Of course, someone should still be able to enter and exit the formation. Otherwise, how could it be possible to appear together in the world now as promised? Today, that group of people is known as the Hermit family. After thousands of years of development, even without communicating with the outside world. But the strength of the hidden world family must also be very strong. 40 or 50 hermit families, headed by Shui, Lin, Xiao, and Wang. The Shui family in Zhongzhou, the Lin family in Dongtu, the Xiao family in Xiao, and the Wang family in Beidi. Although I don't know the specific strength of the 4 major families, at least they are no worse than the 9 major families. After listening to the conversations of everyone around him verbatim, Chu Yang was still a little confused. How could the whole Xianling world be turned upside down after only 1 day of cultivation? The world is changing so fast that I can't keep up. Fortunately, even though he was a bit confused, Chu Yang still knew what he should do. These aristocratic families naturally hold a hostility towards the current Zongmen Association. Because in ancient times, the Xianling world was still dominated by aristocratic families. Zongmen can only become a vassal of the aristocratic family, and it is only a place where the children of the aristocratic family devote themselves to cultivation. However, as there are more and more strong people in the sect, the exercises are becoming more and more abundant. Zongmen forces growing stronger and stronger. Until now, the status of the 2 sides has been reversed. The current aristocratic family is only the subordinates who rely on the sect. This kind of situation will only make these hermit families unacceptable, and thus generate hostility towards the sect. If Chu Yang's expectations are correct, the Wang family in the Northland is the family that Wang Chao belongs to. No wonder Wang Chao knows the secret realm so well. It is estimated that he left the family to enter the secret realm. For this reason, he did not hesitate to endure for so many years. But if this happens, Qishuan Valley will be in danger. The painting in Chu Yang's hand should be a relic of the Wang family's ancestors. Now that he gets it, the Wang family will definitely come to ask for it. In this way, the valley master of the 7 profound valley who has been in seclusion may be alarmed. Therefore Chu Yang did not hesitate, and rushed back to the 7 profound valley at an extremely fast speed. Chu Yang doesn't want to meet father now. One of the reasons is that he is afraid of being found out that he is not the original Chu Yang. After all, Master Gu's cultivation base is too high. If he is found out, he will die without life. The other is that since crossing, although they haven't met each other yet, but he always felt that this father was extremely terrifying. It seems that something bad will happen when they meet. So he decided to act first. As long as the Wang family is destroyed first, Beidi will have no worries. In a certain mountain in Zhongzhou, Yichen stared blankly at the girl who fell in front of him. Yichen, big brother, you don't know me anymore? Seeing his bewildered expression, the girl puffed up her cheeks angrily, stretched out her hand, and waved it in front of his eyes a few times. You are? You're a... After thinking about it carefully, Yichen finally recognized the girl in front of him. 15 years ago, when Yichen's mother went to the mountain to cut firewood, she picked up a little girl who was unconscious. From then on, he had a younger sister named Lin Yuro. However, Lin Yuro suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. He was sad for a while because of this. Unexpectedly, he could meet her again now. His eyes couldn't help soar, and then he fell into a warm embrace. The two shared the joy of reuniting after a long absence, and Yichen slowly told her what happened to her. Holding her beloved, listening to his story, Lin Yuro's eyes gradually turned cold. Is that Chu Yang? How dare you insult my Yichen big brother? I will make you pay for it. Now she is no longer the little girl who followed Yichen. She is the eldest lady of the Lin family, one of the 4 hidden families. The young master of the mere 7 profound valleys is still not in her eyes. Chapter 36. Jiangdu City is located in the south of Beatty. A divine rainbow fell on the open space in the city from outside the city. The light gradually dissipated, revealing the wrapped boy. White clothes are better than snow, and temperament is dusty. It was Chu Yang who came from Zhongzhou. Leaning against a pillar on the street, Chu Yang panted lightly. While staring around, the divine sense unfolded, and the conversations of the surrounding people were heard. He hurried back to 7 Profound Valley from Liuguang City, and it has been 2 full days now. During this day, he did not rest for a moment, because he is really anxious. If it is true that the Wang family went to the 7 Profound Valley first, that would be troublesome. When I came to Jiangdu City at this time, I just wanted to rest for a while, and by the way, pay attention to whether there is any new news from the hermit family. But the content of the conversation made his complexion change suddenly. These hidden families officially declared war on the major sects of the Xianling realm yesterday. The Sun Moon Tower, one of the 3 major sects in the Northland, was completely destroyed overnight. Even Jiang Ming, the host of the Sun Moon Building, one of the 12 Taoist gods of the human race, died tragically on the spot. Although Jiang Ming's strength is at the bottom of all Tao gods, but he is still a Taoist god. Even if he is a small realm higher than him, it is not so easy to kill. Moreover, there is an old saying in the Xianling world, under the Taoist gods, all are ants. To deal with other realms, you can also rely on the number of people to win. But in the face of Tao God, this method is completely useless. Like Chu Yang now. If he faced Jiang Ming, 1,000 or 10,000 of them would be crushed to death by Jiang Ming's finger. This is the gap between other realms and Taoist gods. Even if they stand still, monks in other realms can't even hurt a hair of the Taoist god. This is also the reason why the status of the 9 great sects is so stable. Therefore, the Wang family was able to kill Jiang Ming, or there was a powerful person who was at least in the middle stage of Taoism, or more than one Taoist god. No matter what the situation was, Chu Yang frowned. Originally, he wanted to strike first and destroy the Wang family. Now it seems that his strength may not be able to do this. And the monks of the Wang family are probably already on their way to the 7 Profound Valley. Even if they wanted to unite on the same front, it would be too late. Many thoughts flashed through Chu Yang's mind, and Chu Yang's heart sank. Facing the protagonists he could crush, he played and humiliated wantonly. Facing these so-called hidden families, he has nothing to be afraid of. Crossed to in this world, he does all kinds of things for the sake of understanding one thought. Since the Wang family wants to deal with him, it must be destroyed. With this in mind, Chu Yang directly opened the points mall and exchanged for 2 bottles of potions. Later, he spent another 200 points to exchange for a palm-sized talisman. The magic-breaking talisman, the entire cultivation base of the person who is sealed in the talisman, lasts for 2 hours. In this way, all preparations are ready. Looking at the points displayed as 0 on the panel, Chu Yang felt a little pained. But he figured it out quickly. As long as the Wang family is wiped out, his power in the Northland will reach its peak. In the future, it will also be able to better subdue the various sects in the Northland, and then unify the Northland. Then Chu Yang flew out of the city and found a deserted place. Use all the power potions and luck charms. After a long time, he felt the powerful force on his body and smiled with satisfaction. Now he is in the middle stage of Tao God realm. The wind and thunder have also reached the 9th floor. With his eyes fixed, a mountain in the distance collapsed instantly. It is worthy of being in the Tao God realm, and it is completely different from the transforming God realm. Too bad it's only one day. And this power is not in Chu Yang's body, but in the luck talisman. He is just relying on the power of the luck talisman now. Immediately, he transformed into Shunhong and flew towards Qishuan Valley. Feeling his flying speed, Chu Yang smiled slightly. This speed is dozens of times faster than before. It would take at most 2 hours to reach the 7 Profound Valley. Somewhere in the sky in the north, 30 divine rainbows swept forward quickly. They are the members of the Wang family. Among them, there are 2 in Tao God realm, 10 in Transforming God realm, and 20 in Great Saint realm. Such a powerful force is enough to compete with Qishuan Valley. Even the number of cultivators in the God Transformation realm is already twice that of the 7 Profound Valleys. The only variable is that Chu Feng, the master of the 7 profound valley who has been in seclusion for many years without knowing how deep he is. I think the so-called 9 sects are nothing more than that. What kind of sun-moon tower? It only uses some phantom moves. There is also the owner of the sun-moon building. I have never seen such a weak Taoist, who was killed by the owner with a few moves. There were whispers among the members of the Wang family, who were still discussing what happened in the sun-moon tower last night. Quiet. It seemed that it was too noisy, the leader of a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The crowd fell silent instantly. Obviously this person is extremely prestigious. He is Wang Hu, one of the 2 Taoist gods of the Wang family. Then Wang Hu turned his head and whispered to a person beside him who was similar in appearance and age. Brother, how strong do you think Chu Feng is? It's hard to say, but it should not be under the 2 of us. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yuan, replied. His eyes were dazed, still reminiscing about the battle with Jiang Ming last night. So what if he's not under us? I don't believe he can fight 2 with 1. Wang Hu smiled confidently, obviously not paying attention to Qi Xuangu. Don't underestimate the enemy. Monks in this world have all sorts of strange skills, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the Tao. Seeing his younger brother being so arrogant, Wang Yuan frowned slightly. Wang Hu had never fought Jiang Ming before, so he didn't know how strong Jiang Ming was. He just learned that Jiang Ming was killed by him with a few tricks, so he dismissed the current monks. However, Wang Yuan knew very well how dangerous the battle last night was. Jiang Ming's fighting style is so weird that he can blend into the surrounding environment so that he can't detect it at all. If it weren't for his Gao Jiangming's small realm, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, he said to Wang Hu, our trip is only to get back the relics of our ancestors and try to avoid fighting. Then he patted Wang Hu on the shoulder and continued, Sun Moon Tower is only the weakest of the 9 sections. After speaking, he saw Wang Hu still had a disdainful expression on his face, so he couldn't help shaking his head. His younger brother has always been like this. Then Wang Yuan turned his attention to Zhongzhou, feeling a little worried. I don't know how the other families are doing. But before staring at it for a long time, a golden rainbow flew into his sight. The speed was extremely fast, and he caught up with them in an instant and stopped in front of everyone. Waving his hand to stop everyone in the Wang family, Wang Yuan looked at the handsome young man holding a black long sword not far in front of him. This speed, no accident, is also a Taoist monk. Wang Yuan sighed secretly and immediately said loudly, I don't know what the little brother is doing. But Wang Hu became more irritable. You dare to stop our Wang family too? Get out of here, or don't blame me for being rude. Chu Yang had already heard their conversation and knew that these people came to ask for the relics of their ancestors. Ignoring them, he just said in a cold voice, Today is the time when the Wang family will be wiped out. Before everyone could react, they swung a sword. Chapter 37. As soon as Chu Yang's sword was swung out, the man was already in front of Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan frowned, with some displeasure on his face. Although I don't know why Chu Yang attacked them and wanted to destroy Wang's family, but since the opponent has already attacked, he is naturally not afraid. Raising his hand, he shot a purple thunder towards Chu Yang. Seeing Chu Yang fighting with Wang Yuan, Wang Hu roared. He said loudly, Wait a minute, brother, let me meet this kid. Last night, Wang Hu didn't have a fight with the owner of the Sun Moon building, so his hands were itchy. After finally seeing Chu Yang, the Taoist god, he naturally wanted to fight alone. Immortals fight, and mortals suffer. The children of the Wang family behind the 2 fled in all directions. In the battle of the 3 Taoist realms, even if they just watched from the side, they would be wiped out. It's just that when they flew not far away, there were bursts of screams. A stream of sword energy pierced them directly. With just one breath, more than a dozen people have died. Dozens of sword qi floated around them. The battlefield of the 3 Taoist gods seemed to have become a forbidden area. As long as they take a step, they will be pierced by the sword energy and die. Therefore, the rest of the Wang family's children stayed in place trembling in fear. That's the only option they have. Flying out of the battlefield now, they will die without life. And staying here, although it will be affected by the battle, there may be hope of survival. Perhaps Chu Yang will soon have no time to take care of this and withdraw the sword energy. Noticing the situation of everyone in the family, Wang Yuan was furious. Not only the anger of the tragic death of the younger generation of the family, but also the anger of being looked down upon by Chu Yang. When you were fighting with me, you still had the heart to take care of that. Wang Yuan ignored Wang Hu and waved away the sword energy rushing towards him. Then his whole body trembled, his eyes turned purple, and more than a dozen huge purple thunders appeared out of nowhere around his body, blasting towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang was completely unafraid and shouted loudly. The whole body is surrounded by golden lightning bolts. Just as he was about to fight back, Wang Hu's figure instantly appeared beside him. A punch that was burning with raging fire came to his head. The hot fist twisted the air around it. Chu Yang held the sword in front of his head with one hand, and then shot out a golden lightning bolt towards Wang Yuan with the other hand. Boom! The fist hit Chu Yang's sword, making a loud noise. Affected by this impact, Chu Yang was pushed back more than 10 meters. Feeling the stabbing pain of being hit by the purple thunder in his lower abdomen, Chu Yang stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. In fact, at his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to wipe off the blood with his hands. Just get used to it. Silently watching the two people in front. The other two are obviously Taoist mid-stage cultivators and are at the same level as him. One long range, one melee, and the cooperation is also very tacit. It seems that 1 against 2 is still a bit difficult. Moreover, Chu Yang had to be distracted to prevent everyone from the Wang family from escaping. Of course, Chu Yang knew that it would be very difficult for him to completely destroy the Wang family. After all, except for the people he stopped and the left behind people living in Wanjiashan, there may also be some action outside. The Xinling realm is so big, there are still all kinds of methods to change appearance and change aura. It's hard to find them all. But now that these people appeared in front of his eyes, he didn't want to let any of them go. In this way, only the spell-breaking talisman can be used. At this time, Wang Yuan said lightly, "Surrender now, and leave your whole body." Wang Hu just smiled and didn't speak. "You two scumbags are worthy of saying such things." Chu Yang shook his head and sneered. Although the words were addressed to the two of them, they looked at Wang Hu with disdain. Naturally, he said such arrogant words to anger Wang Hu. Judging from Chu Yang's observation, Wang Hu must be a bad-tempered person. Presumably after some ridicule from him, he would rush over in a hurry. At this time, it is the opportunity to use the spell-breaking talisman on him. Although Chu Yang felt that Wang Yuan was much more difficult to deal with than Wang Hu, Wang Yuan was very defensive and it was difficult to use the magic-breaking talisman against him. Court death. Sure enough, seeing Chu Yang's disdainful eyes, Wang Hu was furious. In one breath, he rushed in front of Chu Yang and punched him in the chest. Although Wang Hu also felt that this was Chu Yang's provocative method, the purpose was to irritate himself. But behind him is Wang Yuan. His own 2-on-1 naturally let him have no worries. However, Chu Yang seemed to be completely unprepared, and he didn't dodge or avoid it. He just stretched out his right palm and hastily dealt with Wang Hu's punch. Wang Hu's eyes were full of cruelty when he saw that the other party didn't pick up the sword, as if panicked. He had already seen the tragic death of Chu Yang. Disappointment flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes while watching the battle. Although the cultivation level is comparable, this little brother still lacks combat experience after all. But the next moment he saw a piece of golden talisman paper suddenly appear in Chu Yang's palm. Even though he didn't know what the talisman was, his complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, "Quick back!" Then a purple thunder in his hand blasted towards Chu Yang. Hearing Wang Yuan's reminder, Wang Hu was startled. But the fist could not be retracted for a long time, so he could only increase his strength, hoping to break the plan with strength. But as soon as his fist touched Chu Yang's palm, he felt that his fist completely lost its strength. However, just a moment later, all the strength in Wang Hu's body disappeared, and he became an ordinary person. Before Wang Hu could react, his body was directly smashed into pieces by Chu Yang's palm. Blood and pieces of flesh scattered in all directions and fell to the ground, turning into a rain of blood. Seeing Wang Hu being blasted to pieces by him, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This magic-breaking talisman is good, but if you have to stick the talisman on the opponent's body, there are very few chances to use it. It is estimated that only a fool like Wang Hu will be tricked. The only thing left is this Wang Yuan. But Wang Yuan showed panic, His eyes were full of disbelief. He actually killed Wang Hu with one palm. What is that talisman? But when he thought that Chu Yang wanted to deliberately provoke Wang Hu to let him get close, he understood. As long as she is not touched by Chu Yang, nothing will happen. After thinking about it, his heart was full of anger. I want to make your life worse than death and pay for my brother's life. Then there was a loud roar, and the sky turned dark. Dozens of purple thunders suddenly fell within 10 meters of his body. Seeing this, Chu Yang smiled contemptuously instead. Yulei is too weak, right? Immediately, his eyes turned golden, and a wave of golden thunder shot up from his body, directly scattering the purple thunder that fell around him. Then Chu Yang held up the black long sword, and all the surrounding gold mines were sucked into the sword by him. The golden lightning grew bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it became a golden lightsaber several tens of meters long. Chu Yang swung straight down. Wherever Jin Lei went, Wang Yuanzi Lei was like a candle in the wind, vulnerable to a single blow. Seeing the golden giant sword attacking him, Wang Yuan's stature suddenly soared more than 10 times. At this time, it is already like a giant. But the speed of the golden thunder and lightning suddenly accelerated, and its power was also several times stronger in an instant. Before he could react, he was cut in half by a sword. After the battle was over, Chu Yang let out a sigh. After all, it is the 9th layer of the wind and thunder transformation, and its power is much higher than he imagined. But at this time, he has only 10% of his strength left. When the last sword was about to strike Wang Yuan, he had an idea and instantly poured 90% of his strength into the sword. The speed and power of this sword suddenly soared, and Wang Yuan couldn't react at all. Obviously, he didn't expect that Chu Yang would be so desperate. If Wang Yuan was not killed with a single sword, Chu Yang would have no way out. Even a dying Wang Yuan is much stronger than Chu Yang, who only has 10% of his strength left. Because even if he was seriously injured, the Taoist power was still there, and a single divine thought could kill him. Fortunately, the results are not bad. Cultivators of the Wang family, all destroyed. Next, it's time to flatten Wang family mountain. Chapter 38. Chu Yang landed on the open space below, took out a dark green elixir from the ring, and put it in his mouth. As the young master of Qishuan Valley, of course he has a lot of these recovery pills. 2 hours later, Chu Yang opened his eyes, and his strength had recovered 80%. Although it has not fully recovered, it is enough to destroy the Wang family. So he turned into Shunhong and flew directly in the direction of Wang Jiashan. He had already inquired about the location of Wang Jiashan on the road. Biko Library, if it wasn't for catching up with the cultivators heading to the 7 Profound Valley as soon as possible, he would have wiped out the Wang family long ago. Wang Family Mountain is very far away from here. With Chu Yang's current cultivation base, it took more than 2 hours to arrive. Wang Jiashan is not just one mountain, but 3 hills surrounded together. The plain surrounded by 3 mountains in the middle can still see houses faintly, which must be the place where the royal family lived. After observing for a while, Chu Yang slowly approached. Seeing Chu Yang, a stranger, flying towards the mountain, the guards of the royal family patrolling around shouted, "Who? This is Wang Family Mountain. If you don't want to die, get out." The Wang family has already wiped out the Sun Moon Tower, one of the so-called 3 major sects in the Northland. At this time, the clansmen already thought that they were the strongest force in the Northland, so they were naturally extremely arrogant. Chu Yang didn't speak at all. Naturally, he will not be merciful. If you say kill the door, you will kill the door. After standing still, he swung his sword directly. With one blow from the Taoist god, it seemed that even the sky and the earth changed color. Those who can serve as the guards of the royal family will certainly not be badly cultivated. Seeing how powerful Chu Yang's sword was, they all knew they couldn't resist it, and each wanted to escape from here. There is still a formation in the mountain, which should be able to withstand this blow. However, they found that under the power of this sword, their bodies trembled involuntarily, unable to move at all. Seeing Chu Yang's sword energy getting closer and closer to him, the guards could only close their eyes and wait for death. Before they died, they were still a little confused. Why did a person with such a high cultivation level suddenly come and attack Wang Jiashan without saying a word? Chu Yang's sword energy flew very fast, approaching Wang Jiashan in just one breath. The clansmen who were still inside Wangjia Mountain also felt the terrifying aura and flew out of the mountain protection formation one after another. How? Where? However, the sword energy had already come to them. Losing the protection of the mountain protection formation, they only uttered one or two words before being torn apart by the sword energy. Chu Yang just hovered over Wang Jiashan to watch. And by the way, pay attention to see if any fish slipped through the net. Then he heard a sound like glass breaking. Presumably the mountain guard formation was broken by sword energy. However, after breaking through the mountain guard formation, the power of the sword energy did not diminish at all, and it slammed heavily on the plain in the middle of Wangjia Mountain. Boom! There was a loud noise from the mountain, accompanied by waves of vibrations on the ground. The aftermath of the shock leveled a large area around Wang Jiashan. Seeing the damage he caused, Chu Yang nodded in satisfaction. The Wang family's mountain protection formation was unexpectedly weak, probably just randomly set up in this world. They probably didn't expect someone to attack the Wang family's stronghold so boldly. Judging by his appearance now after the blow, there should be no survivors. But just to be on the safe side, Chu Yang decided to investigate. Besides, maybe the Wang family still has some ancestral secret treasures, although it may be gone under his sword. But if there is still an item, doesn't that prove that the item is very precious? So with a big wave of his hand, he wiped away all the dust that filled the area around Wang Family Mountain. A large pit beneath the dust was revealed. The three hills have long since disappeared, and the houses no longer exist. However, Chu Yang focused his eyes, and he saw a familiar figure. Then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Biko Library. A little earlier, Wang Chao sat in his room, watching the scene outside the window. I don't know what happened to my father. He sighed. It has been a few days since his father Wang Yuan led the team away from the Wang family. Although yesterday came the good news that they will destroy the Sun Moon building. But there was still some uneasiness in his heart. If it wasn't because he was the young master of the Wang family, he would stay in the family to take care of him. He also wanted to go to Qishuan Valley with him and personally avenge the past. Instead of I can only stay here and worry. Thinking of all his forbearance in the past few years to make a wedding dress for Chu Yang, he was even more resentful. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura approaching. The elders of the clan flew out one after another to see the situation. Wang Chao originally wanted to go out with the elders, but was stopped by the elders. Warn him that his life may be in danger if he goes there, and let him stay in the mountain guard formation. It's just that not long after the elders set off, he heard the sound of the mountain guard formation being broken. Wang Chao quickly opened the shield to protect himself, and then his body was hit by a huge impact, and his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Wang Chao woke up leisurely, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Yang looking at him from above, and a mocking smile on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He couldn't help being terrified and wanted to stand up and fight Chu Yang, but the aches and pains all over his body prevented him from getting up. Seeing the dying Wang Chao, Chu Yang secretly sighed. As expected of the protagonist, this can survive. Then he put away his smile and said lightly, "Do you have any last words?" Without answering Chu Yang's words, Wang Chao just looked around with a blank expression. The Wang family had already been destroyed by that blow. Suddenly, he remembered that his father and the others were still outside, and they must be able to avenge the clansmen. His eyes recovered a little, and he wanted to say a harsh word to Chu Yang, but was interrupted mercilessly by Chu Yang. By the way, those members of the Wang family who went to the Seven Profound Valley have all been killed. Hearing his words, Wang Chao's eyes became desperate again. Although he didn't want to believe it in his heart, he was already a mortal person, so there was no need for Chu Yang to lie to him. In the Wang family, he is the only one left. Thinking of this, Wang Chao just quietly looked at the land that raised him, then fell into an eternal sleep. Successfully eliminate a protagonist, luck plus 700, points plus 200. Ignoring the system's prompt, Chu Yang just glanced at the dead Wang Chao, then put the long sword into the scabbard, silently watching the beautiful sunset in the distance. Biko Library. The author has something to say. I beg 5-star praise. Thank you. Chapter 39. Because they are very afraid of the Wang family, all the major sects have arranged eyeliners around the Wang family mountain. The purpose is to know the movements of the Wang family in time. But what happened today was beyond the knowledge of these spies. Someone actually wiped out the Wang family with a single strike. These spies were well informed, so they naturally recognized this person as Chu Yang, the young master of the Seven Profound Valley. Chu Yang also noticed these people, but what he wanted was to gain the prestige of Dao God with one sword. Of course, the more people know about it, the better. He's not the son-in-law of a surname, so he has to bear it. This extremely shocking news made the spies immediately activate the sound transmission array and report to the sect. Due to the explosive news, the news of the Wang family's extermination quickly spread throughout the Northland. In just half a day, the entire Northland was boiling. Chu Yang even leveled the Wang family mountain with a sword, and no one in the Wang family survived. Everyone in the north didn't believe it at all when they heard the news. One person destroys the Wang family. At least you have to be in the god realm. The last time I learned that Chu Yang had already transformed into a god, it was shocking enough. Now you say he is already a Taoist? In just 10 days, he broke through a big realm? There must be some means used to do it. However, the photo stone that recorded the whole incident made them have to believe it. Chu Yang drew his sword so casually, as if he just crushed an ant to death casually. And the power of this sword is beyond the reach of Dao God. In the end, the scene of Chu Yang standing in the ruins and looking up at the sunset alone is deeply imprinted in people's hearts. And some women's eyes were filled with splendor, and they wished they could go to the Seven Profound Valley to throw themselves into Chu Yang's arms. The shock of this news to the low-level monks stopped here. After all, they are too far away from this level. At most they just yearn for it and talk about it. But for the top leaders of the various sects, it was too shocking. Doesn't this mean that there are already 2 Taoist gods in Sichuan Valley? Reminiscent of dozens of monks from the Wang family who completely lost their traces on the way to the Seven Profound Valley. The high-level leaders of the various sects were all shocked. Then they thought about their future plans. This northern land is about to change. High in the sky, 2 divine rainbows flew one after the other, as if they were chasing each other. In the end, both of them stopped not far from the mountain gate of Sichuan Valley. The light dissipated, revealing the figures of a beautiful young girl and an old man in his 60s. "Miss, if you leave Zhongzhou without saying goodbye, the patriarch will blame you," the old man said. Soft tone, obviously doting on girls extremely. "Don't worry, as long as I avenge Yichin big brother, I will return to the family, and my father won't find out." The girl narrowed her eyes and said firmly, "She is Lin Yuro, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Chu Yang is the young master of the Seven Profound Valley. It's not that easy to kill. Why don't we go back first and have a long-term plan?" The old man sighed lightly. "This eldest lady is good at everything, but she is a bit arrogant. Thinking about it, I finally returned to the Lin family after suffering so much. The people in the family naturally doted on her in every possible way, and gradually she became this kind of character." Sure enough, when Lin Yuro heard the words, she just said indifferently, "It's so troublesome. Stop at Sichuan Valley disciple and ask him to call Chu Yang out, so he can kill him." As soon as the words finished, she saw a divine rainbow flying towards Sichuan Valley. Not surprisingly, it should be a disciple of Sichuan Valley. So she said softly, "Young master, I have something to ask you." Shenhong stopped immediately, and a handsome young man appeared. As if shocked by Lin Yuro's beautiful face, the young man's face froze, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yuro sneered in her heart. "Everyone in the world looks like a disciple. Yichin big brother is better." Then he asked, "Is the young master a disciple of Sichuan Valley?" The boy just nodded blankly, admitting his identity. "Can you call your young master out for me? I need to find him," Lin Yuro said softly after receiving the boy's affirmative answer. Unexpectedly, the young man said something that made her dumbfounded. "Young master? I am." That's right. The boy was Chu Yang, who had just rushed back from Wangjiashan. Relying on the divine sense of the Dao God realm, he heard the conversation between the two from a long distance away. "I learned that the girl came here to avenge Yichun. Of course he will not let the two go." After confirming that there was no one around, Chu Yang suddenly became addicted to drama and wanted to act in a wave. Anyway, these two people can't escape, and by the way, they can hone their acting skills. Seeing how the girl was completely deceived by his brother pig face, Chu Yang is very satisfied. It seems that his acting skills have improved a lot now. Bhikkhu Library Lin Euro was stunned for a moment, and then said coldly, "You are the one who bullied Yichin, big brother?" Without waiting for Chu Yang to answer, he wanted to stab him with a sword. However, as soon as she drew the sword, she felt her vision spin around. What I saw was an old man with a face full of astonishment and a bumpy headless body. "Hey, isn't that my body?" Immediately afterwards, she lost consciousness. Gently raising his hand, Chu Yang held Lin Yuro's head and body were sucked onto her hand. Seeing her as beautiful face as before, he shook his head slightly. The length of the person is not bad, but the IQ is a bit low. Then put her body and head in a Qingling cave. Neji cannot store corpses, but Dantian can. He still has great use for keeping this corpse. Then Chu Yang turned his head to look at the old man who was already full of tears and had resentful eyes. Under the coercion that Chu Yang aimed at him, the old man couldn't even speak. He could only watch from the sidelines as his young lady was beheaded. Walking up to the old man, Chu Yang patted his shoulder with his hands. Directly blocked the meridians and blood of his whole body. The old man's whole body froze immediately, with that heartbroken expression on his face. Chu Yang conveniently put the old man's body into the cave. After doing all this, Chu Yang's heart did not fluctuate in the slightest. Just like taking a sip of water. He didn't care about the Lin family at all. Rather, the stronger the Lin family, the better for him. At the same time, I felt a little grateful to Yi Chun who didn't know where. What a good brother, not only give me good luck. Now I have sent Miss Lin's family here. Chu Yang waved away the presence of Lin Euro, and the two of them did not enter the Seven Profound Valley, but quickly flew towards the Wind and Thunder Palace. There is still a period of time for the effect of the luck talisman. After meeting Lin Euro and the other two, he suddenly thought of another plan. That is misfortune. With the help of the Lin family, the only remaining opponent of the Qishuan Valley in the Northland, the Fenglei Palace, was wiped out. Even if it cannot be extinguished, it can seriously damage the vitality of the Wind and Thunder Palace. With Chu Yang's cultivation in the Taoist realm, as long as he has the heart to hide his aura, as long as the opponent's realm is lower than him, it is considered to be standing in front of him. The other party can't feel his presence. Therefore, no one can find him on his way this time. Arriving around the Wind and Thunder Palace, Chu Yang used his spiritual sense to investigate. After finding that there was no one around, he threw Lin Euro's old man's body here. After Chu Yang's erasure, there is no other person's breath on the bodies of the two now. It was as if they had suddenly died suddenly. There must be something like Lin Euro's fate card in the Lin family. Once she died, the Lin family would know immediately. At that time, they will definitely rush to the Fenglei Palace in anger. With the hostile attitude of hermit family and sect, the Lin family rashly broke into the territory of Fenglei Palace. It is estimated that the two parties will start working without talking. After doing all this, Chu Yang returned to the Seven Profound Valley by the same route. Chapter 40. Young Master, Zishuang Valley has surrendered. Red Star Castle has surrendered. The Madway faction has also surrendered. In the main hall of the Seven Profound Valley, Chu Yang sat on the seat of the owner of the valley, listening to the reports of the elders. 3 days have passed since the Wang family was destroyed. The struggle between the hermit family and the sect in the mysterious spirit world intensified. In Zhongzhou, the Shenhuangzong and the Lin family were at loggerheads. It seems that the Lin family still can't spare their hands to investigate the death of the young lady. Dongtu, although Xuanyu Palace suffered heavy casualties, it is still in a stalemate. In Shio, the major hermit families have been retreating steadily under the cooperation of Tianmazong and Yohuan Mountain, and they seem to have planned to escape from this place. This is not what Chu Yang expected. The terrain in Shio is dangerous, and it has been occupied by two sects for many years, so there are already demons and ghosts everywhere. These inexperienced hermit families simply cannot survive. In the north, due to the sudden birth of Chu Yang, the hermit family was in the worst situation. The Wang family was destroyed, leaving only some weak families. Without the Wang family, they have become a mob, and now they can only linger on. There are even some trying to hide from the world again. But of course the various sects in the north will not let them go. So now those families are either destroyed or become vassals of certain sections. And Chu Yang, who destroyed the royal family, took advantage of this power and gave orders to the elders. Go to subdue all neutral sects in the north. His purpose is clear. If you don't submit, you will destroy your family. Deeply aware of the strength of the 7 profound valleys, almost all the neutral sects in the Northland were subdued. It became the affiliated sect of Sichuan Valley. In the current 7 profound valley, the forces have spread over more than half of the northern land. Only the side of Fonlei Palace still occupies a relatively small area. However, not all neutral sects express their intention of submitting to Sichuan Valley. Listening to the report of the elders around him, Chu Yang frowned. Songhai Pavilion. The elder who went to Songhai Pavilion has been unable to contact for 3 days. One must know that with the elder's cultivation level, the round trip between Sichuan Valley and Songhai Pavilion can only take a day at most. It is estimated that it is more ominous than good. This kind of operation also made Chu Yang feel very familiar. Obviously, there should be a protagonist in Songhai Pavilion. This is also one of Chu Yang's goals in conquering the northern sect. Can find the Lord as quickly as now where the angle is. From this point of view, I have to go to Songhai Pavilion to see for myself. 1 day ago, Songhai Pavilion. Hunger, you are really too reckless. In the quaint attic, a thin middle-aged man sighed. This person is Ning Li, the master of Songhai Pavilion. In front of him stood a teenager in his 20s. He looks ordinary, but has a pair of star-like eyes. It is Ning Li's son, Ning Hung, the young master of Songhai Pavilion. Hearing his father's words, his expression didn't change. He just said indifferently, "Could it be possible to surrender to Sichuan Valley?" Ning Li said in a deep voice, "But we can't kill the elders of Sichuan Valley." He waved his hand and continued, "Now Sichuan Valley has become the strongest sect in the Northland. If you provoke them, the Songhai Pavilion will be wiped out. Don't worry. I have my own way to tell everyone not to go out for 5 years." Ning Heng thought to himself. He had already thought of a way to deal with it. Seeing Ning Heng's confident expression, Ning Li left the attic without saying anything. His son has always been the pride of the sect. Since the sect was handed over to Ning Heng, Songhai Pavilion has developed extremely fast. In less than 2 months, he went from a small sect with only a few dozen people. It has become a powerful sect well known in the north. Bhikkhu Library, the number of sects has grown to nearly 1,000. Therefore, although there was still some fear in his heart, Ning Li still chose to trust his son. System. After his father left, Ning Heng said silently in his heart. Immediately, a system panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. More than a month ago, this thing called Zoman system suddenly appeared in his mind. It shows the information of the entire sect of Songhai Pavilion, including the names and cultivation levels of all the people in the Songhai Pavilion, as well as the various buildings in the sect. Then he discovered that he could earn points by completing the tasks assigned by the system. Points can be used to upgrade Zoman buildings to make Zoman more prosperous. For example, in the training room of Songhai Pavilion, after his upgrade, the aura is already 4 or 5 times that of other sections. Not only that, although the area occupied by the training room remains the same, the number of people it can accommodate has increased by more than 10 times. It's like a cave. This is also one of the reasons for the skyrocketing number of people in Songhai Pavilion. After several upgrades, the Songhai Pavilion has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Zoman has many buildings, beautiful scenery, and rich aura, and it has become a cave of its own. With just a few more years of development, Songhai Pavilion will surely become one of the top sections. So of course Ning Heng didn't want to be inferior to others. What's more, he still has the trump card to protect Songhai Pavilion. Ning Heng stared at the system, which displayed a formation called Huzong Grand Formation. As long as you are not a disciple of Songhai Pavilion, even a Taoist god cannot enter Songhai Pavilion. 500 points are required for 5 years. Without hesitation, he hit the start button. Fortunately, he purposely saved 500 points before. 5 years is enough for the sect to develop. What's more, how can he start again with 500 points after 5 years? He is simply invincible. However, seeing the points displayed as 0 in the system, Ning Heng still felt a bit pained. He looked at the sky outside the window and made up his mind. In the past 5 years, I must develop the sect well and strive for a Taoist god. In this way, there is no need to stay in the sect all the time. the divine rainbow descended, revealing the figures of Chu Yang and the three elders. Observing the silent Songhai Pavilion gate in front of him, Chu Yang faintly noticed something was wrong. He couldn't feel the breath of living people in the Songhai Pavilion at all. "Young master, maybe they all ran away." One of the elders also discovered this and said bluntly. The other two also nodded, agreeing with his words. The reputation of Qishuan Valley is too great. It is very likely that Songhai Pavilion will be scattered after consciously committing a big mistake. But Chu Yang certainly doesn't think so. Since he dared to kill the elders of Qishuan Valley, the Songhai Pavilion would naturally not flee in all directions so quickly. Moreover, there is a high probability that there are protagonists in the Songhai Pavilion, so it is unlikely to act like this. Stretching out his hand to stop the elder who was about to take a step forward, Chu Yang raised his hand and struck out with the sword. I saw that his sword energy disappeared out of thin air as soon as it entered the gate of Songhai Pavilion. The three elders were extremely shocked. The young master is in the Tao God realm, so there is no disturbance at all. But this familiar situation made the corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitch slightly, feeling happy in his heart. Another formation. You don't think this will stop me, do you? Chapter 41. The three Kixwengu elders didn't speak. They just looked at the gate of Songhai Pavilion in shock. They have now seen that there is an extremely powerful formation in the Songhai Pavilion. Not even Chu Yang can break through. For a while, the elders all retreated and said one after another, "Young master, let's go back to the sect today." "Yeah, I will find some people who are proficient in formations to crack it later. I don't believe they can stay in the turtle shell forever." Chu Yang waved his hands, signaling them to be calm. In his right hand, he held a golden talisman. It is the formation breaker. Originally, Chu Yang thought that this talisman would be rarely used. I didn't expect that it would be time to need it again so soon. As for the 100 points, Chu Yang has already taken it seriously. Although 100 points have been spent now, the impact that will be brought later may make him gain more. Just like the royal family. So he is not stingy with just 100 points. This time, with the Songhai Pavilion group, he wanted to send a signal to all the sects in the Northland. Either surrender or destroy the family. And Songhai Pavilion has no choice. Those who kill the 7 profound valleys will only have one way to destroy their sect. This is also a warning to other sects in the north. Being watched by the elders, Chu Yang's face remained unchanged, and he directly smashed the formation talisman entered the Songhai Pavilion. Although nothing seems to have changed, but Chu Yang signaled the 3 elders to follow, and immediately stepped into the Songhai Pavilion first. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Chu Yang felt the breath of 2 people beside him. It should be the guard of Songhai Pavilion. Before the guard could react, Chu Yang waved his hand lightly and killed the 2 of them without making a sound. Immediately Chu Yang was attracted by the sight in front of him. There are many attics and surrounded by mountains. More importantly, the aura here is also a bit stronger than outside. I didn't expect that there would be another hole in the Songhai Pavilion. From this point of view, what he saw outside the gate were all superficial. It's just to confuse people outside Songhai Pavilion. Then Chu Yang instructed the 3 elders who came in with him. Seeing Songhai Pavilion disciples, kill them immediately. These 3 elders were specially selected by him, and their cultivation bases were all at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. The Supreme Elder in the God Transformation Realm couldn't leave the 7 profound valley, and among those who could follow Chu Yang, these 3 were the strongest. The purpose is to destroy the Songhai Pavilion as soon as possible. Although Songhai Pavilion has recently gained fame, it has not developed for a long time after all. It is more than enough to deal with these disciples at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. Ignoring the screams coming from around, Chu Yang flew directly to the Songhai Pavilion, which was the most obvious. The Hall of the Eye. If there is no accident, that is where the pavilion master lives. When he came to the gate of the main hall, Chu Yang saw a middle-aged man walking out of the hall. It is probably Ning Li, the master of the Songhai Pavilion. Apparently noticing the changes in the sect, he hurriedly left the hall. Sensing Ning Li's aura, Chu Yang realized that he was about to break through the Great Sacred Realm. And according to Qi Xuangu's information, Ning Li was only at the late stage of the Great Saint Realm more than a month ago. It can be seen that the speed of practice in the Songhai Pavilion is fast. However, Ningli is still in the great sacred realm after all, a big difference from Chu Yang. It was too easy for Chu Yang to kill him. What's more, Ningli hadn't noticed Chu Yang's existence yet. Chu Yang didn't say a word. A sword energy flew directly towards Ningli. Ningli was beheaded before he could react at all. In the training room of Songhai Pavilion, Ning Hung meditated on the ground and couldn't help frowning. He seemed to sense some noise outside, so he hurriedly stopped practicing and walked out of the training room. But the scene that caught his eyes made his breathing stagnate. I saw a young man in white standing in front of him. He was smiling and looking at him kindly, like an old friend I haven't seen for a long time. However, he held a bloody human head in his hand. Chapter 42. Looking at Ning Hung, who was completely stunned, Chu Yang threw Ning Li's head at his feet and said, "Is this meeting ceremony satisfactory?" Then he looked at the system panel in front of him. Protagonist, Ning Hung Cultivation, early stage of the great sacred realm Air Luck, 750 gold finger. Zoman system, no wonder that Songhai Pavilion is so prosperous. It turns out that there is a system. Chu Yang was not surprised at all, and the system can be regarded as the gold finger of the bad street. Chu Yang tried to use Duankong Jinjue to attack Ning Hung, but as soon as the sword energy approached him, his body emitted a yellow light. Completely resist his attack. This is not what Chu Yang expected. The fact is that only the Taoist realm can kill such a protagonist with high luck. Otherwise, it can only slowly reduce the luck of the protagonist and weaken the protection of plane consciousness. With his current cultivation in the mid-stage of the God transformation realm, the protagonist with less than 300 luck should be able to kill directly. It's a pity that there are probably no protagonists with such low luck now. However, the protagonists like Ning Hung are what Chu Yang fears the most. With a low cultivation base, Goldfinger is not against the sky. It will take a long time to grow. Not much of a threat to him. But after all, he was still a protagonist, and Chu Yang didn't want to let him escape. At this time, Ning Hung came back to his senses and said lightly, "Are you Chu Yang?" Even if his father's head is at his feet, all disciples of the sect will be wiped out. He was also unusually calm. But his my heart is not so peaceful. The system that has been of great help to him has not worked. The protecting sect grand formation did not resist Qi Xuangu's people at all. This made him very regretful. You shouldn't trust the system too much. It's just that Ning Hung didn't panic because of this, and still asked Chu Yang calmly. Of course, the hatred in his eyes still showed his feelings at this time. Chu Yang nodded, and said with a smile, "Young Master Ning is really a genius." The sect collapsed and his face remained unchanged. He didn't even care about his father's tragic death. At the same time, I was surprised. This Ning Hung is too calm, so his mood will not be damaged. With Chu Yang's acknowledgement, Ning Hung finally couldn't suppress his feelings. He gave Chu Yang a hard look and said with hatred, "If I don't die today, I will definitely slaughter the 7 profound valleys in the future." After finishing speaking, he soared into the sky, wanting to escape from here. The speed was beyond Chu Yang's expectation. Unlike the monks in the early days of the Great Saint Realm, it seems that there should be a bonus in the Songhai Pavilion. It's a pity that the gap between the two was still too large, and soon Ning Hung was captured by Chu Yang. Seeing that Ning Hung still had that calm expression, Chu Yang focused his gaze and cut off Ning Hung's limbs with sword energy. Although you can't kill him, you can still give him a little non-fatal damage. However, due to the protection of the consciousness of the plane, his cultivation cannot be abolished. But after suffering so much pain, Ning Hung still didn't respond at all. This made Chu Yang frown slightly. The evaluation of Ning Hung in my heart has been raised by several levels. Although Goldfinger is not very good, this state of mind is really too strong. Maybe the threat is greater than those of the previous protagonists. Then Chu Yang explored the surroundings. It was found that there were only a few people left in Songhai Pavilion. Flying to the gate of Songhai Pavilion, an elder was already waiting for him. Seeing Chu Yang approaching, the elder said, "Young master, that Songhai Pavilion has been destroyed, and the other 2 are searching for treasures." Chu Yang nodded slightly, threw Ning Hung to the elder, and ordered, "Put him in the sect's dungeon." Chu Yang is well aware that this does not work for the protagonist. As long as Ning Hung is not killed, he will definitely make a comeback. So this is not an option either. It was the same as Chu Yang's concern before. What restricts him now is his cultivation. The protagonists of Xianling Realm have grown a lot, and their luck is very high. If you meet a protagonist as strong as Ning Heng's state of mind again, sheltered by the consciousness of the plane, it is almost impossible to kill them. Therefore, as long as Chu Yang does not cultivate to the Tao God realm for a day, Chu Yang will be at a loss. But if you want to quickly improve your cultivation, you have to eliminate the protagonist. Complete some missions, and get things like Shattering Void Pill and Chi Luck Pill. In this way, you have fallen into a dead end. After bowing his head and thinking for a long time, Chu Yang finally thought of a way. Since this road is so difficult, I will find another way. Chapter 43. In the Great Hall of the Seven Profound Valley, Chu Yang flipped through the books about this plane. There are 10 small worlds in this plane, which are divided into 3 levels. The highest level small world is called False God Realm, and it is where the second level small world ascends. And Xianling Realm is just one of the 6 second-level small worlds. What Chu Yang didn't expect was that Xianling Realm actually had a lower realm called Lingwu Realm. It's just that no one has ascended from the Lingwu world for thousands of years, so people gradually forget about it. This surprised Chu Yang, and the Lingwu world fully met his requirements. The highest state is the soul-living realm, and as long as one breaks through the soul-living realm, one will ascend to the Xianling Realm. Most importantly, time passes 100 times faster in the lower bound than in the upper bound. In other words, 100 days have passed in the Lingwu world, and only 1 day has passed in the Xianling world. Of course, the disadvantage is that the aura in the lower realm is scarce, and the speed of cultivation is very slow. But Chu Yang didn't rely on cultivation to improve his realm, but mainly relied on the items given by the system. So it doesn't really matter to him. Since they belong to the same plane, there must be protagonists in the Lingwu world. In the lower realm, Chu Yang in the God Transformation realm is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Even if the protagonists are allowed to grow, they won't be able to make waves at all. In this way, it only takes a short time for Chu Yang to get a great improvement. When he returned to the Xianling realm, he might already be in the Tao God realm. As for the Xianling realm, it is estimated that only a few days have passed. In just a few days, the gap between Chu Yang and the protagonist of the Xianling realm has become like a chasm. At that time, the protagonists in the mysterious spirit world will also be killed by Chu Yang at will. It won't be like this anymore. Even if the protagonist's luck is lower than Chu Yang's, he can't break through the protection of the consciousness of the plane. To do this, Chu Yang needs to redeem the boundary-breaking shuttle in the Point Mall. Only in this way can we travel to the lower realm. The problem now is that the breaking shuttle needs 200 points. He was still 100 points short of redemption. But Chu Yang is not in a hurry, since the action plan has been determined. As long as one more protagonist is eliminated, it will be fine. At this time, Chu Yang heard footsteps coming from outside the hall, getting closer. Looking up, it turned out to be a certain elder from Qishuan Valley. It seems that there is something important to report. Seeing Chu Yang looking at him, the elder quickly lowered his head and said, "Young master, the monks of the Lin family have entered the Northland. Judging from their route, they should be going to the Fenglei Hall." Oh, a seed planted last time is finally about to blossom and bear fruit. Chu Yang's eyes lit up, and there was a joy in his heart. He decided to go to Fenglei Hall to join in the fun. For such a huge event, there is a high probability that there will be a protagonist. Let this person be his parting gift for leaving the Xianling realm temporarily. Biko Library. Night fell. In a forest, the two are confronting each other. One is a handsome young man. One is a fierce and vicious man. You are the one who dared to break into our wind and thunder palace. The big man said in a deep voice, then contemptuously laughed. Kneel down and surrender now, and I'll give you a treat. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Hearing his words, the young man was not afraid at all. He just said indifferently, "It is useless to talk too much. If you want to fight, I will fight." As soon as the voice fell, the boy rushed towards the big man. But the big man didn't take him seriously. "It's up to you." A small piece of rubbish in the great sacred realm is nothing more than a fly shaking a big tree. Then the two sides fought together. I don't know, not far away, there is a pair of eyes staring at them. It was Chu Yang who came to the Fenglei Palace for questioning. Flying in the air, Chu Yang suddenly felt the aura of these two people. Could it be that the Lin family has already started a war with Fenglei Palace? He thought to himself and decided to come down and take a look. So Chu Yang hid his aura and approached slowly. I want to observe the battle ahead. Seeing this, he was pleasantly surprised. The boy in the battle turned out to be Yi Chun, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Presumably to avenge Lin Yuro, he followed the Lin family to Fenglei Hall. Chu Yang found that Yi Chun's luck increased very slowly, and now he only has 200 luck points. Just like when we first met. Thinking about it, Lin Yuro is probably Yi Chun's adventure. She will definitely take Yi Chun back to the Lin family. With the close relationship between the two, the rest of the Lin family will feel jealous. At that time, it was time for Yi Chun pretend to face. Luck is definitely rising very fast. But Lin Yuro was killed by him so quickly, Yi Chun might not even have been to Lin's house. Naturally, more than half of the source of luck was lost. So it's no surprise that luck is low now. This is exactly in Chu Yang's arms. He can now kill Yi Chun directly and earn points. In this way, the boundary-breaking shuttle can be exchanged for the implementation of the subsequent plan. But Chu Yang did not act rashly. Instead, he continued to observe the battle ahead. Yi Chun is now in the middle stage of the Great Sacred Realm, and his cultivation level is really fast enough. The people in Fenglei Palace who fought with him were in the early stage of transforming gods. Not surprisingly, with such a big gap in realm, Yi Chun is bound to lose. But Chu Yang is very clear. As the protagonist, it is impossible for Yi Chun to lose here. The leapfrog challenge is just a routine operation of the protagonist. Of course, it is impossible for Chu Yang to let Yi Chun succeed in leapfrogging the challenge. This will definitely increase Yi Chun's luck a lot. It is likely to reach the point where he cannot kill. Therefore, he decided to intervene in this battle. On the battlefield, the big man was severely suppressed by Yi Chun's stormy offensive. Impossible. You are only in the Great Saint realm. How could you be so strong? He widened his eyes and yelled in horror. Biko Library. Yi Chun ignored him, his hands never resting. At this time, he has entered a state of ecstasy. He could feel that his combat strength had increased several times compared to usual. Looking at the gradually distorted face of the big man, Yi Chun smiled lightly. Give him the final blow now. He holds the sword in his right hand, and the tip of the sword moving forward, aimed at the big man. The surrounding aura slowly gathered into the sword in his hand. Gusts of wind blew up in the field, and the sky and the earth seemed to change color. At this moment, Yi Chun seemed to be the only one in the whole world. And the big man opposite him saw Yi Chun like a god-man. He just stood there in a daze, waiting for his own death. Yi Chun's eyes shone slightly. With a slight movement of the right hand, the sword is about to be drawn. However, at this moment, Yi Chun suddenly felt a pain in his chest, and a mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. The power in the sword dissipated instantly. He turned his head and saw Chu Yang's handsome face that made him hate to the bone. Although I don't understand why Chu Yang appeared here. But this is not important anymore. Seriously injured, Yi Chun knew he was doomed. It's just that he hasn't avenged Yuro yet. He is still unwilling. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Long time no see." Yi Chun didn't say anything, just looked at Chu Yang with a calm expression. Seems to have accepted reality. He is not afraid of death either. Seeing him like this, Chu Yang was a little surprised. It seems that after a lot of experience, Yi Chun has also grown a lot. However, Chu Yang wouldn't just stop there. He said softly, "I killed Lin Yuro." Yi Chun finally had a look in his eyes. His face was twisted, his eyes were full of hatred. At the same time, a strong breath erupted from the body. It seems to want to fight to the death. Just as soon as he gained momentum, he was decapitated. Successfully eliminate a protagonist. Luck plus 200, points plus 100. Chu Yang looked at Yi Chun's body with a complicated expression. Since coming to this world, this time, Yi Chun gave him good luck, a woman, and Lin Yuro a tool to stir up the battle between Fenglei Temple and the Lin family. In the end, in order to collect enough points to exchange for the boundary-breaking shuttle, Yi Chun stood up. It is simply a lesson for the protagonist. If only the other main characters could be like him. It's a pity that after completing the mission, he still has to die after all. Then Chu Yang put the ring in Yi Chun's hand into the ring. The last time Yi Chun was teleported away at the moment of crisis, this carry-on grandfather should still be asleep. I don't know how he will react when he wakes up. Since it can't be destroyed now, let's let it go. As long as he lives, the ring will never see the light of day. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. At this time, the big man who fought Yi Chun came back to his senses and thanked Chu Yang. Although I don't know why the other party wants to save him. Chu Yang said lightly, "You're welcome. You can die too." The big man was stunned for a moment. Evidently this answer was not expected. But Chu Yang's sword will not be stunned. He beheaded the big man without hesitation. Fenglai Palace itself is hard to protect, even if it is found that Chu Yang killed the person. He also has no fear. Chu Yang didn't even look at the big man's body. With a leap, he turned into a divine rainbow and flew back to the 7 profound valley. The goal has been achieved, and it is meaningless to stay in the Fenglai Palace. Next is his main event. Chapter 44. After returning to the 7 profound valley, Chu Yang announced to the elders that he would retreat for a period of time. Zoman affairs are handled by themselves. Anyway, it was like this before Chu Yang crossed over, so the elders are also familiar with the road. Nothing could go wrong. In the room, Chu Yang held the boundary-breaking shuttle in his hand. He decided to go to the Lingwu world alone, not even Kyoko. Just tell them to go out to do business. After all, being able to travel between 2 realms is really bizarre. Even the Taoist god can't do it. Before leaving, Chu Yang specifically said to Kyoko, "I will help you reshape your physical body when you come back." 300 points, which is a small amount after 1 line of the lower bound. Kiyoshi replied softly. The tone was a little resentful, but also a little joyful. Game didn't communicate much during these days. She thought that Chu Yang had grown to hate her. Seeing this, Chu Yang made a few words of teasing, which drew Qing Mio's coquettish anger. Then he left here alone, and came to a place where no one was around. Injecting spiritual thoughts into the boundary-breaking shuttle, the appearance of other small worlds immediately appeared in Chu Yang's mind. The name is also displayed on it, which is very humane. After choosing the Lingwu world, his vision went dark. Immediately, Chu Yang entered an extremely pitch-black environment, surrounded by a little bit of starlight. This should be the channel between the 2 worlds. Following the guidance of the starlight, Chu Yang flew forward slowly. Lingwu realm, the lower realm of Xianling realm. It is different from the mysterious spirit world where the mainland is torn apart. Most of the people here live on a continent surrounded by the sea. There are also a few people living on small islands in the sea. There are many sects in the Lingwu world, but they are in the same situation. It has now been divided into 2 camps. One is the righteous way, and the other is the magic gate. Starfall Gate, one of the 6 great demon gates in the Lingwu world. It is one of the top sects in the Lingwu world. However, its condition at this time is extremely miserable. Hundreds of orthodox monks gathered in front of the mountain gate and blasted into the mountain gate one after another. It made the mountain guard array crumbling. At the same time, he said with hatred in his mouth, "In the past, you did all kinds of evil and were full of evil. Did you ever think that you have today? Stop resisting now, but also give you a joy. Lu Xinghe, today is the day of your death." Among the crowd, there are those who simply cannot understand the behavior of the meteorite sect. Some had grudges with Lu Xinghe, the head of the Star Meteor sect. There are also those who are purely to help righteous monks. But whatever the purpose of these people, all this shows the poor reputation of the Starfall sect and the despicable behavior. Hearing the clamor outside, a middle-aged man in the Xingyun Gate courtyard frowned. He is Lu Xinghe, the master of the Star Meteor sect. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The suave and handsome man is Qi Feiyu, the holy son of the Starfall sect. The woman has picturesque eyebrows, long hair like a waterfall, and a cold body. There is a faint brilliance in the deep eyes, and the long and curly eyelashes are condensed with frost. Biko Library, he frowned slightly, but it made people feel pitiful. It was Lu Xinghe's daughter, Lu Bingyue, who was also the saintess of the Starfall sect. How to survive this calamity? Lu Xinghe asked in a deep voice. There was a hint of despair in his tone. These people outside have besieged the sect for 3 days. At the beginning, there were only dozens of people, and the Starfall sect could still handle it. But with the joining of other Orthodox monks, the number increased. Now, it is estimated that dozens of Orthodox sects are besieging them. They couldn't resist anymore. Due to the serious internal fighting between the demons, they are not used to each other. His previous distress messages were ignored. If this continues, the Starfall sect will only have one way to destroy it. You can use the sect's ancestral secret method to summon demons from outside the territory to meet the enemy. After thinking for a while, Chi Feiyu replied. Lu Bingyue frowned and said, No, summoning the heavenly demon from outside the territory is too destructive, and even the sect will not be able to keep it. Chi Feiyu smiled and said, It doesn't matter if the sect is gone. If the people are still there, they can make a comeback. As if she couldn't talk to him, Lu Binghua looked at Lu Xinghe. Only he can decide this matter. Lu Xinghe walked back and forth in the courtyard, still in deep thought. If the extraterrestrial demons are summoned, the entire Starfall sect will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Because wherever the demon goes, it will be polluted by demon energy. The spiritual energy here is exhausted, making it impossible to practice at all. It's just that if you can't resist the offensive of those people outside, not only is the sect destroyed, but everyone will die here. As Chi Feiyu said, as long as the person is still there, the sect will be rebuilt one day. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Xinghe made up his mind. He nodded towards the two of them and quickly walked towards the altar of the Meteor Gate. There, it is the place where the extraterrestrial demons are summoned. Chi Feiyu and Lu Bingyue looked at each other and followed behind Lu Xinghe. He glanced at Lu Bingyue's frosty face. Chi Feiyu suddenly had an impulse, reached for the tip of her buttocks, but was dodged by Lu Bingyue. She blushed a little and said softly, We're not married yet. Chi Feiyu couldn't help laughing. Only in front of him, Lu Bingyue would show such a shy look. Facing others, she always has a cold look. A few years ago, he was just a small outer disciple. After accidentally saving Lu Bingyue, the two fell in love with each other. Through his own struggle and Lu Bingyue's care, he took the position of the Holy Son. Then he asked Lu Xinghe for a marriage. Chi Feiyu had outstanding talent and acted calmly. Lu Xinghe was naturally satisfied. So without hesitation, a marriage contract was made for the two. It's just that Lu Bingyue has a conservative personality, and Chi Feiyu is not allowed to touch her before marriage, not even holding hands with her. Thinking of being able to hold beauty in his arms after getting married, Chi Feiyu secretly swore, Definitely get through this. The three of them walked for a while, then stopped in front of the altar. Lu Xinghe walked up to the altar, muttering something in his mouth. Immediately, with a slash with the knife, a lot of blood flowed out from the wrist, seeping into the altar and disappearing. As more and more blood seeped in, the altar emitted a dazzling red light. Lu Xinghe knew that this was a sign that the heavenly demon was coming. He sealed the wound on his wrist and jumped off the altar, waiting for the arrival of the demon. The three held their breath and looked at the altar quietly. After a while, the red light dissipated, and a young man appeared on the altar. Dressed in white, he looked even more handsome than Chi Feiyu. All three of them were stunned. This is not like a demon. While they were in a daze, the young man in white walked down the altar. When he came to them, he asked, Is this the Lingwu world? Chapter 45. After Chu Yang asked the question, he didn't look at the three people in front of him, but observed the surrounding environment. He was also a little confused for a while, because he doesn't even know where this place is. Originally, he flew well in the small world passage, but for some reason, a dark monster suddenly appeared beside him. Even though he has never seen it, Chu Yang, who has learned a lot, knows it very well. This is the legendary extraterrestrial demon. Because they don't know where they came from, they are collectively referred to as extraterritorial. They are brutal and bloodthirsty, and even suck up the spiritual energy of the place. In the Xianling world, the heavenly demon sect often invites such things. That's why it was named Heavenly Demon. This also made Shio the worst place in the Xianling world. Seeing it in the small world passage now, Chu Yang thought that the heavenly demon lived here. Although I don't know what the heavenly demon's attitude is towards him, but Chu Yang would not act according to its face. So he took the lead in launching the attack and killed the demon with a single strike. Then, he was wrapped in a red light and descended here. This is also the reason that makes Chu Yang feel confused. He didn't follow the starlight. Would this still be the Lingwu world? But one thing is certain, the aura here is so rare, it is undoubtedly the lowest level of the small world. At this moment, the three of them finally came to their senses. Lu Xinghe asked cautiously, It's the Lingwu world. May I ask if you are Lord Tianma? Even if it doesn't look like it, there is no fluctuation in the surrounding aura. He will not be rude to Chu Yang either. At least, Chu Yang was indeed summoned by him with a secret method. Even if it is not a demon, it must be very powerful. After hearing his answer, Chu Yang felt relieved. Focus on the 3 people in front of you. At the same time, I was a little happy. I didn't expect to meet the protagonist as soon as I entered this world. Protagonist, Chi Feiyu Cultivation, Early Stage Air Luck, 3000 Gold Finger. The Devil's Transformation, this day's magic change should be just like its name. Can become a demon. This poses no threat to Chu Yang. Even if he can transform into a demon, his combat power will not be very high. He could be crushed with 1 finger. It's just that 3000 points of luck is a bit high. This is also normal. It has been more than a month since he crossed over to the Xianling realm. Then this Lingwu world has already passed for more than 10 years. The main character here is almost fully grown. 3000 points of luck is still low, maybe tens of thousands of luck points both. But Chu Yang didn't care about these. The ceiling of the Lingwu world is nothing but the soul-leaving realm. No matter how lucky the protagonist is, he still has to be manipulated by him. Unlike in the Xianling realm, he still has to guard against the growth of the protagonist. Here, the protagonist who has practiced for hundreds of years is like an ant in front of him. So he has plenty of time to play with these protagonists slowly. After all, 10 years in the Lingwu world is equivalent to more than 1 month in the Xianling world. Looking at Chi Feiyu in front of him, Chu Yang sneered in his heart. I'll take you first. Then he said calmly, I am from the upper realm. After speaking, he released a trace of coercion. Just this trace of coercion made the 3 people in front of him unable to move. Even a little blood flowed out of the 7 orifices. Withdrawing his coercion, Chu Yang looked at the 3 people in front of him. I saw Lu Xinghe's face was full of respect. He knelt down on 1 knee, cupped his hands, and said, Welcome to the Lingwu world, sir. Immediately, he winked at the other 2. So Chi Feiyu and Lu Bingyue also knelt down and said in unison, You're welcome. Waving his hands to signal them to get up, Chu Yang glanced at Chi Feiyu. This man is quite flexible. But how far can you stand it? In the great hall of the Star Meteor Gate, Chu Yang sat at the head of the hall. After the 2 sides finished their introductions, Lu Xinghe began to talk about the Lingwu realm and the meteorite sect. After understanding what had happened, he realized that what he encountered in the small world passage was actually the heavenly demon summoned by Lu Xinghe. At the same time, he also learned about the situation of the sect in the Lingwu world. This meteorite gate turned out to be a demon gate. But wouldn't demon gate be better? Just take this place as a foothold for the time being, and then start the path of the devil. Thinking of this, Chu Yang picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. Then he glanced at Lu Bingyue, who was standing beside him, who was as cold as frost. There was also Chi Feiyu, who had all his eyes on her. With a twitch in his heart, he waved his big hand and sucked Lu Bingyue into his arms. Then he put his hand into her skirt. The incident happened suddenly, and the 3 people in the hall didn't react for a while. Obviously, he did not expect Chu Yang to make such a move. Then, Chi Feiyu's eyes were about to burst. His fiancée was sitting in the arms of other men, being played with wantonly. This kind of shame and humiliation made him almost unable to resist attacking Chu Yang. How dare he? How dare he? I haven't even held Bingyue's hand. But think about it aroused the horror of Chu Yang. He can only bow his head. Instead of looking at the 2 people at the head of the hall, they hid their expressions at this time. But Lu Xinghe's complexion didn't change, and he was overjoyed. He had intentionally asked Lu Bingyue to stand beside Chu Yang, serving him tea and water. The purpose is to draw the relationship between Starfall Gate and Chu Yang closer through her outstanding daughter. It's just that I didn't expect that Chu Yang would actually like this, and he didn't hide it at all. It seems that as long as there is this daughter, Chu Yang will not be afraid to alienate them. As for Chi Feiyu, how can he compare to Chu Yang Wani? Chi Feiyu's mood is damaged, his luck is -20, and his own luck is +20. Looking at the 2 people with different expressions below, Chu Yang admired them very much. One made a decisive decision and gave Lu Bingyue to him directly. A person who suffered such a great humiliation only lost 20 points of luck, and judging by his appearance, he can still bear it. Still, it's fun to play this way. And Lu Bingyue in his arms was even more ashamed and angry. with tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. But under Chu Yang's breath, she couldn't move at all. I can only bear it silently with an expression of resentment. She stared at her lover below, hoping that he could save her from the sea of suffering. To her disappointment, the lover bowed his head, as if making a bow. She couldn't help feeling a pain in her heart. Feeling the strangeness coming from her body, Lu Bingyue's face gradually turned crimson. After being silent for a while, Chu Yang put down Lu Bingyue, who was in his arms with blurred eyes, transmitting her spiritual thoughts to her. If you commit suicide, I will torture your father and Qi Feiyu to death. Hearing this, Lu Bingyue was in a daze, as if her heart had died. Chu Yang stepped down from the head of the hall and said calmly, "Let's go. Go and destroy the besiegers of the sect now." After speaking, he walked out of the hall. Lu Xinghe answered softly and followed his pace. Qi Feiyu looked at Lu Bingyue, who was still flushed with a complicated expression. Sighing in my heart, I just wanted to go forward and say some words of relief. But Lu Bingyue ignored it, with a dazed expression, and followed Lu Xinghe out of the hall. Naturally, he understood Qi Feiyu's difficulties, but the weak look of him bowing his head still made her feel a little grudged. After she left, Qi Feiyu looked at the empty hall. Clenching his fists, his lips trembled slightly. In addition to being angry, he hated Chu Yang to the bone. At the same time, make up your mind. Must make him pay the price. Chapter 46. Outside the Xingyun Gate Mountain Gate, all the monks stopped attacking. The leading monks looked at each other. I want to end today's offensive. They have besieged the Meteorite Gate for 3 days. After all, it is still one of the 6 great magic gates. The Star Meteor Gate exhausted all its strength to maintain the mountain protection formation. Even these hundreds of monks will take some time to break through. Fortunately, there are more and more monks, and today the formation of the mountain guards has been crumbling. If there is no accident, you will be able to step into the Starfall Gate tomorrow. There are hundreds of monks. How can the Star Meteor Gate resist? However, just as they were about to leave here temporarily, an accident happened. After taking a few steps, hundreds of monks found an invisible barrier in front of them. They were firmly trapped around the Star Meteor Gate. The crowd suddenly became agitated. Could it be that the Meteor Gate won't let them go? Just when everyone wanted to attack again, the gate of Xingyun Gate opened, and a handsome young man in white came out from it. In an instant, the eyes of hundreds of monks in the field focused on him. After seeing his appearance clearly, everyone was puzzled, because they didn't know him at all. Of course, there are also some grumpy people who attack him as soon as they see him come out. However, their attack was like a stone falling into the sea. As soon as he got close to the young man in white, he disappeared without a trace of disturbance. This horrified the hundreds of monks present. Especially those with higher cultivation bases were even more shocked, because they could faintly feel the aura around the young man in white. But just this breath gave them an irresistible thought. It seems that as long as they resist, they will die tragically on the spot. Seeing so many people looking at him, Chu Yang's expression didn't change at all. Use the system to scan the crowd first. There is no protagonist. Then he said indifferently, "When you first arrive here, you must leave something to commemorate, right?" His tone was calm and breezy, and high above the sky, like a person in the sky looking down on the mortal world. But it was not to the hundreds of monks in front of the mountain gate, but to Lu Xinghe, who had just walked behind him. He didn't pay attention to the hundreds of orthodox monks in front of him, only if they are air. Seeing that the attacks of those orthodox monks couldn't even get close to Chu Yang's body, Lu Xinghe was full of excitement and replied in a low voice, "Yes." How could he not be excited? The orthodox monks who had troubled him for so many days and once drove him into despair. In front of Chu Yang, he was so vulnerable, like ants. What's more, judging from Chu Yang's performance just now, for him daughter loves it very much. With the help of this person, the Xingyun sect will definitely dominate the demon sect, and even the entire Lingwu world. The faces of all righteous monks were full of despair. No one dared to say a word. Chu Yang only let out a trace of breath. They found out, let alone attacking Chu Yang. He didn't even dare to speak out if he questioned Chu Yang. They all had a premonition in their hearts. As soon as they opened their mouths, it was when they died. Therefore, now they can only wait quietly to die. Chu Yang walked slowly towards the crowd without saying a word. Every time a step is taken, More than a dozen people in the crowd will die tragically for no reason, quietly, as if in a deep sleep. Although everyone knows that at this time, they will undoubtedly die, but they still couldn't help thinking about it. It must not be me who dies in this step. Da-da-da. The sound of Chu Yang's footsteps echoed in their hearts. Like death's knock at the door, everyone held their breath, waiting for death to come. Chu Yang walked dozens of steps slowly, and finally came to the front of the crowd. However, there was no one standing in front of him. Everyone fell to the ground without a sound. Lu Xinghe, who witnessed all this, was stunned. He could imagine that Chu Yang could crush this group of orthodox monks. Unexpectedly, he didn't even extend his hand. Just walking dozens of steps casually, all these people died. And the other two behind him also had different thoughts. Qi Feiyu was in despair. How would he deal with such a person? But soon Qi Feiyu shook his head, and his heart became firm again. No matter what method is used, this humiliation must be repaid. He was thinking a lot, gradually thinking about countermeasures. On the other hand, Lu Bingyue was fascinated, staring at Chu Yang's godlike figure in a daze. He remembered Qi Feiyu's weak expression in the hall just now. His fiancée was being bullied, and he didn't even dare to speak. Just watched her being played wantonly by Chu Yang. Afterwards, judging by his expression, he seemed to want to persuade her to endure. After staring at Chu Yang, Lu Bingyue was a little crazy. Chu Yang didn't care about the thinking of the three people behind him, and there was no fluctuation in Chu Yang's heart. These people are like ants in his heart. Even if there are hundreds of people, it is only equivalent to a few larger ants. Would he be happy because he trampled to death a few ants? It was just a trivial thing to do. In this world, he doesn't even care too much about the protagonist. It's just casually humiliating the protagonist. As now, Chu Yang turned his head and waved towards Lu Bingyue. Although no what words, but Lu Bingyue still understood what he meant. She blushed, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards Chu Yang slowly. Pulling Lu Bingyue into his arms, Chu Yang did not pay attention to Qi Feiyu's expression at this time. He could bear it like that before, so he wouldn't be too hurt at this level. So he sent a voice transmission to Lu Bingyue. "Kiss me." Seeing her hesitate for a moment, Chu Yang fixed his gaze. Lu Bingyue turned her head and glanced at Qi Feiyu, who was only watching behind the two of them. Heart stinging endlessly. Put aside the shame and indignation in my heart. Immediately my heart skipped a beat. Kissed Chu Yang's lips hard. Seeing her take the initiative to kiss Chu Yang, Qi Feiyu was even more dumbfounded. It was as if a piece of my heart had been ripped out. How could Bingyue do such a thing? At first he saw Lu Bingyue walking towards Chu Yang. Although he harbored resentment, he didn't turn towards Lu Bingyue at all, because he knew very well that Lu Bingyue couldn't help herself. However, seeing her now, she actually took the initiative to kiss Chu Yang. How could he not be heartbroken? For a moment, he thought of an astonishing fact. Could it be that Lu Bingyue has already betrayed him? But soon he figured it out. Since Lu Bingyue couldn't help herself, it's not surprising that Chu Yang threatened her with a kiss. That's right, Bingyue still loves me, only being threatened by Chu Yang now. Qi Feiyu thought in his heart and strengthened his determination to kill Chu Yang. At the same time, another thought came to his mind. The sect crisis has been resolved. Why not escape here with Bingyue? As soon as this idea came up, Qi Feiyu couldn't stop thinking about it. Judging by Chu Yang's appearance, he is not an opponent at all now. You can only leave for a while, and then come back and kill Chu Yang. As for Lu Xinghe, seeing how flattering he was to Chu Yang, Qi Feiyu no longer counted on him. He is now clear that Lu Bingyue's current situation is caused by Lu Xinghe on purpose. Therefore, he also hated Lu Xinghe extremely. So he slowly thought about ways to escape. Qi Feiyu's mood is damaged, his luck is -10, and his own luck is +10. Chu Yang let go of Lu Bingyue, who was blushing in his arms, and sighed in his heart. He has neither affection nor desire for Lu Bingyue. In his mind, it was just a tool to humiliate Qi Feiyu. Now it seems that this approach has little effect. However, he has many tricks. He raised his hand and gently pulled Lu Bingyue's hair that was hanging in front of her eyes behind her ears. Immediately, a blue hairpin appeared in her hand, and she inserted it into her hair. His different gentle behavior from before made Lu Bingyue slightly distracted. Chapter 47. The news of someone from the upper realm appearing at the Xingyun Gate immediately spread throughout the entire Lingwu world. especially the fact that he crushed hundreds of righteous monks by himself. Bhikkhu library, it even made the monks in the Lingwu world widen their eyes and couldn't believe it. At the same time, the photo stones recording this event were circulated everywhere. It even surprised all the forces. Of course they know that the upper realm exists. It's just that no one has ascended for thousands of years. The upper realm is now out of reach for them. Almost forgot about it. Unexpectedly, the meteorite gate could bring a person from the upper realm to this realm. Moreover, this person's strength is so powerful. This also made all parties pay attention to it. Especially the Orthodox sect is extremely vigilant. After all, that young master from the upper realm descended from the demon sect. This change may reverse the situation of the righteous and the evil. Of course, the news could travel so fast. It was all done on purpose by Chu Yang. Even the photo stone was made by him. It is to act in a high-profile manner, so that all the eyes of the Lingwu world will focus on him. He thought very simply, it is impossible for these protagonists not to pay attention to such a big event. It is different from the Xianling world. The protagonist opportunities in this world have grown fully. Some may even have already dominated one side. I must be extremely confident in myself, and I don't have so many worries. At that time, they will all gather around him with their own purposes, save him having to look everywhere. At that time, Chu Yang wanted to say, let's go together. In the Lingwu world, in a certain mountain surrounded by immortal energy, young master from the upper realm, light and graceful, the lingering sound curls up like a fairy sound. With the fragrant wind, the figure of the beautiful woman is hard to find. Somewhere in a cave filled with demonic energy, a young man with fiery hair opened his mouth and took a breath. He actually sucked the pitch-black monster in front of him into his mouth. Feeling the growth of his own strength, he said with a hearty smile, I don't know how strong I will be if I swallow that person from the upper realm. After speaking, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The protagonists who learned about the people from the upper world, or surprise, or curiosity, or disdain, and so on. It's just, no matter what they think in their hearts, they all involuntarily set their sights on the meteorite gate. They all knew that a person from the upper realm came. It will definitely bring earth-shaking changes to the Lingwu world. Star Meteor Gate. In front of a certain luxurious guest room. Listen to the groans in the room. Row is to warn myself must endure. Later, I will leave here with Lu Bingyue. Chi Feiyu couldn't help but shed tears. He looked at the room with a face full of humiliation. It's okay, I must comfort Bingyue well. After all, she was the one who was hurt the most. Chi Feiyu thought in his heart, and at the same time, he was very remorseful. He found out today that Chu Yang was not wary of him, as if he didn't care whether he escaped or not. Even Lu Bingyue is the same. Except when he wants to bully her, he doesn't care about her. If they want to escape here, they have plenty of opportunities. However, Chi Feiyu hesitated for a while. Being afraid of Chu Yang is actually on guard. I thought about observing first. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang was so impatient. Pull Lu Bingyue into the room tonight. Thinking that she has not held the hand of her fiancé once, but she has already had a physical relationship with someone else. Chi Feiyu almost vomited blood. What's more, he had a chance to avoid this from happening. However, this result was caused by being too cautious. This made him feel more guilty and remorseful. I thought that I must not show any strangeness in front of Lu Bingyue. Just pretend it never happened. Treat her well from now on. Chi Feiyu calmed down, and the voices in the room stopped. After a while, Lu Bingyue came out of the room. At this time, her clothes were disheveled and her hair was messy. There is still a blush on the face. Seeing her like this, Chi Feiyu's expression froze, then returned to normal. He knew in his heart that he must not show any strangeness in the future. Just pretend that this had never happened. In order not to let Chu Yang hear the conversation between the two, he signaled Lu Bingyue to follow him with his eyes. Unexpectedly, Lu Bingyue ignored him and went straight to her room. Chi Feiyu had no choice but to follow her into the room. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, Lu Bingyue said coldly, "What are you doing here? Get out." Chi Feiyu couldn't help being startled, but he remembered what happened just now. It is understandable that she is in a bad mood. Then he said softly, "Bingyue, that beast is defenseless now. We can take this opportunity to escape. We will take revenge on this revenge in the future." Seeing that her face remained unchanged, Chi Feiyu thought she was worried about Lu Xinghe. He couldn't help persuading. Your father will be fine, and now he has completely become Chu Yang's subordinate. If you are not here, there is no point in killing your father. However, Lu Bingyue didn't answer when she heard his words. Looking at the hairpin in his hand, he was dazed. I don't know what I'm thinking. Seeing this, Chi Feiyu sighed softly. How could he bear to go on like this? That being the case, even if Lu Bingyue hated her, he would take her away. Just when she was about to knock her unconscious, Lu Bingyue spoke up. You go. I want to stay here. The tone is decisive. Chi Feiyu was stunned for a moment, and then said, If you don't leave, how can I leave? But Lu Bingyue suddenly turned her head to stare at him, and said lightly, I like the feeling now. Chi Feiyu was struck by lightning. What does it mean? Could it be that Bingyue really betrayed me? Thinking of all the things that happened before, he was stunned for a moment. Immediately, there was a huge thrust on his body. He was still in a daze when he was pushed out the door. Heartbroken, he walked slowly. The process of meeting and falling in love between him and Lu Bingyue was recalled in his mind. Immediately, my heart felt like a knife was twisted. Chi Feiyu looked back, as if he wanted to engrave that beautiful image in his heart. But he couldn't help but shrink his eyes. He saw Chu Yang just walked into Lu Bingyue's room door. Hope suddenly ignited in my heart, and I suddenly became enlightened. So it was, although Chu Yang didn't take him seriously. But if Chu Yang sees him in Lu Bingyue's room, he will definitely be killed by Chu Yang. Yes, Bingyue did not betray me. It was only for my safety that he said harsh words to let me leave here. How can I doubt her mind for me? After thinking about this, Chi Feiyu felt better again. He has decided to leave here alone. For his safety, Lu Bingyue was willing to suffer this humiliation. How could I live up to her good intentions? Get out of here first, and then beat that thief Chu Yang to ashes. Thinking of this, Chi Feiyu did not hesitate. Directly leave the sect quickly. Just after walking a few dozen steps, he found more than a dozen oars around him. After careful observation, he was actually surrounded by a group of people. The person at the head is Lu Xinghe, the head of the Star Meteor sect. He walked up to Chi Feiyu and said with a smile, As the Holy Son, do you want to betray the sect? Chi Feiyu didn't panic at all and said calmly, It's just a walk. Walking? Bingyue just told me that you are leaving the sect. Besides, you want to take revenge on Mr. Chu? Lu Xinghe said coldly. These two words exploded in Chi Feiyu's heart. Impossible, Bingyue can't do this. It's just, thinking that I only said these things to her tonight. It had to make him suspicious again. At this moment, he saw Chu Yang's figure approaching from a distance. In his arms was Lu Bingyue, who was blushing. The little bird is close to the person, smiling like a flower. It doesn't look like being forced at all. There was a stabbing pain in his heart, and his eyes couldn't help but go dark. Chapter 48. Star Meteor Gate Dungeon. The air in the dungeon is humid and the environment is dark. Rats and mosquitoes appear from time to time. Obviously, the environment is extremely harsh. Chi Feiyu opened his eyes and looked at the familiar scene in front of him. He knew that this was the sect dungeon. As the holy son of the Starfall sect, he has dealt with this place many times. Unexpectedly, one day I will taste this kind of taste. He could now feel sharp pain in his extremities. It is obvious that all tendons in the arms and legs have been broken. His limbs were also nailed, and he couldn't move. Just, compared to physical pain, Chi Feiyu's mental injury was even more serious. He and Lu Bingyue have known each other for 5 years, and even made a marriage contract not long ago. Originally, they thought they would get married after overcoming this difficulty. But the arrival of Chu Yang ruined everything. Lu Bingyue deliberately harmed him, which made him feel even more chilled. The image of her talking and laughing at Yin nestling in Chu Yang's arms echoed in his mind. All of this should belong to him. More importantly, it was he himself who suggested to Lu Xinghe to summon the heavenly demon. In the end, it was the consequence. Dogs and men, I want you to die badly. Chi Feiyu thought resentfully in his heart. Not only did he not lose his ambition, but he also turned his hatred into infinite motivation. Then he struggled on the spot. I saw a faint black light emitting from his body. The nails nailed to his limbs seemed to be falling off. Then, Chi Feiyu felt the breath of a person approaching here. He also stopped struggling. After all, his cultivation base is almost completely abolished now, and it will be even more difficult to escape if he is discovered. However, the visitor was beyond his expectation. Dressed in white, cool, and gorgeous. Who else is it not Lu Bingyue? Chi Feiyu's face suddenly turned ugly. He yelled, "You be ****ch has the face to come here. Get out." Hearing this, Lu Bingyue couldn't help but burst into tears. "Chi Chu Dao, what I said before was to let you go quickly. Who knew that you would be caught by my father and the others?" She wasn't lying. In the room before, it was just as Chi Feiyu imagined, just to force him to leave quickly. At that time, she knew very well that Chu Yang would come to her room soon. If he couldn't find her, Chi Feiyu would never survive. You know, how could they escape Chu Yang at the speed at which the two of them escaped? So we can only do this. Lu Bingyue has already decided in her heart. Waiting after Feiyu left, he committed suicide. She also has resentment towards Lu Xinghe's father, because she also knew that the beginning of all this was caused by him. So now she doesn't care much about his life or death. Besides, she didn't believe that Chu Yang would kill Lu Xinghe after her death. Chi Feiyu's killing is completely useless to him. That's all. After all, Lu Xinghe had surrendered to Chu Yang. Killing him would not only be of no benefit at all, it will also make Chu Yang more inconvenient. So at that time, she already had a will to die in her heart. The last scene Chi Feiyu saw was Lu Bingyue's relaxation before death. She was going to die anyway, so she thought about letting go. Unexpectedly, Chi Feiyu saw it. After thinking a lot, Lu Bingyue had already burst into tears, and her eyes were blurred. Of course, she felt that Chu Yang also had a gentle side. But in her heart, how could she compare to Chi Feiyu? Chi Feiyu's face was pale, and he muttered to himself, "I won't believe what you say anymore." Seeing Lu Bingyue's miserable look, he also felt very distressed. I couldn't help but believe what she said. But think about what Lu Bingyue said in the room. The intimacy between her and Chu Yang these days. There is also the blue hairpin that she still pins on her hair at this time. This trust then dissipated. He didn't go to see her, just lowered his head and repeated this sentence. Seeing him like this, Lu Bingyue's heart ached even more. Desperately want to get out of the dungeon. He decided to wait for Chi Feiyu to calm down before talking about it. Just as she stepped out of the dungeon door, she felt that she bumped into someone. Then, a familiar hand wrapped around her waist. Seeing the appearance of the two of them, Chi Feiyu's face was extremely gloomy. He scolded angrily. "What an adulterer and ****re. Then I thought it was a sentence that was even more ugly. Chu Yang frowned slightly and raised his right hand. It seemed that he wanted to kill Chi Feiyu directly. But Lu Bingyue looked at him pleadingly. Holding his wrists with both hands, he took the initiative to pull his palms into his lapel. Seeing this, Chu Yang had no choice but to reluctantly stop his thoughts of killing Chi Feiyu. Feel the softness in your hands. Then look at Chi Feiyu's eyes full of hatred. Chu Yang secretly smiled in his heart. Of course he didn't want to kill Chi Feiyu just like that. The current Chi Feiyu also has 2,600 luck, higher than him. It can be seen that this person's state of mind is strong. He doesn't want the system to blow itself up. Biku library, kill yourself. So the action just now was just a deliberate appearance. Unexpectedly, the effect was better than he imagined. He glanced at Lu Bingyue's expression, begging him to leave here. Chu Yang was not in a hurry, and took her out of the dungeon. Chu Yang understood in his heart. Even if Chi Feiyu's limbs were cut off, the dungeon would definitely not be able to trap him. And look at his miserable appearance. Maybe there will be some adventures after escaping from the dungeon. But Chu Yang didn't care at all. With such a deep hatred, Chi Feiyu will definitely seek revenge from him. At that time, it will be nothing more than giving him luck. After all, unlike the protagonist in the upper realm, he is still a little afraid. The protagonist of the Lingwu world cannot threaten him in hundreds of years. After the two left, Chi Feiyu tried to break free from the nail. The pain piercing through his limbs did not cause a trace of pain on his face. From time to time, a black light flashed across his body. After a long time, he roared. All the nails from the limbs fell off. But this movement attracted the sound of footsteps approaching him. Presumably a guard guarding the dungeon. With the last bit of strength, Chi Feiyu raised his right hand. Blast all your strength out of your hands. Hit the guard who just walked up to the dungeon door. Seeing that the guard died under his attack, Chi Feiyu smiled miserably. Finally relieved, he closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, Chi Feiyu saw the stars in the sky. He was surprised to find that his body was intact. Not only did the injuries heal, but even the strength returned to its prime. Then he looked around. This observation made him tremble all over, and he was extremely frightened. He saw dozens of monsters covered in pitch black surrounding him. The breath is so strong that even each head is no less than Chu Yang. As the son of demon sect, how could he not recognize these monsters? It is the extraterrestrial demon. It's just that he felt a sudden burst of joy. He could feel the dependence of these extraterrestrial demons on him. He can even give orders to them in his heart. Immediately, his heart moved, and dozens of heavenly demons turned into a black air, which was sucked into his body by him. It can be released when needed. Chi Feiyu looked up at the stars in the night sky. His eyes were slightly bright. There was a surge in my heart. It seems that he has seen the day when he succeeds in revenge. Chapter 49. In the Great Hall of the Star Meteor Gate, Chu Yang opened a letter. Read the contents inside. It was a little funny in my heart. Is this La Shizi invitation again? I've played Xianling World once. Come back? This so-called demon lord is really arrogant. In the letter, he was actually asked to see him. Do you still think of yourself as the emperor? Biko Library, seeing him, seemed a little disdainful. Lu Bingyue beside him explained to him, the demon lord is the strongest of our demon sect, and now he is the sect master of the 10,000 demon sect. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Since that day, she hasn't been in the dungeon. She wanted to commit suicide, but Chu Yang stopped her in time. He also told her that Chi Feiyu had escaped from the dungeon, and he no longer knew where he was. This is what she expected. There is no need for Chu Yang to lie to her. So she made an excuse for herself. It's not that she doesn't care about her reputation. It was only blocked by Chu Yang. But Lu Bingwen knew very well. The real reason is nothing more than that I don't want to part with my current life. She has never experienced this feeling of being protected by a strong person. By Chu Yang's side, there is nothing to think about. Just being in his arms is enough. What's more, since Chu Yang stopped her from committing suicide, Chu Yang has been gentler to her countless times. Never treated her roughly again. This made Lu Bingyue struggle in her heart. On the one hand, the current life live lingering. On the other hand, feel sorry for Chi Feiyu. As if seeing her thoughts, Chu Yang said softly, don't think about anything, just leave it to me. Lu Bingyue couldn't help being startled, and then looked at him with complicated eyes. At this time, Chu Yang seemed to have not seen it, and returned to the previous topic. There is already a demon lord, so there will be a god lord on the right side, right? Hearing his question, Lu Bingyue couldn't help chuckling. It was like 100 flowers blooming, making the hall a bit warmer. With a restrained smile, Lu Bingyue replied, there is such a person, but he is called the God King. Nodding her head in response, Chu Yang wanted to complain. What demon lord, God King? In addition, he also heard that Lu Xinghe was also called Star Demon. This cultivator in the spiritual martial arts world is not very strong, but he has a set of titles. You know, in the Xianling world, apart from the title of the position, basically no name or anything like that. Not to mention the strongest titles like Demon Lord and God King. Almost all of the dozen or so top monks in the Xianling realm are in retreat. No one will fix these false names. That is to say, the hidden family and the sect are now at war. They will come out and do some activities. Of course, Chu Yang, the customs of the Lingwu world, would not make fun of it. He just asked Lu Bingyue, would you like to accept this invitation? Lu Bingyue was taken aback for a moment, apparently not expecting him to ask herself. Then he said in a low voice, it's better to go. Just when he was about to explain the reason again, he heard Chu Xiao said, then it's up to you. His trusting tone warmed Lu Bingyue's heart. This kind of trust, or pampering, she has never experienced it. Although she and Chi Feiyu have been in love for several years. But apart from her principles, such as not touching her before getting married, all were led by Chi Feiyu. There is no doubt about it. Thinking about it now, her ideas have never been unconditionally believed as they are now. Just like before, Chi Feiyu opposed her opinion on whether to summon the demon. In the end, the two paid the price for this choice. Lu Bingyue put away many thoughts, but the figure of Chu Yang gradually appeared in her heart. And the 4 words he said, it's up to you. More and more filling. Sensing her change, Chu Yang smiled inwardly. He had decided to go, just wanted to say a few nice words. Although he doesn't have much love for her now. But the advantage is also taken, and Lu Binghua looks so beautiful. He is not a eunuch. It would certainly be better to make her more submissive. Besides, there is still a place to use her in the future. Chu Yang's eyes flickered slightly, thinking about the day when he and Chi Feiyu would meet again. Chapter 50. 3 days later. Wanmaman, one of the 6 great demon men. There are tens of thousands of disciples, although most of the weak people. But there are a lot of people all over the Lingwu world. Hence the name 10,000 demons. And the sect master is exactly this demon master. The devil does not refer to anyone alone. It's just the title of the strongest in the demon sect. Every 10 years, the Magic Gate will hold a group demon meeting. Decide the strongest of the Magic Gate. And a year ago, the one who won the title of Demon Lord was Su Ziming, the master of Wanma sect. At this time, Su Ziming was sitting on the seat of the sect master. In his arms, he was holding 2 beautiful women whose clothes had all faded away and only a veil of light gauze was on them. Su Ziming's hands up and down made them laugh a lot. And a middle-aged man below him lowered his head tightly, afraid to see the 3 people sitting on it. It seems that if you just look at it, your eyes will be gouged out, he said respectfully. 3 days have passed, and Chu Yang has not replied yet. Because of Chu Yang's deliberate actions, the name has long been known. Hearing his words, Su Ziming smiled contemptuously. Immediately said, 3 days, if he really dares to come, he will have arrived now. I haven't even replied to the letter now. Isn't it because I'm afraid of me? After finishing speaking, he smiled triumphantly. Absent-minded, he waved his hand casually. Signal the man to go out. The man hesitated a bit and said cautiously, then Chu Yang. At least he's from the upper realm, so he shouldn't be so cowardly. What's more, he wiped out hundreds of righteous monks by himself, and it's always true. Unexpectedly, his words made Su Ziming laugh out loud and said a series of words in disdain. Upper realm? He came to Lingwu realm even if he couldn't survive in the upper realm. And thousands of years have passed. Who knows what happened to the upper realm? The upper realm must be stronger than the Lingwu realm now. Let's not talk about the hundreds of good-for-nothing orthodox monks. I can crush them to death at will. The man sighed inwardly and hurriedly withdrew. Although the demon lord is powerful, but a year of extravagant life gradually made him arrogant. Others are ignored by him. That's all. As long as Chu Yang is not blind, he can see that he is much better than the monks in the spiritual martial arts world. But he was so dismissive, still talking hard. I don't know what he thinks in his heart. He also wanted to call Chu Yang here to teach him a lesson and increase his reputation. Fortunately, Chu Yang ignored the devil's invitation. The man who wrote in the letter has also read all of them. Word madness. Even when he saw it, he couldn't help feeling a little angry at the demon lord, not to mention the noble master of the upper realm. But just as he walked out the door, he saw a handsome young man standing in front of him. The man's eyes were terrified, and he actually had the idea of kneeling down to worship this person. However, he was just about to speak, but he found that he couldn't open his mouth at all. This appearance reminded him of the scene he saw in the photo stone earlier. He also knew who the young man was. Isn't it Chu Yang? It's just that this idea just came into his mind. Consciousness completely dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, losing his vitality. Chu Yang slowly walked into the hall, as if he was just taking a walk. Unbeknownst to him, he had already killed all the disciples of the Wanma sect he saw along the way. He never even wanted to say anything to these little fellows. The front should be the so-called demon lord. Hope not to disappoint him. However, as soon as he entered the door, he saw 3 people who were entangled together. Evidently, he hadn't noticed his arrival. Chu Yang's face remained unchanged, and he checked with the system. At the same time, he sneered. You are also worthy of being called the devil? This ridicule has been echoing in the hall, enduring.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.